the Mets. Meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town. Oh, the butcher and the baker and the people on the streets, where do they go? To meet the Mets! Oh, they're hollering and cheering and they're jumping in their seats. Where do they go? To meet the Mets! All the fans are true to the orange and blue, so hurry up and come on down, 'cause we got ourselves a ball club, the Mets of New York town. Give 'em a yell! Give 'em a hand! And let 'em know you're rooting in the stand. Come on and meet the Mets. Meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town, of New York town.
And we are live, Mets and overall baseball fans. Today is day 3 of the Free Agent Frenzy live streams here on WardyNYM. I'm very excited for today, folks. This feels like it's going to be another long, tasking live stream, but by all means, I'm ready for it. I know it's going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully we get some moves for our team in Queens, but the MLB overall, plenty of things going on regarding a Mets starting pitching target that we'll be getting into shortly, and Yusei Kikuchi signing with the Toronto Blue Jays. So we'll be getting into that. We'll be getting into all the latest news and rumors with the players that the Mets are currently showing interest in, what reports will happen as we're going throughout the live stream live as it happens. So yeah, a lot to get into, guys. This is going to be a fun one, and hopefully a lot of moves do happen today. Very, very excited. I know you guys are too. To my 300 plus viewers already chiming in, shout out to every single one of you guys. Thank you all so much. There are literally so many of you guys that I can't even bother to shout every single one of you guys out as we normally do in the beginning. So we'll get right into things, and then I'll start shouting you guys out just from all the names that I see. Seriously, appreciate every single one of you guys being here. Hope everyone is having a great day. And yeah, let's dive right in, folks. A lot to get into in this one. Martino, I will check Andy Martino's Twitter. We'll do that right now. We will do that right now, folks, before we literally get into anything. And again, guys, if you're new here, if you're new to the channel, please make sure to smash that like and subscribe button if you enjoy this. I share my own really reactions and breakdown for not just all the New York Mets, but everything as a whole that is transpiring regarding the MLB free agent and trade rumor front and all the news that's happening. If you guys like this kind of content, please make sure to smash those buttons. We have been live for every single day since free agency has began, and there isn't any stopping anytime soon. I'm sure we'll be live for a very long one here. Let's see if Martino tweeted anything out. Let's see what it is, if it's anything important. Again, shout out every single one of you guys. Thank you all so much for being here. Make sure to vote in the poll too. If you think the Mets will actually have a trade or signing happen today, let me know in the poll here that we have in the live stream. Okay, this was from 12 minutes ago by Martino. If this is what you guys want me to read off, I'll do exactly that. But Mets didn't get far down the road on Kikuchi. They believe they accomplished most of their offseason prior to lockout and are looking to trade and free agent market for pitching depth while remaining opportunistic about what comes along. That's the best way to summarize it. No one should really be surprised by that, okay? I am a little surprised that the Mets ended up not prioritizing Kikuchi as much as we initially thought they were going to do. But am I surprised in the sense that the Mets feel comfortable, but of course are still trying to add arms? No, I'm not. That's what we already knew already. The only thing that came off as a little bit of a surprise was Kikuchi to not be prioritized by the Mets. But again, we did find out in yesterday's live stream that it did look like that the Mets wouldn't be the front runner, and I was gaining that belief as well. Really halfway through the live stream yesterday, not even halfway through, only a couple hours in, it felt like that Kikuchi to the Mets wasn't as realistic as we initially thought after losing out on Carlos Rodon. I know you guys are saying to check out Joe DeMayo. I will. Pretty sure I know what Joe said here because I'm going to talk about it here in a second. But yeah, Joe said, in an appearance on WFAN, Johnny Heyman mentions Tyler Molly, I believe it's Molly, not Maley. So if it is Molly, I apologize for saying it wrong yesterday. And Zac Gallen from Arizona as potential trade options for the Mets. His guess at the moment is Jeff McNeil and one of J.D. Davis and Dom Smith will be traded. Again, this is just John Heyman saying what he assumes will happen. We already know that the Mets have shown interest in Tyler Mahle. That was reported by Michael Mayer yesterday. That's why he's on the thumbnail. I'm sure we'll be talking about him pretty much all throughout the day, even if we don't get any new news on him. But Zac Gallen's an interesting one. Again, I think what Heyman is saying here is that he says that it's a potential fit. Now, whether the Mets have shown interest or not, we haven't seen that. Granted, the Mets do have a connection with the Arizona Diamondbacks, so we have to keep that in mind because they showed interest or at least have done their homework on their starting pitcher, that being, and yes, Luke Weaver. But for the most part, again, we'll see what happens. I would love Zac Gallen. That's the exact type of guy I would want in the middle of the rotation for the Mets. But again, that is someone that is going to be a little expensive for sure. And same thing with Tyler Mahle. They're not going to come cheap. They won't be as expensive as the Luis Castillos and the Frankie Montoses of the world, but they surely aren't going to be cheap either. So again, we're going to be breaking down everything on the pitching front in today's live stream. And if you're watching this on replay too, then you probably know what happened already after we're hours and hours in this. Zac Gallen, I disagree. I don't think he's mid. I think he's perfect exactly for what the Mets need in the middle of this rotation, as is Mahle. Both of them check off the boxes perfectly, in my opinion, for what the Mets need right now as a number 3 starter. But we got a lot of news. Shout out to every single one of you guys. I see. I don't even know how to properly shout out everybody. We got roughly 500 viewers in here already. So just know I appreciate every single one of you guys, all my members in here as well. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'll be answering plenty of your questions soon. Don't worry. I just really wanted to make sure that we're kind of on the same page with the reporting. And of course, if you guys are finding out news before I address it in the live stream, if you're new, if you don't know the drill by now, you got to make sure to let me know. Please, we're all just fans. We're all just trying to react to things and share analysis at the same time in our own opinions. So if you find out new news before I do, let me know in the live stream. Tag me on Twitter at WardyNYM. Same thing. Whatever you want to do. Perfectly fine. Let's just make sure we do that. Robert Murray bomb is what you're saying. Okay, let's do just that. Robert Murray, I'm almost certain is... well, actually, no, let's see. There's nothing new from Robert Murray. So no, there's no bomb coming off from him. So that is fake news. The last thing he reported was that Suzuki signed, and that being in Kurt Suzuki, the catcher, on a 1-year deal. Jeff Passan, no fake news in here, guys. You know the drill by now. But to everybody in the chat, to my Mets and baseball fans, before we go further, what is your reaction to Yusei Kikuchi signing with the Blue Jays? Are you okay with it, or are you upset about it? What are your thoughts on it? Make sure to let me know, and we'll be touching on not just Mets rumors, but all rumors going on. Like I said, we got a lot to get into. This is going to be a very long, lengthy live stream, a fun one for sure. Make sure you keep smashing that like and subscribe on, as always, folks. But yeah, let me know all your thoughts. How do you feel about Yusei Kikuchi? Marte Moonshop, stop with the fake news, please. Who reported Iglesias? It was reported through I think a Hispanic reporter. We'll be getting into that in a second. Yes, the Mets have shown interest in Jose Iglesias today. The Mets are one of, I believe, 5 reported teams that are in the market for Jose Iglesias. The infielder will break down his game, everything there is to know about him, as well as everyone else that we have here that is coming over from yesterday, and some new news that we are still finding out today throughout the live stream. But, all right, guys, I'm going to share my personal take on Yusei Kikuchi. He signs a 3-year, $36 million deal. This is awfully similar to a Steven Matz type contract that we saw with the St. Louis Cardinals, right? And this is something that the Mets were interested in, but they didn't prioritize him. And this was different than what we initially thought, because there were reports, again, heading into the offseason, the lockout and pre-lockout, that the Mets were heavily in on Kikuchi, but I knew, at least that numerous teams were. So Kikuchi was someone that I was always okay with, as long as he wasn't the priority for the Mets pitching-wise, after landing Max Scherzer, obviously. Kikuchi, as a depth starter, makes endless amount of sense to have a lefty in that rotation to really battle it out for maybe the 4th or 5th spot. But as a number 3, I'm not comfortable with that, especially for a guy that, again, has been around a 4.5 ERA. I know that he's a tireless worker. I do think he's going to thrive in Toronto, especially with fellow Southpaw and Hyun-Jin Ryu. I think that's going to be a fun little duo they have there in those lefties in Toronto. But for the most part, when you look at the Mets here, Kikuchi did not make enough sense to me for a team that has so much uncertainties with their rotation, with health and inconsistencies, to go after another quote-unquote project, someone that has upside, but to this point in his career at the MLB level has not proven enough that he is reliable to potentially come in as a number 3. The Mets have expressed interest in getting a number 3. I'll look at Heyman's tweet in a second, guys. Don't worry. But the point I'm trying to make is that from the reports that we saw yesterday that the Mets have been in trade talks with Tyler Mahle, that is the exact type of potato. That is the exact type of starting pitcher I want the Mets to land if they're going to land a number 3. I want them to do that. Can they land a number 3 and a depth starter? Absolutely. They're going to remain opportunistic with the pitching depth that they'll look to acquire. But all in all, if they're going to land a significant starter, which I feel pretty strong in saying that, especially through the trade market, that in my mind is something I'm far more in favor of versus getting a Yusei Kikuchi, with the assumption that Kikuchi would have been the biggest splash you did for the rotation for the remainder of the offseason. So that's my take on it. I'll check on Heyman's tweet in a second, folks. We'll do that, and then I'll check on the donations I see in the chat. And again, thank you guys all so much for the donos. Really appreciate that. And the likes and the subscriptions. Help us get to 300 likes for the first short-term goal, guys. We have roughly 600 viewers of you guys. We're only 10 minutes in. You guys are absolute beauties. So thank you all so much for that. Let me check on Heyman real quick. Dodgers at the least have emerged as a very viable alternative for superstar Freddie Freeman, who winters in Corona Del Mar. Braves aren't talking, but some others get the feeling they think they would be fine with Matt Olson, assuming they can get him. Bigger money likely for him in LA. So, yeah, basically what we already know, it looks like that Matt Olson very much can be the replacement for the Braves at first. I don't like that just because, all right, they lost Freddie. They might lose Freddie Freeman, which they shouldn't. They're idiots if they let him go, in my opinion. That's their captain. I don't think you can justify allowing him to go. But if you replace him with Matt Olson, that's the best replacement possible that you could get out of anywhere. Olson's younger, controlling his contract, and is an absolute stud. So from a Mets point of view, from a Mets fan point of view, Matt Olson to the Braves does not satisfy me in the slightest. And I would even make the argument that I'll be a little bit more upset if we have Matt Olson go to the Braves and Freddie Freeman go to the Dodgers. Because, yes, you get Freddie out of the division, but one, he goes still to a rival for the Mets in the NL, and two, they get a perfect replacement. So it really is kind of a lose-lose situation from a Mets fan point of view. Matt Olson, I'm sure, will kill the Mets just as well as Freddie Freeman did, or at least close to. So, yeah, don't love the idea of Matt Olson coming to the Braves at all, but that is definitely a possibility with the Dodgers as of now looking like potentially the front runner for, yes, Freddie Freeman. And that is a very fluent situation. We'll be getting into it. Hector Gomez tweet, we'll be getting into that as well. And then I'll be addressing the donations. And again, my guys, I know I'm going to be delayed on stuff. I apologize. Again, when we have 600, 700, 800 plus viewers in here, it's going to be awfully difficult to try to get to everything right away. So I will do my best as possible. All right, so let's check on Hector Gomez because I want to break down, especially when you're looking at a potential jet move for the Mets, that being in Jose Iglesias, which I'm not against it. I'm not against it whatsoever. All right, Hector Gomez just reported this. Blue Jays talks with Jonathan Villar are intensifying. Fun fact, Jonathan Villar got traded to the Toronto Blue Jays in the short 2020 season. He was absolute dog shit for them, pardon my French, but that's a fact. And then when the Mets signed Villar this last offseason, all Blue Jays fans were ragging Mets fans saying, oh, this will be a terrible signing. And it ended up to be a saving grace, especially with all the injuries and inconsistencies the Mets had last year. But yes, Blue Jays talks with Villar are intensifying, so they are familiar with him at least, not surprised. Red Sox, Dodgers, Cubs, and Mariners continue to show interest. Yeah. All right, guys, I know that this is going to be a little upsetting for everyone to hear, but Jonathan Villar is not coming back to the New York Mets. Would I have liked Villar back to the Mets? Yes, absolutely. But there's been further reports. It was reported throughout the lockout too by my buddy Michael Marino. Check him out on Twitter. That it doesn't look like Villar is going to be coming back to the Mets. And there's reasons for every single thing the Mets do, guys. Same way with Michael Conforto and others. Just because the guys are talented doesn't mean the Mets are necessarily willing to bring them back, or at least on what their market's going to be. And when you look at Villar right now, depending on where he goes, he may very well get more playing time somewhere else than where he would with the Mets. Now, it's interesting if he goes to the Blue Jays because I would imagine he would probably be in a very similar spot than, of course, what he was with the Mets last year. I think he'd be utilized in a lot of ways, but not necessarily as a starter every day. But it seems that all contending teams are in the market for him out of those 4 or 5. The only one that is not expected to be a contender next season is, of course, that being the Chicago Cubs. The Cubs, I could definitely see them utilizing Villar and giving him good playing time, given where they're currently at after, of course, losing Baez, Bryant, and Rizzo, all via trade at the trade deadline. So that wouldn't surprise me at all. They just signed Simmons yesterday to a 1-year, $4 million deal to be their shortstop, to play in the infield for now. But who knows exactly? Maybe they want to do split time with him in VR. So we'll see. But I'm going to address real quick, guys, the donations in the live stream. And then we're going to go further because I know it seems like more news just keeps happening as I'm talking to you, which I love. I just want to make sure that we cover every single topic known to man that we have on the graphic today, because that graphic will be expanding and changing, and we're going to change the thumbnail multiple times today. I'm sure all this stuff because of what happens here in the baseball and Mets world. And again, guys, thank you so much for being here. We got right around 700 viewers. Love and appreciate every single one of you guys. So make sure to smash that like and subscribe button if you're enjoying the stream, which is what is going to be a jam-packed stream, might I add. Henry with the $10 dono. Thank you so much for that, Henry. Which Met will not report tomorrow because of potential trade? That's a good question. If you're asking me which Met I think is the most likely to get traded by tomorrow, I would probably say JD Davis. But I do think that everyone's going to report as of now. Then obviously if they get traded, they get traded. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Do I think the Mets are heavily involved in the trade market right now? Yes. But who knows? Just because the offseason is up and running again doesn't mean that, a trade's going to happen right away or this and that. These things take time. So wouldn't surprise me at all if we have another day where the Mets don't make any moves, and it wouldn't surprise me if the Mets make a plethora of moves today. But yeah, spring training is officially underway. It is mandatory that all players and staff are there by tomorrow. Jacob deGrom will be there. Max Scherzer's been there yesterday and today. Scherzer was looking great. He was already showing his normal Scherzer self in the bullpen, which you love to see. Very, very happy to see that. And he just seems so excited to play with deGrom and the Mets. And he even said that, once the lockout was lifted, when the negotiations were done, he said that he drank a lot, which I found pretty funny. So I know I noticed that beer gut in his first video with the Mets in spring training. I know I wasn't the only one. But yeah, so those are some quick updates for the Mets regarding spring training right now. Everyone should be reporting by tomorrow because it is mandatory then. Nicholas, thank you for the $2 donation. I really, really appreciate that. Just got here. You see the Heyman tweet about Jeff. Heyman tweet about Jeff McNeil. Let me check. If there's a new tweet, I'll have to check. I'm assuming I saw it, but if I missed something, I'm gonna double check. I know a lot of you guys are saying a lot of different things right now, so I'm gonna just go on Twitter. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to check everything I possibly can at the moment. And again, guys, tag me and stuff if I don't acknowledge it right away. By all means, feel free to do that, of course. Always appreciate it. Now, I do know that Jorge Soler's market is really heated up today, too. A bunch of teams are in on him. A bunch of teams that also are in on Nelson Cruz as well. Many teams from the NL that are looking for that type of DH fit now that we have a universal DH. He said the White Sox are a potential landing spot on the fan. Oh, for McNeil? Oh, well, yeah. No, yeah, that's not surprising. Yeah. Hey, we've been talking about potential landing spots for McNeil if he gets traded. The White Sox make perfect sense. They would love a lefty bat like McNeil. 1,000%. The issue is, what type of trade would the Mets do if they did something with the White Sox, right? I think the Angels, not the Angels, the Reds or the A's are far more realistic than the White Sox. Because yes, the White Sox, they have pitching, but I mean, like, I don't want to get a Dallas Keuchel as that X factor. I got to be honest with you. And I'm not in love with the idea of getting Craig Kimbrel either. Like, to be quite, I don't want Jeff McNeil to be an X factor in a Craig Kimbrel trade. If they're going to do a trade with the White Sox, I want them to land, something of I would love, obviously, there's two White Sox pitchers that come to mind, whether it's going to be Kopech or Crochet, especially Kopech. Heyman bomb. All right, Heyman tweet again. Let's check. Yankees as of last night, anyway, we're still in on Freeman. They love him, but geographically, they may have a hill to climb. He lives in Atlanta. Yes, we know that. I wouldn't call that a Heyman bomb. Again, we know that the Yankees have been in on Freddie Freeman yesterday. We're all aware of that. There were reports by, I think it was CBS something yesterday, CBS Sports, early yesterday in the live stream that the Yankees were really kicking tires on Freeman, but then we saw the reports that the Dodgers are looking more like the favorite. They were in heavy negotiation with him. So I think that Freddie Freeman's going to be the first big fish batter-wise to come off the board. We've seen the pitchers happen today, again, over the past 24 hours, and Yusei Kikuchi being the latest. And then prior to that, Carlos Rodon and, yes, Clayton Kershaw. All lefties that you can make the argument would be nice fits for the Mets. But again, there's justifiable reasons as to why all those things didn't happen. the Mets do look like they are prioritizing the trade market from all reports that we've seen based on the pitching front. And then, of course, bullpen-wise, they're all also invested in the free agent market that we discussed, with them showing interest in Andrew Chafin, Colin McHugh, and then trade-wise, Josh Hader. Josh Hader is more of the pipe dream. I would love it if it happens. I'm not going to get my hopes up, but it's awesome to see that they are connected with those three players, and we'll see what comes of it, if at all, and any new people. There's no Chris Bryant news as of late. The last report I saw was that the Seattle Mariners, again, look like a very good fit for him, as do other teams. Chris Bryant is not going to come to the New York Mets as long as KB gets probably a deal 5, 6, 7 years. From what we see right now, again, I will gladly be wrong. I will not be mad if I'm wrong at all. But everything that's been reported and what we've seen to this point would indicate that Chris Bryant is not an option for the Mets because of the term. Now, if Chris Bryant signed somewhere on a 3-year deal, I'm going to want to know why in the hell did the Mets not do that? But that doesn't look like a reality. Chris Bryant has a good market right now. There's many teams in on him, and many teams that realistically they can pony up a 6-7 year deal, especially the Mariners, especially the Phillies. There's multiple clubs out there that make sense. So we're going to be keeping an eye on the KB front. But again, as much as I would love Bryant, it doesn't look like that is going to happen. If the Mets are going to add a batter, it looks like they're going to be more short-term type fits than they will be long-term high AAV. The Mets will be opportunistic. They will jump on opportunities for players. Maybe if their markets aren't as strong as you think. Trevor Story is a good example. If Trevor Story falls on a short-term deal, definitely expect the Mets to be heavily involved there. As same thing with other players. And again, Nelson Cruz, his talks have really heated up today with a plethora of teams in the NL. The Mets are rumored to be one of them. But I would be a little surprised if the Mets land Cruz, just because, in my opinion, I think the Mets might be more willing to go after a lefty bat for the DH type than a righty bat. Kyle Schwarber, again, comes to mind. Jock Pearson, guys like that. But again, anything can happen. We're going to be following this as it does. All these players will be effective for the Mets, no doubting that whatsoever. Charles, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. If we trade Jeff McNeil to the White Sox, we should get Dylan Cease in return. Might also take us giving up a top 10 prospect. I would be all aboard Dylan Cease. That's a perfect middle of the rotation starter for the Mets. Wholeheartedly agree with you there. That, again, Dylan Cease definitely falls in the categories similar to, Miley and Zac Gallen, in the sense of what the Mets are looking for. A young, controllable middle of the rotation starter, absolutely. But I don't see why the White Sox in a win now stage would trade away Dylan Cease when they already parted with Carlos Rodon. That's the thing for me, right? If the White Sox weren't in the stage that they are right now, and if, say, they signed a free agent pitcher, I think we'd be in a different discussion. But it's hard to imagine that they would be completely willing to part with Dylan Cease like that. Especially, it's not like offense is the issue for the White Sox, but they definitely can use a lefty bat really in the middle of the order, however they want to utilize someone like him. And thank you all so much for the kind words, for Woody. All you guys, really, really appreciate the kind words, guys. I'm going to continue to stay on Twitter to stay up to date with you guys. You know the drill by now. Help us get 300 likes for the first short-term goal, and help us get 14K subs. We're just over 500 subs away, so that really is appreciated. And thank you all so much in advance, folks. So, yeah, I'm staying up to date as we speak, just checking all the Twitter stuff. I want to get into Jose Iglesias. We haven't even really done that yet, so I will be doing that soon. But Jose Iglesias, of course, if the Mets do land, because they have reported interest in him, he will be a bench piece. Jose Iglesias, in a nutshell, is your Jonathan Villar replacement. If you land him, and that's perfectly fine. He profiles as a very solid bench piece. I wouldn't be against it whatsoever. Definitely an upgrade, in my opinion, even though he doesn't play outfield over Kevin Villar. But yeah, Jose Iglesias will be a very fine bench piece for many teams in the league. Mets are showing interest. Now, whether they're going to prioritize him, we'll see. But they are in the market for Jose Iglesias, as they are what we've seen with some significant pitchers led by Tyler Miley. And then we've seen bullpen-wise, Hader, Chafin, McHugh, and there's more than we don't even know right now, I'm sure. And then same thing with Weaver, of course, for the Arizona Diamondbacks. That would be a depth option. So if the Mets got Zac Gallen, then we have something fun. Then we have a great discussion. If the Mets get Zac Gallen or someone along his level, I want to break down his numbers here shortly too, because Zac Gallen would be a tremendous get, but he will not come cheap at all. And don't trust me, the Mets are awake, guys. No one should really be that up. No one should be upset with what's transpired so far. If you want to make the argument for Rodon, you can. But at the same time, the Mets have plenty of options here, and it's quite obvious what they are prioritizing is a trade market. We need to be patient here, folks. This is the same Mets team that did amazing things pre-lockout. Let's not act spoiled, okay? I know that we want the Mets to spend, and land every single player. One, that's not going to happen. And two, they're going to be smart. They're not going to just rush things for the sake of rushing them. They're going to do what's best for the team. That's all I want. We've learned by now to trust this front office. So don't get yourself all worked up just because you haven't seen much rumblings today, okay? And Mike, I did not see your last comment, my friend. I can't. You got to understand, from the live stream I only see like a portion of the chat. And yeah, help us get 300 likes. We're getting awfully close there. So again, really appreciate everybody. Josh, thank you so much for the $5 donation. And then I want to check a bunch of tweets. Again, it's going to take me a little bit to get to a lot of these topics just because of everything being so fast with the reports and obviously trying to answer a lot of you guys in the chat. Josh, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. If rumors are true and Atlanta offered Freddie 140 and Dodgers are of the side, I think it's the term more than anything. Freddie is going to get at least 6 years. That is what he wants. I see Freddie on a 6 or 7 year deal. You know, that's I think what we're looking at. Under 200 million, I would probably say. But yeah, definitely, I could definitely see him on a 6 or 7 year deal, not 5. Freddie wants a contract where he can retire comfortably. That is what he's looking for, and trying to just maximize on his value, and rightfully so. Trust the front office. Why, though? They haven't won anything. Well, considering the fact that the front office is brand new and the fact that we've only had this owner for 2 years now, yes, I would trust the front office considering the fact that we've seen what they've done pre-lockout. If you're not confident what the Mets have done so far this offseason, then you simply aren't paying attention. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, like, come on. Stop. We can't act like spoiled rich kid over here. Please don't be acting like that. And that goes for everyone. I know it's easy, but trust me, when it comes to acquisitions, stuff is not going to just happen. They're not going to make endless moves right away. There's a good chance they may not make moves for multiple days. And then when they do make moves, we'll see what they are. There's a good chance that they will make moves today. You just have to be patient, guys. This is no different than any other offseason. We're going to see rumblings. We're going to see reports and stuff. The only thing that's different is, one, we just came out of a lockout. So you got to keep that in mind. Everyone is naturally antsy and just wants fun things to happen. I get that. I feel the exact same way. That's why we're talking right now. But two, you also have to look at spring training starts. So you'd have to imagine that we're probably not going to see a hell of a lot of moves in the heart of spring training. It's unprecedented. So I would imagine that moves will still happen quickly. And again, we'll see exactly how long it takes. Frankie, thank you so much for the sub and being the supporter. I appreciate that. Always, my friend. But yeah, I'm going to check on Heyman. I don't think Heyman came out with anything new. I'm just double checking because I know some of you guys were saying in the live stream to double check on him. Yeah, no, it was just about the Yankees and Freeman from yesterday. Not a problem. So to recap, everyone first chiming in, guys, again, to kind of wrap my thoughts up on Kikuchi, unless you guys have further questions. Kikuchi, perfectly fine deal for Toronto, and I'm more than content with the Mets not doing this. Again, perfectly fine with him if he was a depth starter. I was not fine with him personally if they were trying to make him a number 3. I think that the Mets are destined to, of course, if they're going to make a significant acquisition pitching-wise, it's going to be the trade market because it's been proven by now that it can't be in the free agent market. There simply isn't anyone available that will classify as anything more than a depth starter. You know, Zach Greinke's that one guy, but Greinke ain't going to go to the Mets. I think he's going to go to the Braves if he actually goes to the NL East, to be quite honest with you. But Tyler Anderson is southpaw. That would be a depth option for the Mets. You know, Michael Pineda, all these guys, they're depth options. There's no one on the free agent market that would be a top option for the Mets to be in the middle of the rotation now. And that's why we're seeing the trade rumors of them going after guys via trade. And my apologies, guys. I just sneezed. Had to sneeze real quick. Hey, where I'm going to the Ranger game tonight. Awesome. Have a great time, my friend. Okay. Twins interested in Johnny Cueto? Not surprised. So if everyone's wondering what have been the rumblings today outside of the Mets, because again, the Mets is what we have on the graphic here. They've shown interest, have been in talks with Jose Iglesias reportedly. They are a potential connection with Nelson Cruz, who looks like he may have a decision by tomorrow at the latest. We've seen Tyler Mahle. We've seen Luke Weaver. We've seen rumblings also from John Heyman saying that Zac Gallen could be a fit for the Mets, which I would be in heavy favor for. We'll be talking about him among others. But around the league, we saw the trade earlier today. Mitch Garver for Falefa, and then there was also a prospect involved. That's a great trade for both sides. the Rangers are my sneaky pick to have themselves a good season this year with the moves they've been making. We've also saw, lower level signings, just simple. I saw C-Check sign a 1-year deal today. I saw that we had a Kurt Suzuki just sign a 1-year deal. Nothing drastic. The bigger moves is the ones that we will keep on the graphics today. The biggest one so far has been Yusei Kikuchi. And again, there's been multiple people in on Jorge Soler. At least half a dozen teams, if not more. A bunch of teams are interested in Jorge Soler, mainly because we have the universal DH now. So a lot of teams are in. Nelson Cruz, exact same thing. So that's really the biggest rumblings that we've been seeing as of late. The Freddie Freeman stuff, nothing's really new. We all understand that by now. But yeah, that's really it. MLB Trade Rumors Twitter. I'll check that out. And I hope everyone's having a great day, though, guys. Especially if you've been chiming in the previous live streams. You guys are absolute beauties. We've been going so on every single day, and it's been a lot of fun. So seriously, thank you guys all so much for the continued support on the channel and the live streams. Been having a blast. I'm sure that this is going to be an awesome one, too. And again, I wanted to go a little early today just because of the Kikuchi news more than anything. And then we'll go further and see. We can easily go hours without anything happening, but we just have to, stay patient and see what happens. Yep, I saw Twins interested in Johnny Cueto. Yep, saw all that. Let's see. Just double checking all reports right now, folks. Make sure I don't miss anything. Yep, nothing too new. Nothing too new. Really over the past little bit. What's up, Frank? What's up, everybody? All right, guys. So we've got a lot to break down today. Do I have big predictions for tonight? I don't know about big predictions. I just think that we're definitely going to get plenty of moves today. I feel fairly confident saying that. It's the weekend now, especially. It just naturally on the weekend throughout the offseason, good things tend to happen. Saturdays, Sundays. So yeah, I do think that we're going to definitely see more moves today. Again, there's a good chance that moves don't happen until later today, but regardless, we'll be covering it all as it happens. Things have been quiet. Yeah, they've been quiet, but again, just because they've been quiet doesn't mean that moves aren't being worked on. It's just quiet in the sense of what's been reported, and that's okay. That's beyond normal. Look at what the Mets did. Multiple guys they signed this offseason. We did not get one single rumor about until the Mets actually finalized a deal with them. So keep that in mind. That doesn't just go for the Mets. That goes for plenty of other teams. Where's Correa going? I don't know where Correa's going. It looks like you'd have to imagine it's going to be the Yankees, right? Because if it's not the Yankees, who's it going to be? Correa to the Orioles? No, that ain't happening. But, all right, guys. I'm trying to think. Let's talk for a minute about Jose Iglesias, okay? Because for those that aren't aware, Jose Iglesias has been connected to the Mets. It was reported early today. I think it was Hector Gomez tweet about it, but it was reported by someone else prior to that. I just know that it is Hispanic reporters that are doing it, especially with all of them that are working with players that are in either, the DR, Puerto Rico, stuff like that. They've been giving out their Spanish reports, and then it's been reaffirmed, and then it's gotten to the point where, we have the bigger dogs talking about it. But yeah, it is confirmed Jose Iglesias has been on the Mets radar. To what extent, we'll find out. But again, he is a depth piece if the Mets do, in fact, land him off the bench. He's not someone that is going to come in and, we're not trying to get him for anything crazy. He would come off the bench, and that's fine. Perfectly fine. Grooming, thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate that. But yeah, Iglesias, what's interesting about him is I remember when he got put on, he got dropped by the Angels halfway through the season last year. And then he went back to the Boston Red Sox, and he batted roughly 360 and 59 at bats. So nothing crazy, because he wasn't able to be in the playoffs for them because of he was picked up after the deadline. I think it was like after September 1st. It was like what happened with the Mets where they landed Brad Hand. So if the Mets did make playoffs last year, obviously they didn't, but in the scenario that they did, they wouldn't be able to use Brad Hand because of it, because of how late it took them to pick up those players. But Iglesias last season, a 271 average, 309 on base, 391 slugging, completely normal with what his career direction has been. 9 home runs, 65 runs scored, 48 RBIs, and 137 games and 511 at-bats. Perfectly fine. He played the majority of last season at shortstop, also played 18 to 20 games at the second base position, so he has that infield versatility. Again, if the Mets do land Jose Iglesias, he is quite simply your Jonathan Villar replacement, nothing more, nothing less. Again, he's always been a solid hitter in his career. Ball down the shore in 2020 season in his 1 year with Baltimore. Not that it means much, but yeah, he's been a consistent hitter as a career 277 average. Someone that, again, is not crazy with his on base. He's definitely little bit more swing and miss, but perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. When it comes to what the Mets would be looking for in acquiring him. And if they don't land him, that's perfectly fine too. He's just a bench piece. You don't see how Iglesias would be an improvement over Guillorme. You have to realize that the Mets had both Guillorme and Villar on the team last year, right? The Mets landing Iglesias would not be an improvement over Guillorme per se. You can have more than one infielder on your bench that has versatility. That's what the Mets are looking for. Why aren't we signing Schwarber? Same reason why no other team is signing Schwarber. It's because we don't. That's all it is. He hasn't signed anywhere yet. If the Mets don't sign Schwarber, it's probably because they don't want to shell out the dough for someone that's mainly a DH. Is it possible that the Mets land Schwarber? I think it absolutely. I think Schwarber's far more realistic than I do Chris Bryant, just based on the term of contract he'll be looking for. But again, it'll go directly in hand with what his market is. So we need to keep that in mind. I think his lefty bat's perfect for the Mets. I do. But if the Mets are looking for a lefty bat that's also decent defensively, Jock Peterson may find himself as a more appealing option for the Mets should he have interest in coming here. So again, it's going to be very interesting to see what they do hitter front wise. And I know that Heyman said on the fan that the Mets are interested in Zac Gallen. I'm well aware of that. I want to touch on that in a second. Castellanos does have a qualifying offer. The Mets are not going to land Nick Castellanos. I feel very confident saying that. But let's talk about Zac Gallen, because that excites me. Because we talked about Tyler Mahle when it got reported yesterday a lot. I'm sure we will plenty more today. But Zac Gallen, John Heyman threw this out there as a potential fit. He's only 26 years of age, quite literally. He's 26 and 7 months. So yeah, absolute beauty. He is a free agent in 2026 also. So he still has plenty of control on his contract. That's exciting. Talking about a guy that still has 4 years left on his deal. That ain't going to come cheap. So that's why I think it won't be easy to land someone like Gallen. But boy, oh boy, would he be something. So last season in 121 innings pitched, he had a 4.3 ERA, a 3.98 times ERA, a 4.25 FIP, and a 3.96 expected FIP. Those are really strong numbers, again, for someone who's only been in the league for 3 seasons. His first season with over 100 innings pitched, because in 2020, he did not, of course, have a strong year. He did have a strong year, but it was a short season, was my point. And 2019 is where he made his debut, where he split time, because he came over Gallen. He came from the Marlins, I want to say, right? The Marlins or the Cardinals? I'm getting them confused. I'm pretty sure it was the Marlins, though. And yeah, so career-wise, he has a 3.46 ERA. Zac Gallen is a stud. We'll look at his baseball savant numbers in a second. Great off-speed stuff. And again, young, controllable. He's not an easy get at all. You have to give up a lot for Zac Gallen. You do. You should not put a hell of a lot of stock into his 4.3 ERA. I would not be awfully concerned with that. He's only 3 years in. He has 273 innings on his arm so far as a major league starter. Tyler Mahle, of course, has had more innings. He's had, just under 500 or just around 500. But both of them would be awfully appealing. Mahle will be cheaper than someone like Zac Gallen for sure, based on their contract statuses and their age as well. But very, 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 very interested on Zac Gallen. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to cost too much. But I love the idea of him potentially coming here, as I do with most trade options for the Mets for pitching. There really isn't many pitchers out there that the Mets have either been connected to or can be connected to trade-wise I'm not happy with. I'm beyond satisfied with basically all of them out there. So guys, let me know your thoughts in the chat. How do you feel about the trade, a potential trade for not just a pitcher, but Zac Gallen? Again, I wouldn't say it's a strong likelihood based on his value. I do think that Reds and A's pitchers are more realistic. But what is your personal opinion on Zac Gallen? Are you for or against him? Free agency is so dead. I mean, Kikuchi just signed an hour and a half ago, so I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I will say that there's an endless reporting coming out. That is true. Yes, I would not put stock into him having a 4-10 record in his third major league season. That doesn't faze me in the slightest. Tyler Mahle is from the Cincinnati Reds. We'll break down his numbers again for the people that aren't aware. Let's see here. For Gallen and Bryan, I would love both. And neither of them do I think are a strong possibility, though. What's up, Lefty? How's it going, my friend? What's up, Dave? How's it going, buddy? All you guys, everybody in the live stream, thank you guys so much for being here. Help us get to, I don't know if we're at 300 likes already in the chat, but if we're not, help us get there. Always appreciate. trying to get a 500 for the next short-term goal then to, we're going to touch 1,000 viewers in a little bit, I'd imagine. So again, thank you guys all so much for the support. Gallen will cost multiple top prospects. I agree, or at least assets, controllable assets along with prospects. You see the trend. For any guy that 1 has endless potential, 2 is on a favorable contract, and 3 is young, none of them are going to be cheap. Castillo, Montas, Gallen, and to lesser extent, but still going to be costing you a little bit, Molly. And yeah, I would say him, because Montas and Basset are both free agents after this upcoming season. Sonny Gray, Gray has 1 or 2 years left on his deal. I don't think he's a rental. I think he has 2 years left. I could be wrong. He will still cost a decent amount. But the guys at the top of that list, again, like in order, I would say value-wise via trade, Castillo number 1. Maybe Gallen number 2. He might be ahead. I think he might be ahead of Frankie Montas. It's close because of their contract statuses. They're very close to each other. And the Molly F4 somewhere outside of that. Worry, how would you approach the reliever situation? I would approach it the same exact way that the Mets are doing right now. Who's Zac Gallen? Larry, we were just talking about him from the Arizona Diamondbacks as a potential fit. Just something that, again, that John Heyman said as a potential fit for the Mets, along with Tyler Mahle. Now, granted, Tyler's been reported already. I haven't seen any reports on Zac Gallen. So I think that was just more of Heyman kind of spitballing because he knows that the Mets have had a level of interest in a Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher, just not Gallen. Yesterday, it was reported by Martino that they checked in, looked at, the info for Luke Weaver, and Luke Weaver is nothing more than a depth starter. Shout out Jack in the live stream. Great member on the channel. All you guys, great members and supporters. Ball Cap. Everybody, hype in the chat for Ball Cap Sports. Shout out Jim. Hope you're doing well, Jim. Your boys got Yusei Kikuchi. Congratulations. I think him and Ryu is going to be a lot of fun together. So hope you enjoyed that signing. Thank you so much for chiming in. Guys, Jim. Make sure to check him out on his channel, Ball Cap Sports. Doing fantastic stuff. Live streams just like this as well. So please make sure to check him out if you haven't already. He just hit 20,000 subscribers. So congratulations, Jim. I didn't even get a chance to say that to you yet. So hype in the chat for Jim. So happy they hit 20K. Happened so fast too with all the great coverage throughout not just the offseason, but especially all the lockout stuff. So yeah, fantastic stuff. Beyond happy for you, Jim. Congratulations. Let's see here. Basset would be cheapest? I would imagine one of Basset or Manaea would be the cheapest out of all those, for sure. We should do Mauricio, McNeil, and Davis for Kimbrel and Cease. I'm not in love with Kimbrel. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not. I don't know. I just have my concerns. About Kimbrel. One from being the best reliever in baseball last year to, being below average with the White Sox. It was so bizarre. Basset is very underrated. He absolutely is. Yep. Bassett's only been a starter for a couple years in the league. Prior to that, he was a reliever. So, Basset doesn't have too much work on his arm. Thing is, though, he's already 31, 32, and he's a free agent after the season. So you're not guaranteed the type of longevity with someone like him as you would potentially get with, obviously, the younger, more controllable guys for obvious reasons. Do I think we can still try for Hader? Yeah. No, the Mets are in the market for Hader. We just don't know to what degree. I would imagine that's nothing crazy right now. 300 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. Really, really appreciate that. Keep smashing that like and subscribe button if you're enjoying the stream. But yeah, and McNeil from Molly, straight up, I would do it as long as the Mets make sure that they have a replacement for him. That I would be, as long as the Mets make sure they have a replacement for McNeil in this infield, I'm comfortable. That's a win-win trade. Here's the thing, though. Is that enough of a win for the Reds when they already have a stud second baseman in Jonathan India, and you'd have McNeil play his opposition of corner outfield? They would love McNeil in his contract. I know he would do great in that park, but I still think the Reds would want more. I think that trade benefits the Mets more than the Reds on the forefront. Again, assuming that the Mets make sure that they have a McNeil replacement. You're not trading Jeff McNeil for the sake of just trading Jeff McNeil. One, you need to make sure that he maximizes value, and two, you obviously need to make sure that you have someone to replace him in that infield. Bring up Beatty? No, you're not going to rush Beatty. Reds would rather have J.D. Davis and another minor leaguer? No. Versus McNeil? No, not at all. J.D. Davis can't play third base. They have enough guys that aren't good defensively that play in the corner of the infield, that being in Moustakas and Suarez. No. JD Davis is kind of like the exact opposite of what I think that they would be in love with, because he's nothing more than a DH. I love hearing Scherzer talk highly about Lindor and Nimmo. Yep, I saw that earlier too. Yep, shout him out, Max. Shout out everyone. So happy that spring training's finally underway. Baseball's here, baby. It's just so weird because it's happening while we're still right in the heart of all moves and transactions happening overall. It's kind of crazy. McNeil's too good to do straight up. I think McNeil's absolutely fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but I do think it's a win-win trade. Absolutely. I think for what you're getting with Molly, it makes sense. I'm completely on board with that. Molly still has 2 years left on his contract, for those wondering. Check S&Y. I'll check S&Y. And again, guys, like I said, if you find out tweets, if you find out new news, anything like that, please make sure to let me know in the live stream or tag me on Twitter if I don't acknowledge it right away. It's not purposeful if I don't acknowledge it right away. It's one, because I missed it, or two, I just didn't see it yet. I'm not saying anything new from S&Y, so I'm not sure why you told me to look at S&Y. If it's TV S&Y, let me know what they're saying, because I'm not watching TV right now, obviously. I'm worried about this. James, thank you for the $5 donut. I appreciate that. Don't call me crazy, but what about signing Harvey to try to compete for a back-end rotation spot? Feels like it's a good redemption story for him. James, I get this question asked to me almost every single day, and I'm not exaggerating at all. S&Y Mets, I'll check it out for sure. Is it news? Is it news from S&Y Mets? Let me know. James, thank you so much for the donut. But to answer that, no. Harvey is never going to be a New York Met again. That's almost a guarantee. The last thing the Mets need to do is to try to do a gamble again with someone that is a borderline MLB caliber pitcher at this point in his career. There's 0 point to try to do a reunion like that. So that's just my opinion, and I think it's factual though. Okay, so it's S&Y Mets. It's funny though. Okay, that's fine. We'll check it out regardless. Andy Martino tweeting out the obvious. Color me surprised. The Mets would likely exceed the new Steve Cohen threshold of $290 million if the right opportunity came along. So you're telling me if the Mets just go after players, which is what they're doing, they're going to go above what they're currently at? That's crazy. That's crazy. Who would have thought? You know, this is stupid. Yes, no one should be surprised by this. No, Steve Cohen doesn't give a rat's ass about the luxury tax. But again, I don't think he's going to act like a drunken sailor either. Just because you got money doesn't mean that you're going to go ahead and just blow it for the sake of blowing it. He didn't become, the richest owner in baseball, a multi-billionaire, by acting exactly that way. Quite the opposite. I would love Nelson Cruz for the Mets. I would love him just because it's perfect 1-year deal. But again, Cruz, I think my gut tells me that Nelson goes back to Milwaukee. I could definitely see him going back to Milwaukee, finishing his career there. Had plenty of success with the Brewers, as we know. I could definitely see him going to the Brewers. And they're interested in Jorge Soler too. So clearly they're looking for that type of impact bat at the DH position. So interestingly enough, though, if the Mets ended up doing a trade with the Brewers potentially, I wonder how much interest they would have with someone like JD Davis at DH. It wouldn't be to the same degree as a Jorge Soler or a Nelson Cruz for obvious reasons, but it is just something to keep in mind because obviously JD profiles best as DH. Mets World Series contenders this year, they got it. We got to see how they do in the regular season first. I wouldn't. Let me play this way. Do I expect the Mets to make the playoffs this year? Yes. Am I going to go ahead and say they're World Series contenders right now? No, I'm not. They have to prove it. I've gone ahead of myself in the past. I'm sure I'll be irrational and get ahead of myself again. Only 10 games into the season if they have a good start. But regardless, until we get there, no, I would not jump that far ahead. What am I using for the live sound lab? Not sure what you mean by that. Christian, what's up? Man, it's been a while. Cristiano, my mistake. Been busy, but I saw moves we made and I'm pumped about the season, which I'm going to the Mets home opener. Awesome, my friend. Love that. I doubt I'll be able to make the home opener. I may go to the first game this season, though. I think I'm going to whichever game Scherzer's starting. So the 7th or the 8th, I think I'm going to go to DC. So hopefully I'll vlog that game then. Won't cover it on the channel, but that's because I'll be vlogging it. I just don't know which one he's going to be, because he said it doesn't matter to him if he's pitching game 1 or 2. Because either way, he'll pitch against the Nats. So we'll see. Third baseman wise, obviously you have the Matt Chapmans of the world. You have Chris Bryant on the market, but again, KB is one that doesn't look as likely as maybe we would have hoped for right now. But again, it's going to go directly in hand with the value, the contract term. Josh Donaldson is a name that I have seen floated around recently, but Donaldson profile is better as a DH than a third baseman, in my opinion, at this point in his career. He's not terrible defensively, but he's declining every year. What app or program am I using to broadcast my live right now? Oh, what program to do the live is StreamYard. Most people use StreamYard nowadays. Maury, I should be flying over first week of August when we face the Braves. We will definitely meet up, Darren. I'll make sure that we meet up. I will try my absolute best. If we make it, Wardy, you need to throw a party stream. I'll be streaking. I just hope I'm in attendance if the Mets go that far. Twins game, Cueto. I know they're showing interest, but are they actually landing Johnny Cueto? Or are they just showing interest in him? Thoughts on James McCann? It is what it is. I think McCann's going to have a better year than last year. I think most Mets hitters are naturally going to have a better year than last year. But I do not expect him to be anything, otherworldly. I think him and Nito are just going to be doing normal, like what their career norms are. Nothing drastic. But again, it's going to be perfectly fine as long as the Mets offense is deep. And right now it is. And they're not done making moves either. Do I think my Brewers can get Soler and Cruz? No, you're definitely not getting both. You have a solid chance at landing one, though. Absolutely. I can definitely see the Brewers landing Cruz. I think Cruz is probably the most likely between the two. But yeah, almost no shot in hell I see them landing both. Plus, I don't know why they would want that either. Soler can't play defense, so he's a DH. Cruz, we all know Cruz doesn't play defense. DH. What camera do I use? I don't know the name of my camera. I don't know the specific term. It's not a what do you call it? It's not an actual camera. It's just a webcam. You think Mets can get Grandal? No. Nor do I think that they should. No need to go and try to get. Actually, I know Grandal only has 2 years left on his contract. I wouldn't hate it because by time it looks like Francisco Alvarez would be ready. But there's no way that the Mets are going to land any catcher like that right now with the contract that they have with McCann. If they didn't have McCann, that's a different discussion. What do the Rangers do now? I don't know. It's a good question. Very good question. I don't know. They made a very good move today. I really like them picking up Mitch Garver. I thought that was very smart of them. Any news on the Tigers? Nothing significant on the Tigers right now, no. Nothing crazy. I'm wondering, were they connected with Jose Iglesias earlier in the report? I'll have to double check. I know that obviously spent a good amount of time in Detroit, but I don't think they were. I haven't seen much on the Tigers front. Grandal is an effing turtle. He can be a turtle, but you know what? That turtle gets on base. Just as Billy Bean's role played by Brad Pitt would famously say in Moneyball. Most likely starting pitcher Mets trade for? Most likely? I mean, I want to say Molly just because they've actually had talks with him. So I'm gonna say with what we know reportedly. I'm gonna say that. That can all change though. Just because you're showing interest in a guy doesn't mean that you're gonna obviously land him, because the value is definitely something that we're gonna see and weigh. Haven't heard much about Taylor Rogers. So is he really still connected? When I have reportedly connected, that includes both pre and post lockout. So keep that in mind. There has been no linkage between the Mets and Rogers since before the lockout, but I have seen rumblings of the Mets connected with the Twins, especially with J.D. Davis and Josh Donaldson, like at the trade deadline still. Like the trade deadline, I should say. But I'll be surprised if the Mets do anything with the Twins. What am I checking? Bowden, is that what you guys said to check on? Go check on Jim Bowden really quick. Do I think Freeman will sign tonight? No, I don't. I think Freeman signs tomorrow if I'm picking between the days. So as I said that, he's probably signed tonight because you should. My opinion is always, the opposite from what ends up happening. Yeah, I can't believe Virginia Tech beat North Carolina. Yep. I was very happy to see that. I think Duke has a very good chance. So do I. Trade cost for Hader, it'll be a lot. It'll be astronomical. And what's going to matter most about Hader's value is if the Mets are trying to land just him, or if they're trying to land potentially someone else along with him from Milwaukee. Whether that's a pitcher or whether that's a contract eat, that'll all be indicative on his value because him by himself is very expensive. Raul, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. What's my favorite candy? That's tough. I don't know what my favorite candy I've been loving a lot recently is those like Bueno ones. They're kind of like Nutella, but like those, they're kind of square shaped, but they're in a bar. And then when you bite them, they're like flaky and they have like, it's a lighter color. It's not a Nutella color. It's a hazelnut filling though. Those are damn good. I've been liking those a lot. Raul, thank you so much for the dono. Do I see Nate Pearson being part of a J-Ram trade? If Jose Ramirez gets traded to Toronto, I don't see how he isn't a part of that deal. Absolutely. I could definitely see, especially with them adding Kikuchi. He is looking more so like an odd man out, like that could be dealt. Just because it's not like the Twins, not Twins. It's not like the Blue Jays need to bank on someone like him. You know what I mean? Like they're in a position where they're in win now right now. So I'm checking Twitter, folks. Oh, yeah, guys, we've already seen that report about the Yankees are reportedly still in on Freeman. Yeah, that's what Heyman literally just said, 20 minutes ago? Yep, we're aware. There was another name that someone said in the chat, though, and I don't know what the name was. Is there a report I'm missing? If so, please enlighten me, guys. Let me know on the live stream. Kinder Bueno, they are amazing chocolate. Yeah, they are. Absolutely. I'm not talking about the egg. I'm talking about the bar. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. The bar, where they look like little cubes. They almost look like, what you would make an ice tray. I checked on Bowden. There was nothing on Jim Bowden. Yeah, I've been checking, folks. Do Mets have a chance with J-Ram? No. I'm going to go on a limb and say no, they do not. Mets out on Bryant? I'm not going to commit and say they're completely out on Bryant, but I am going to say that they are unlikely to land him. They are not a top destination for Bryant. And again, we'll see what happens with Bryant, but I'm very confident that if they don't land Bryant, it's because of his term of his contract more than anything else. Any way we can get Merrifield? Possible, but he's expensive. And I don't think the Mets are interested in trying to give up significant assets for basically Jeff McNeil again, but older. Because if you're going to get rid of McNeil, why are you then going to go and get Merrifield and give up your prospects that you weren't going to do because you were able to trade McNeil and other assets like JD and Dom instead of doing your prospects for something significant? So, I would love Merrifield. He's the best replacement for McNeil if you trade McNeil, but he's going to cost you so much that it doesn't make any sense from the Mets vision of what they're trying to do, because they don't have the prospect capital to just pony up like that. Let's see. Bryant going to Phillies. I definitely think Phillies have a strong shot at him. Yep. As unfortunate as that is to say. Will Mets or Dodgers have highest payroll? Mets. I'm so down for Molly, so am I. Tommy Pham, the Brewers? Pham feels like a perfect Brewers fit, actually. Really, really good fit for the Brewers, I would say. especially if they wanted to potentially have Hunter Renfroe at DH then. And then you have Pham in the corner. Pham definitely feels like a Milwaukee Brewer type player, but I would love Tommy Pham. I would love Tommy Pham on that. If the Mets are going to add like a depth outfielder that they can like platoon potentially with Cano, I would want Tommy Pham. The issue is they're somewhat similar players, and it's going to be, I'd imagine it'll be a little difficult to figure out at bats because they're both righties. I like Tommy Pham though. I think he's a very solid on base outfielder. Gives it his all every day. The attitude too. I think that's a very stereotypical type of Buck Showalter type player, is what I think you could see with someone like Tommy Pham. I saw Suzuki went to the Angels. I just don't have him on the board. Nothing personal against Kurt Suzuki, but I'm gonna go on a limb and say that isn't to the magnitude of Yusei Kikuchi signing and the Garver trade. So I'm only going to put the big stuff up on the graphic. Okay, finally writing notes columns again. Freeman and Cruz to Dodgers, Chapman to Phillies, challenges for mid-level free agents, interest in Pirates, Reynolds, Trevor Story's complicated free agency. All right, folks, I know a lot of you guys don't have the Athletic. I have an Athletic subscription. Do you guys want me to read the Athletic article? If you do, let me know. I'll read Ken's article to see if there's anything Mets in it. Or if you just want me to skim through it and see if there's like anything in general. Because there's obviously it's all in free agency. The Mets made a great move, but they still need a good pen arm and starting pitcher to be contenders, which is Cohen's goal, it seems. Have to make a move. Yeah, they will definitely make moves. We obviously don't have a time when they're going to do it. But I assure you that whenever it happens, whenever they do things, we will talk about it. We'll be here right away. Appreciate the donation a lot, Ed. Thank you so much. Is Greinke possibility for the Mets? I think he's an unlikelihood for sure. I don't think Greinke wants to be here. We know how Zac Greinke is. Why would he want to be in New York? We've been talking about Zac Gallen. I would love Zac Gallen, but that was just John Heyman. I think it wasn't a report saying that they are connected. Just saying that he's a potential fit along with Molly. But difference is, again, Tyler Molly has been reportedly connected to the Mets. They've had trade discussions. I haven't seen anything with Gallen as of now. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened. Just haven't seen it yet. I'm just telling you guys what I know. Yeah, we'll look at the Athletic article. Give me 1 second, guys. Mets are out on Bryant, right? I don't think they're completely out on KB, but they're not a favorite for him, it would seem. And again, anything can change, anything can happen. We know how the offseason works, everybody. Guys, we're under 500 subs away now from 14K on the channel. That's what we're trying to get, 14K. So really, really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much in advance for all the subscriptions, all the likes, the support. I don't know where we are on the like count, but we're at roughly 100,000 viewers, I should say. So help us get a 500 likes. That'd really be appreciated as well, folks. And thank you so much again in advance, as always. Okay, folks, I'm checking Ken's article now. So bear with me. Going to read Ken Rosenthal's article. I want to know what's his viewpoint on trade and free agency stuff. So give me 1 second. I'm going to skim through it. I'm not going to read it word for word because Ken normally makes long articles too. Yeah, no chance in hell I'm reading this entire thing. Like actually reading it to you guys because I have done that in some articles. Let's see. Matt Chapman, a logical target for Phillies. I don't want Chapman to the Phillies. He'd be perfect for the Phillies because they have a god-awful infield. So, yes, he would make so much sense for the Phillies. But if the Phillies land Chapman, I don't see them landing KB. Mets in talk with Brewers. I know that they've been in connection with Josh Hader from yesterday. Harrison, are you saying this from what we already know? Or are you saying this from... Is there a new report? Is this from the article that I didn't even get to yet? Let me know. Let me know what it is. But okay. Prior to the lockout, the Dodgers showed interest in right-hander Chris Basset. The Braves, if they lose free agent Freddie Freeman, are almost certainly going to go hard after Matt Olson. And the Phillies match up for a number of A's players: Matt Chapman, Ramon Laureano, and reliever Lou Trevino. Yeah. Let's see. Mets and Chocolate Brewers. I know, but I'm saying from where? That's what I'm asking you guys. Is it from the article? And did I just not get to it yet, or was it tweeted? So I expect a signing today. I expect something today. Mets confirmed below average team. It's okay to be casual, Brian. Happens to the best of us. Let's see. Yeah, where? Again, is it from the art? Again, we know that the Mets have been connected to Hader from yesterday. Yesterday, my fault. Okay, Harrison, stop the caps. It's okay. It's okay. We know the Hader front. If you guys have been following along, you know the Mets have shown interest in Hader. That was from yesterday and the day prior, however. Mark Feinsand tweet. I'll look at Mark's tweet, then we'll get more so into the article here. Again, it's going to take me like years to try to read this article to you guys. Oh, Astros officially announced their signing of Justin Verlander because they weren't able to get it like finalized pre-lockout. Okay. Chapman, who was under control for 2 more seasons, would be the biggest prize of that group. Well, no shit, because Alec Boehm, potato, and his struggles. Okay. Not a surprise if that were to happen. Pirates outfielder Brian Reynolds is drawing trade interest from the Padres as well as the Marlins. It's okay, Harrison. But the chances he actually will be moved remain slim. The Pirates should not trade Reynolds, in my opinion. They finally are starting to build a core, but knowing the Pirates, who the hell knows, right? They are as incompetent as one can be. But yeah, the Padres and the Marlins are in the market for Brian Reynolds. They have been pursuing him per Ken Rosenthal in his article. For the Padres' interest, the asking price almost certainly would include infielder CJ Abrams, because Abrams broke his leg in July, missed the rest of the regular season, then bruised his left shoulder in Instructional League and missed the Arizona Fall League. He resumed full baseball activity in January and could reach the majors this summer. Free agent left-hander Danny Duffy underwent surgery to repair his left flexor tendon before the lockout, but he's expected to return this season. Danny Duffy has been a sneaky idea for someone like the Mets as a depth lefty, but again, another surgery that he dealt with. If the Mets can avoid him, I would say do it, just because he's been dealing with a lot of health uncertainties. Mets don't need that. The addition of that array. Okay. Story 29 is coming off a season in which he regressed offensively and at times struggled with his throwing. He must decide whether to pursue a long-term deal or a shorter one, and whether to consider offers at positions other than shortstop. His preference is to remain at short. Story is a very fascinating idea, because if he looks to land on a short-term deal, I 1000% expect the Mets to jump on that market. The Mets really wanted Story at the trade deadline, but the Rockies said, no, we're not going to trade him. So then they pivoted and landed Javi Baez. And I would like Story, if you're going to get rid of Jeff McNeil, Story's one of the best replacements out there for second base. I don't want him at third. There are concerns with his elbow. Last thing I need is this guy to get Tommy John because he's making crazy throws at third rather than be comfortable at second. So Story, again, I think the Red Sox have a solid chance from what we've seen in recent reports. I think the Astros are a perfect place if in fact we see that they are going to lose Carlos Correa, which again still feels pretty inevitable. And he's from Texas too. So again, I don't think the Mets have a great chance at Story, but if he goes on a short-term deal, he's definitely in the mix. Absolutely. Mets will jump on anyone that is on a short-term deal. If you can pick one player this offseason that the Mets can realistically get, who would it be? Thank you so much for the donation, Thomas. I appreciate that. One realistic player that the Mets can get, who would it be? I would probably say one of Andrew Chafin or Colin McHugh. I think the Mets certainly land one of those guys because they're free agents more than anything. Josh Hader, I would love Josh Hader. The Mets are in the mix for him. But what you have to give up to land Josh Hader, though, is so significant. Are the Mets really going to be willing to do something like that via trade for a reliever? I think they're going to be naturally more inclined to land relievers on the free agent market. But again, anything can happen. But in my opinion, I definitely think one of Andrew Chafin or Colin McHugh will be a New York Met by the time the season starts. And if not, then I just hope the reason is that the Mets still made solid moves elsewhere or even potentially landed Hader. Does this Mets offense concern me? Does it concern me? No, it does not. But do I think that the Mets can most definitely benefit from another piece at least with a depth move? Yes. And the Mets will make more moves offensively. We just need to be prepared that they're not going to land Carlos Correa, that they're not going to land Nick Castellanos, that they're not going to land Freddie Freeman, that they're not going to land. More than likely, Chris Bryant is not someone the Mets are going to land at this point in time. Again, because of the term of the contract. Kyle Schwarber might be a little bit of a push too. It's very hard to read what the Mets will do offensively, mainly because from what we know right now, the Mets are all in on the pitching front. Pitching is their priority, as it should be. The Mets have more holes on their pitching than they do offensively. So I expect them to prioritize pitching, which is what they're doing right now. And then when that is settled for the most part, they will continue to address the offense. But yeah, I definitely think pitching is 1000% what they address first. You know, and I again, who knows? I can of course be wrong, but that's my opinion because of what we've seen. All reports have indicated that the Mets have been far more ingrained pitching wise than they have offensively to start. What about Amir Garrett? I don't think the Mets want Amir Garrett. I honestly don't think the Mets want anything to do with an Amir Garrett type, to be honest with you. And again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I will bring Amir Garrett in with open arms, but I just don't see it happening. I think if they do a trade with the Reds, Amir Garrett will not be a part of it. Mets copying. Imagine comparing the Jets to the Mets as if the Mets haven't had the best offseason out of all teams in baseball so far, besides the Texas Rangers. But the Rangers did stuff that the Mets were never going to do. So, like, respectfully in their own right. Worry Chapman or Bryant. Bryant, I would love Bryant on a 3-year deal. I would. I would be more inclined with that than Chapman potentially, just because of the fact that you can be versatile with Bryant. Is Lucchesi healthy? No. He's still rehabbing from Tommy John. He will not be ready for the season. Do I think Molly or Sonny Gray will betray the Mets? I will say Sonny Gray will be cheaper than Tyler Mahle more than likely, but we know that the Mets are in on Tyler Mahle. So I'm going to pick the guy that we know reportedly the Mets are in on. And to be quite honest with you, I hope the Mets get Mahle between the two. Sonny Gray would be great middle rotation starter too, but Mahle has far more upside. Gray has already hit his peak in his career. We have not seen that with Tyler yet. That's what's so exciting about someone like him. Nasty, very strong fastball. That's where he gets his punch outs. Wipeout slider. Really nice split finger. Just a nice 1-2-3 mix you get from Mahle. But I really think he'd be great. And I was preaching this in yesterday's live stream, guys. I'll say it again. Tyler Mahle on the road last year. This was his breakout year last year at a 3.7 plus ERA and 180 innings pitched. At home in just under 80 innings, Mahle in a hitter's park, let's not forget Cincinnati is known for being a hitter's park, had a 5.6 ERA. On the road, in over 100 innings pitched, Mahle had a 2.3 ERA. Sign me the hell up. What is Citi Field? It's a pitcher's park. You'd have to imagine that would be fantastic. Has 2 years left on his contract. Young, controllable. Exactly what the Mets need, in my opinion. Exactly. You get Mahle, your rotation is golden. Like, that is perfect. Because then if you want to add another depth piece, like to battle for the rotation in the back half, you can. But Mahle will solidify your 1-2-3, and that's more than enough. When you have those three, you do not need to worry too much about your 4 and 5. And the Mets have a plethora of options, guys that will be, I think, perfectly fine as a 4 and a 5. Taijuan Walker, Cookie Carrasco. Then you have Tyler McGill, David Pearson battling things out. You have Jordan Yamamoto just saying, hey, I'm here for depth. And you got some other guys. So as long as they do that, I'll be happy. Do I think we part with more prospects, knowing that we have plenty picks in the upcoming draft? You would imagine, but I don't think the Mets will. I think the Mets will part with prospects more so at the trade deadline, if anything, than now. Because the Mets will have already made their draft picks by the time the trade deadline comes along, and we're halfway through the season. So they can realize what they need, and they can find out what teams are sellers, and there's always going to be good players available. And I think they will be far more interested in partying with some young talent then versus now. What do I think about DH and shirt rules? I hate the jerseys. I do not want to see I'm disgusted at the idea of having ads on jerseys. I like baseball. I like the originality of it where you don't have ads. I do not like that at all. I'm sorry. DH I love. I'm a younger fan. I want both leagues to be even the same. I've always hated the fact that you can have players extend their careers longevity wise by staying in the AL, where if they were in the NL, they know that they'd have to retire if they were a good hitter but couldn't defend still. I hate the fact that you have to play in the championship game in the World Series and you have different rules. I don't like that. I really, really don't like that. I know that there's fans that do. I know that there's fans, especially if you're more seasoned fans than I am, that like things separate, that like how the leagues are completely separate in that sense. I've never been a fan of it. I've always wanted DH to be balanced. If you have things balanced, that gives guys more opportunities to have jobs. It gives each team to have a deeper offensive lineup and less chance of players getting hurt pitching-wise. Jacob deGrom got hurt numerous times last season in the first half of the year, and every single time he got injured, it was from swinging the bat. He said it himself. I don't need the best pitcher in baseball getting hurt by swinging the effing bat, even if he swings it well. Love that. But you know what I love even more? I love seeing him being the best pitcher in baseball and dominate. I don't need to see him have a 300-plus average. It's fun, but it's not enough to warrant justifying not having a DH, in my opinion. Okay, with Rodon and Kikuchi off the board, the Mets will likely have to go. I saw this report already. This is from a couple hours ago from Pat Ragazzo. Yeah, I'm aware. Just all the guys that we expect that are available pitching-wise. And don't mind me, folks. I'm just checking. Do I see the Mets landing Kenley Jansen? No, I do not. Red Sox are talking to Jansen. Makes more sense. I mean, Matt Barnes had a good year for them last year. I know they struggled a bit in the second half right after the All-Star game. But, yeah, I don't see the Mets landing Jansen. Yeah, just checking reports, folks. If you see anything, please let me know. If you see any new reports, let me know. Do I see us getting Zac Gallen? No, I don't see us getting Zac Gallen, but I hope that the Mets at least, see what's up with him if they haven't already. I think the A's and the Reds are the teams that are going to be most likely that the Mets trade with. One of those two. What's my take on the second base predicament? If the Mets trade Jeff McNeil, it goes beyond his performance. We know the attitude issues he's had, but clearly there's more there. If the Mets felt overwhelmingly confident with Jeff McNeil, he would be nowhere close in consideration to be dealt. So to answer that, I really just hope that if they do trade him, that Robinson Cano is not I will lose my mind a little bit if the Robinson Cano is a replacement. I don't think it's going to be. I'm pretty comfortable saying that, but that's kind of my take. Look, if Jeff McNeil is a Mets starting second baseman, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. I think that guy's going to hit for 300 again this year. I feel confident. I think he's going to hit between 280 and 300. He has it in him. Everything that could have went wrong for him last year, not just attitude-wise, but also poor Hain approach that he was getting terrible intel. Mets went from having no analytics involved with Chili Davis to too much analytics. They didn't have a balance. Now they have it with Eric Chavez. And also Jeff McNeil is someone that gets in his head easily and really struggled from his injury. So keep that in mind. The hamstring injury was a huge problem for him last year. Same thing with Michael Conforto. Same thing with J.D. Davis in his hand. Same thing with Dom Smith in his hand. Everyone that struggled last year also faced injuries. So there is a connection there. Not saying it justifies all their struggles, but there definitely is a connection. Can McNeil play third base? Not to the degree that would warrant him being starting third base for the Mets. No chance. If he's going to be on the Mets still, it's going to be at second base. And let's not forget, just a season ago, Jeff McNeil was viewed as arguably the best second baseman in baseball, along with DJ LeMahieu. Both of them this past year had down offensive years. And defensively a little bit. Do I think we get a pitcher today? I think that there's definitely potential the Mets land a pitcher today. I said when I woke up today, my prediction today is that the Mets will land at least one reliever today, and they will continue trade discussions for a starter. So, at the very least, they land a reliever today. That's my prediction. I'm also the same person that thought the Mets would make a move the past 2 days. So, again, you're asking for my opinion. I give it to you. Do not take it to heart. It's just my opinion. You think Freeman signed? Wouldn't surprise me too much. I'm pretty sure Kikuchi signed with the Blue Jays yesterday, like midday, and they just had to get everything finalized, like medical and everything, his physical. So yeah, I think there's a lot of signings in place. They got to get those physicals in. This stuff does take a little bit of time. Any chance the Mets are in on Freeman? I can definitely see the Mets just poking their head in, but nothing more than that. Do I think keeping Baez would have been the better move for the turn? I mean, I think that contract wouldn't have been too much of a problem for the Mets, but clearly they had other ideas. And Baez seemed to clearly also want not just a long-term deal, but a deal that had an opt-out after 2 years. That was the X factor for him, it would seem, because the Mets were willing to go on a multi-year deal for him, just not 6 with an opt-out after 2. So, because unless he's really happy in Detroit, as long as Baez continues to play the way we know he can, he's probably going to be in a good market in 2 years, better than what was a flooded shortstop/infield market this offseason. So he'll be 31 by the time that the opt-out kicks in. I could see him opting out. What's up, Pete? What's up, everybody? Shout out everybody in the chat, guys. Appreciate all you guys chiming in as we're following live with the New York Mets and the MLB as a whole with all the moves that have been had. So I think Baez will be booed. By the fans that are still upset with him for the thumbs down, yes. But I think you will see him cheered too. I don't have any ill will with Javi Baez. He was fantastic as a player when he was with the Mets. And that's all. Performance-wise, that's what matters to me. And he definitely performed. Any word on Hader or Chafin? Not since yesterday. We just know that the Mets, as of yesterday, have shown interest in both of them. You could take anyone from free agency. Who would I take? If I could take anyone from free agency, again, it's so hard to answer those questions because it all depends on exactly what the contract's looking like. But if I could take things exactly how I would want them, I would take Chris Bryant on a 2-3 year deal. But there's no shot in hell that's happening. Make a deal for Montas. I would love Montas, but he's going to cost a lot. That's the thing. He's expensive. Xander Bogaerts could miss first series of the season. Oh, is he dealing with an injury? Who's in on Story? Numerous teams are in on Story, and there was a lot of rumblings as of yesterday with the Red Sox regarding him. Do I think that this ownership seems to have less leaks, or do I find it less exciting with less rumors? The leaks thing is hard to garner because it depends on, like, I think people go out of their way to try to find leaks, not just for the Mets, but ever since we got under Steve Cohen. Everyone's trying to find out every single little detail. We saw every little detail about the coaching status and hiring people. Same thing with, president baseball operations, GM, when it never needed to be that significant. Normally, reporting isn't like that for those type of searches, but it was amplified because it's the Steve Cohen Mets. So I think that right now they're doing a good job, however, of keeping things more in-house because the Mets are active. I said this earlier. There was zero reporting on the Mets signing Escobar or Cano until they just signed with the Mets pre-lockout. It happened out of nowhere. No one really expected it. It just happened out of nowhere. There was no prior reporting. Starling Marte, there was reporting on because of how hot his market was, because the Phillies were heavily in on him, as were the Mets and other teams, and thankfully the Mets won those sweepstakes, and I can't wait to see Marte with it. It's going to be so effing weird to see this Mets team together, guys, because it's going to be so different in such a short period of time. It's going to take me a while to really grasp how different of a team this is, along with obviously the remaining moves that they make. Philly just opened a roster spot up. What happened? Did the Phillies just do something? Someone enlighten me on the situation. The Phillies are definitely going to make moves. There's no denying that. So I see Cruz back in Minnesota? No. I know he loved the Twins, though. I know that much. Yeah, I haven't seen anything on the Phillies opening up a roster spot, even though obviously they're fully expected to make moves. Phillies just open a roster spot. Can someone just tell me where you saw that? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking, guys. Or AL now. Or the injury list? Oh, okay. Roman Quinn sent to minors. Oh, Roman Quinn signed with Marlins. Oh, I mean, I don't think Quinn was coming back. Roman Quinn can't do anything but run. He plays everywhere, but he cannot hit a lick. All he can do is run. Like, okay. My buddy Jonah, who might be watching this, he's happy about that because he was very frustrated with Roman Quinn as a Phillies fan. Any news on DeGrom? He will be in spring training tomorrow. If the Brewers get Olson, I'm going to lose it. If Olson is going to get traded, I hope he goes to the Brewers because that means he won't go to the Braves. Check Philly's Twitter. Yeah, you're talking about Roman Quinn. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, they put someone on the 60-day IL, the Phillies. Okay. Again, the Phillies are going to make moves. I will honestly be surprised if the Phillies do not land one of Chris Bryant or Kyle Schwarber. Let me expand that. I will be surprised if the Mets do not land one of three players. Kyle Schwarber, Chris Bryant, Jorge Soler. Soler doesn't help them defensively, and they need help defensively. But still, bat-wise, I see them... Oh my God. Let me add four. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking more players as I'm talking. Jorge Soler, Chris Bryant, Kyle Schwarber, Michael Conforto. Michael's the one I hope doesn't happen because I love Michael Conforto. I will lose my mind. Same way I'm still losing my mind that Zach Wheeler's a Philly, even though he's been there for 2 years now. Those four. If the Phillies do not land any of them, that'll be the biggest surprise on the Philly front. I feel they're destined to land one of those guys. They literally have to, right? Cruz will arrive in New York. Again, I'm not against Boomstick at all. Again, he's been the talk of the town today, batter-wise, other than Freeman. He's had a hot market. So has Jorge Soler. But yeah, no. When it comes to significant bats that the Mets have, at least we've seen rumblings of as of today. significant bats again is, yes, Nelson Cruz. I think he goes to Milwaukee, though. So I think the Mets land Cruz or Correa. Correa, no chance. Cruz, there's possibility. Rizzo could be a good fit for Milwaukee. It'd be weird, though, to see him there. Mark Canha, Red Sox. If Mark Canha was a free agent, I'd agree with you. The Giants are not bringing KB back. Yeah, no chance. Trade for Molly, sign Schwarber, Chafin 2, call it a day. Yeah, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. And guys, I apologize. I know you're probably seeing me do this a lot, and my allergies have been acting up all day, so I apologize. It's been acting up every day. Literally, I was in 70-degree weather the other day. Now it's like ice storm by me, probably for you guys too. A lot of you guys on the East Coast going through the motions right now. Jorge Soler, Twins, as a Nelson Cruz replacement potentially, but at the same time, wouldn't you think that they would maybe want a little bit, more defensively, like guys that aren't just strictly DH? Jorge ain't giving you much defense in the outfield, and they don't like Max Kepler isn't known for his defense in the corner. I don't know. They got Byron Buxton, of course, who I would argue is the best outfielder in the game, defensively and offensively. I think he's gonna be MVP candidate this year as long as he stays healthy. That's been the case for him for a couple years now. But Soler could be a fit as a Cruz replacement. I would be a little surprised by it, but nothing drastic. Heard Molly for JD, Robert Dominguez, and another prospect. If there's truth to it, the Mets have to do it. I agree. If there is truth to that, the Mets should absolutely pounce. That's a steal. I don't think that's truthful, though. I don't know where you're hearing that from. Castellanos isn't happening because he has a draft pick tied to him. He's not happening for the Mets, I should say. I don't know where Castellanos is going to go, though. That's a good question. I know that Derek Jeter really wanted him pre-lockout, and Jeter's no longer with the Marlins because they won't spend, apparently. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, free agency, naturally, we see more moves later in the day. Absolutely. Castellanos to San Diego? Hope not. Just because I don't need them to get better than what they already are. I don't think that they would take on a contract like Castellanos, though. Especially with what they're dealing with Hosmer as is. And, of course, Tatis and Machado. Jason, the Mets are involved. They just haven't signed anyone yet, reportedly. But they're involved. No one should be thinking that the Mets aren't doing stuff. They are. They're just not done with. They just haven't finalized something yet. That's all. When is the deadline? There isn't a deadline. There is not a deadline. You think Steve is afraid to go over the luxury tax? No. I don't think there's any reason to believe that. Story to St. Louis. That's an interesting one. Haven't thought about that much. Short term, I could definitely see them wanting Story. Him to reunite with Arenado too. I think that becomes more of a reality, though, if they somehow trade DeYoung. Which I wouldn't be against them trading DeYoung because he's a Mets killer. But spring training games next week. I know, it's so exciting. So I can't wait to watch them. Normally, I'm not that excited for spring training, but I'm very excited. Will DeGrom be able to repeat his success from last year? All comes down to his health. There's no denying the talent the man has. It's just his health. What's the latest? Just got here. The latest is everything that you're seeing on the graphic, and then we've been talking about a lot too. If you want to go back a little bit in the live stream, I'd say do that too, because we're touching on everything as it's happening. Cruz to Milwaukee, I think there's a very good possibility that happens. Well, if we get Donaldson, he would be a great DH. I agree with you. It's just a matter of why would the Mets do that to take on that contract? You know, was it to get Taylor Rogers too, and then not to give up too much? Are the Twins willing to do that? Are the Twins that desperate to get rid of that contract? There's reasons to believe it's potential, but you know, Twins are a hard team. They're a very hard team to try to weigh, being smaller market, and they were able to lock up Buxton on what I thought was a great deal for both sides. That'll probably benefit the Twins more in the end for sure. So Cruz to San Diego, he's a possibility for San Diego for sure. I would love Hader. Yep, Hader's the talk of the town from what we saw reported yesterday. Jays were going after Molly before the lockout, Raul. Was that just reported, or did you know that? Because I know the Jays were chiming in on Reds pitchers, but thankfully that isn't going to happen now because they got Yusei Kikuchi with the depth they have. I don't see that happening now. So good to know. Thank you so much for the donut, Raul. I appreciate that. Who's next up for second base? Would I give Vientos a look or Mauricio later this year? McNeil trade? No. Neither of those will be playing second base for the Mets this season. If the Mets trade McNeil, they're going to, one, have Cano at second, but I really don't think there's a great likelihood. I think the Mets will have either Eduardo Escobar at second base and they acquire someone for third base, or vice versa. Keep Escobar at third and acquire someone to play second. In the scenario that they lose McNeil. Where do I think Freeman's playing next year? It's hard to think it won't be the Dodgers right now. Dodgers are interested in Nelson Cruz. They're interested in everyone. They're always going to be interested in everyone. Of course they will. As will the Mets. That's how it works. They had Pujols last year. You know, Cruz would definitely be, you know, that Pujols replacement. But now with the DH. So yeah, I'm not surprised. I don't see Cruz going to the Dodgers though. Brooklyn guy, Vinny Bracco, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Hype in the chat for Vin with the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Cruz is 1,000% an upgrade over Pujols. Got tickets for the second game of the homestand. Awesome. Have a great time, my friend. KB, yeah, KB again. Mariners, Blue Jays, Phillies. Think Epler checked in on everyone? Yes. I think he's been actively doing that. How do the Dodgers have money every year? Because they have an owner that's willing to spend. It's not that every owner has money. Every owner has money. Just a matter on how willing to spend you are. And that's what separates a lot of these owners from the rest. Not a lot. I'd say a select few, actually. Going to the DeGrom game on the 18th. Love to see that. I have seats for opening day. Sick. Yeah, I saw Mariners submit an offer for KB. Or at least that they've shown heavy interest in him. So I think Billy Beane would be willing to discuss Trey Montas and Chapman to the Mets if the price is right. Well, here's the thing, Peter. Billy isn't the one making that move anymore. Billy is not the GM. It's David Forst. Forst is the one that you have to be concerned with regarding trades for the most part for the A's. Billy will have input, but Billy, I think you could compare him to like Sandy Alderson for the Mets. They're in the corner. They don't have. David Forst is the one that's making all those moves. And Billy has never been happy about having to get rid of talent because of the fact that they can't afford him. If they just had a competent payroll, they would not be getting rid of anyone. Brian Reynolds, the Padres. I did see that rumor we just talked about in Ken Rosenthal's article. Yep. Molly and Cess. to the Mets or Weaver and Gallen. Oh, and Sessa. Okay, I get what you're saying. Or Weaver and Gallen. I would be more than content with either one. No need, don't spam Merlinful though. That's all I ask. What's up, Ghostway? Hope you're doing well. Shout out to everybody in the live stream, guys. I want to check the poll right now real quick before we go further. We're getting close to 500 likes in the stream, guys. Continue smashing that like and subscribe on. Always appreciated. And again, thank you all so much for the continued support, folks. Really, really do appreciate that. All right, folks. Let's see. 55% of you guys think that the Mets will make at least one move today. So, you know, a lot of you guys are starting to learn, at least from the first 2 days of following along in free agency. All right. So, yeah, out of what? Over 1,300 votes, 55% of you guys think the Mets will make a move today to the 45% that think that they won't. Okay. Mets are in serious talks with the Reds. I know that they've been after Molly. I haven't seen further reports today regarding that, however. What has been reported today regarding the Mets that we know? That they are one of multiple teams that have been in talks for Jose Iglesias, the infielder that would be a bench bat for the Mets. And they are a potential fit for Nelson Cruz, as a plethora of NL teams have been going after Nelson Cruz, with his market heating up drastically today, as Cruz is expected to have a decision by tomorrow, reportedly. Jesse, thank you so much for the kind words. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Panic. If anyone has further reporting on the Mets and Reds, by all means, we'll deep dive it. But we haven't seen anything new today. Think they'll stop at just one of the stars they're after, or get two of them. I think the Mets are going to land. If the Mets can land a number 3 starter, I think they land a number 3 starter, and that's it. Obviously, there's potential that they still add another depth starter, but I think the best way I see them landing 2 starters is if they don't land a big one, like a number 3. Say they land 2 depth guys, I could see that, but I would definitely say that one is definitely certain. That's going to happen. And bullpen-wise, I see them adding multiple relievers. Yoshima, thank you for the new membership, my friend. You've been a member and a great supporter on the channel for a very long time, so I appreciate that. Hi in the chat for Yoshima. Let's see. Or Yoshima. I probably have been saying your name wrong this entire time. I apologize. I'm worried. Could we do a 5-year deal? I don't know. I think it's unlikely for Brian. I do. It's impossible, yes, but it just feels unlikely right now. But again, anything can happen. Reporting changes like that, and snap of a finger. Yeah, I know that Villar and the Blue Jays are intensifying. Yep, I saw that report by Hector Gomez. How do you become a member, Steven? If you go on my channel, there should be a member button that you can click and check out if you'd like to become a member. I will say, though, with memberships, the perks, and I'll be updating them for the season, but you'll be getting emojis and stuff like that. And you guys will always get shout outs. There hasn't been any content beyond that right now. And I'm not sure exactly when there's going to be. So just keep that in mind. Memberships are more so of just a way to show, your commitment to the channel, and obviously get small perks. Nothing drastic, however. And that may change throughout the season, of course, but it really does vary. But yes, I appreciate every single one of my members. It really does mean a lot to me. I do need to update the emojis, though. I need to get new, player emojis in there for sure. And Heyman just tweeted. Let's check out Heyman's tweet. All right, here we go. Steve Cohen's .72 is about to redeem $750 million from Melvin Capital. Are you serious? This man's going to get even richer. Padres are one of many teams in on DH Nelson Cruz, who's expected to decide this weekend. It's mostly NL teams who need a DH now, and that are going after Cruz. Padres' AJ Preller has a connection from Texas, where Cruz became a star. Interesting. Cruz could definitely be a good fit with the Padres. It doesn't help the Mets. It doesn't help the Mets with Boomstick being in the NL, but not with us. But again, I can definitely live with it if he ends up going to the Padres. He'll be entertaining there for sure. I know he would be entertaining for the Mets too. But again, they may prioritize a lefty bat more than a righty bat, which seems like we're going down that route. What's up, Garcia? How's it going? Shout out everybody in the live stream too. So yeah, latest report again is that we know that multiple teams are in a large portion of the NL in on Nelson Cruz, but the Padres are the latest one reported by John Heyman. You don't think the Mets are doing anything until Monday? Who knows? I mean, the Mondays actually have been the issue. I remember last offseason, the Mets only did moves like Monday mornings. There was a trend. There was an actual trend for a bit. I remember last offseason. That's what the Mets were doing constantly. Again, who knows? Who knows? They may do something today, may do something tomorrow, they may do something the next day, they may do something for multiple days. That's the beauty about the offseason. You just don't know until you know. Do I think Brewers can get Olson? Do I think that there's potential? Yes. How willing would they be, though? I don't know. To go all in for Olson. I know that they're a suitor for sure, but you'd have to imagine the Braves are just going to be relentless on trying to land him should they lose Freddie. I like the idea of Greinke. Greinke would be a very solid depth starter, but I don't see why Greinke would want to come here. Greinke feels like a better spot for the Braves if he's going to come in the NL, in my opinion. You don't think we do anything this weekend, says John? I think they're going to look at what they have in spring training and get small pieces. Okay. Chaos, thank you so much for the kind words. I know you've been in the live streams all weekend, so I appreciate that. I think Kershaw is going to finish his career in LA. It's definitely possible. I mean, he's a legend there. It'd be hard to see him not to, right? You have a feeling Mets fans are going to throw a fit when their division rivals sign big names over the next few days? Even when there's every reason in the world as to why Mets didn't land certain players, everyone is naturally going to overreact. It is what it is. Literally, it is what it is. Mike, appreciate the $2 donation. How's it going, my man? No moves yet. Are you worried? No. No one should be worried with anything if you're a Mets fan. If you're worried 48 hours in a free agency, there's a problem. And you're the same exact fans that pre-lockout were worried every second that the Mets weren't doing anything either. So no, I would not be worried in the slightest right now. The main reason why I'm not worried is because all the big names that the Mets have been connected to over the past few days are all guys that make perfect sense for the Mets. All guys that will make this team a lot better. All guys that fit what the Mets are trying to do. I'm all in. I'm so in on Tyler Mahle. I'm so in on Hader. I'm so in on Chafin. I'm so in on Colin McHugh. I'm perfectly fine with Weaver as a depth option. Perfectly fine with Jose Iglesias off the bench. There isn't one report that I've seen that's made me I'm upset that they're going after or connected to this guy. There hasn't been one. I'm worried that they're going to half-ass it. Again, John, I wouldn't be worried. They're going to be smart. Let's keep that in mind. Got Scherzer and DeGrom. Now you need to go for it. It's now or never. I agree. They are going for it, but you have to realize that going for it might not be what you think it is. And I think it's important. You know what I mean? Just because you don't land maybe that amazing bat, the best bat in the market, doesn't mean you're not going for it. Context is so important with everything, guys. I know it's easy to look over it when you just want every player in the world. Don't get me wrong. I act irrational, like jokingly all the time, and I get my hopes up plenty. But if we're being realists here, Mets are going to make plenty moves. We'll see exactly to what extent they are. But everything that's been reported is a good sign. Tacoma, I'll check Tacoma. Do I think the Mets will extend Nimmo? No, I do not. I just hope that they keep him. That's what I hope for. Meaning that they sign him once he's a free agent. Nemo's one of the best on-base players in all baseball. I know he has his health concerns, but especially if we play him in the corner, that'll be great for him too. Yes, I 1000% hope that the Mets keep Nimmo long term, but I don't expect him to do an extension because he's a Scott Boras client. It's difficult for those things to happen. Oh, that's what you guys are talking about in the Dacomo. Yeah, we know. I know Nimmo wants to be here. I saw the videos earlier today. My apologies, I didn't even talk about it in the live stream because we've been so focused on the free agent and trade front, we really haven't even gotten a chance to appreciate spring training. I think that's going to be the case for a bit, even once spring training games happen, because I feel damn confident saying that the Mets are going to be active still. Mets are going to make moves even after spring training games begin. They're not going to make every move in the next couple days. I highly doubt that they will get everything done that quickly. Definitely want Scherzer. Jesse, Scherzer's, pardon me, not Scherzer. Kershaw signed back with the Dodgers yesterday, Jesse, in case you're not aware. 1-year deal, $14 million. With incentives upwards of 17, I think. No comment other than to show my support. God bless, Peter. Thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate that. You're a beauty. Hyping the chat for Peter. Great supporter and great friend on the channel. Thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate the kind words. McHugh, Chafin, Tapera for the bullpen. I don't see the Mets unloading that much money. I think the Mets land at least one of those three. 2 would be awesome. But I think the Mets are also going to make bullpen moves that'll also be lower key, meaning that they won't be top. I think they'll land at least one of those top names, but they will also make strategic, more analytically driven moves that are maybe guys that you didn't hear of much, but have always had good numbers because relievers come and go so easily. It is far easier to build your bullpen with guys that you wouldn't even heard of, and they come out of nowhere. That's how they blossom every year, versus building it with all these people that we've known that maybe are coming off of career years. Because 1, they're going to get the biggest payday of their career, probably. 2, there's always concern with committing multiple years to relievers. So I definitely expect the Mets to land one of those 3, but all 3 beyond doubtful. Because you got to realize, many teams, just like the Mets, are looking for the exact same kind of relievers, and there will be teams that are willing to overpay or go that extra year or 2 because they want to make sure that they lock them up. Are the Red Sox actually going after Kenley Jansen? I haven't seen reports to confirm it, but I could definitely see them being involved in Kenley Jansen. KB is now a Met, says Prince Menace. Can I tell Timothy Firth to back off? I don't know. I haven't seen any comments from Tim. So I can't. I'm sorry. I don't know who you're talking about. $30 likes away from 500 in the live stream, folks. Keep smashing that like and subscribe. And like I said, we're what, 400 plus subs now away from 14K on the channel. If we hit it this weekend, that would really, really mean a lot. Again, all you new guys on the channel, thank you guys all so much for the support. Hope you guys have been enjoying the live streams. Really do appreciate that. So I like Giraffe Neck Mark. I love Mark. He's a good friend of mine. Yes. Love all baseball content creators. How realistic is the Mets getting Joe Kelly? It's decent. It's decent. I don't think the Mets are a front runner for Kelly, though. I don't think the Mets are a front runner for any of those Dodger relievers. Do I think there will be any more deals tonight? Absolutely. Yep. I think this is the calm before the storm today. Not necessarily saying for the Mets, but just as a whole, I expect moves to happen today. I do. If we get nothing besides Yusei Kikuchi today, man, that's gonna be a bummer. But it's gonna be a bummer if that happens. And it's Saturday. We got it. This could be a very long day. It's 5 p.m. Eastern time, East Coast. It's very early West Coast. It's a very good chance that there's gonna be a lot happening, but later into the night. We're basically like, I would say we're like just in the start of things right now. McHugh or Chafin? For the lefty aspect, Chafin, but I would love both. I would absolutely love both. But if you're trying to prioritize a lefty, then obviously you get Chafin. McHugh though has potentially more upside because you can. I mean, Chafin did eat a lot of innings last year, so it's tough. It really is tough. But McHugh had a great year. He had a 1.5 ERA last year. Advanced numbers look very strong too. It's disgusting. Look at his baseball savant numbers. So was Chafin. They're both studs. And for those wondering, I'm just checking Twitter right now. Is it too early to talk to David Stearns? Yes. Brady, appreciate the kind words. Thank you for chiming in. Was letting Loop and Baez walk a mistake? No, I don't think it was. You just need to make sure that you make the proper additions. Baez not so much because we can be perfectly fine with McNeil at second. Baez was just like a privilege to have, if that made sense. You know, it was a luxury type thing. Not so much priority. Loop, however, you just need to make sure you replace. As long as you replace Loop, you're cooking. Loop signed a fantastic contract for himself, but the likelihood of Loop being what he was again this year is so slim, guys. He had an anomaly of a year. Thrive with the Mets. That's awesome. If Loop has another, sub one, just over 1 ERA next season, then you can make the arguments. But I feel pretty confident saying that isn't going to happen. Love him though. Love Aaron Loop. I will be rooting for him in LA. No ill will against him whatsoever. But yeah. Check Alex Coffee on Twitter. Okay. Per source, A's won't agree to trade Matt Chapman to the Phillies unless returning package includes someone at the top of the Phillies farm system. Painter, Abel, Stott, etc. Source says that thus far, Phillies have been reluctant to deal those guys. Not surprised. This is what I will say, though. The Mets obviously would be reluctant to part with a top prospect, but I can see a world where if the Mets would land Chapman, it would be because they are more willing to part ways with the Ronnie Mauricio versus the Phillies being more willing to part ways with one of their top prospects. Because again, the Mets just don't have a future for Ronnie. They really don't unless you try to make him work in a different position. You already have third base on lock with top prospects. Second base, you could toy him there. But again, if the Mets are going to trade any top prospect, I'd imagine it'd be Mauricio. And it's good. I'm happy that the Phillies are reluctant right now. I hope Chapman doesn't go to Philly. I don't need that in my life. I don't need the Phillies to make moves that I've been wanting the Mets to make. Let me put it that way. Darren, thank you so much for the donation, my friend. Let's see. It's 10 p.m. for me. I know it's crazy how late it's crazy how different time zones. I hate time zones. It's so stupid. Obviously it's a thing. I get it. It's just so weird. I won't be going to bed. Well, I hope you have a great night. Get comfortable. Obviously, Darren, if we're getting fairly late though, it doesn't look like anything's happening. Feel free to take a nap or something. Set an alarm or something. You know what I mean? Make your notifications like really buzz. I don't know. I just don't want you to stay up all night for no reason. If nothing happens. Hold on, folks. I'm just reading reports right now. I'll be checking out your comments in just 1 second. Hold on, folks. Okay. Let's see. Unless McNeil's trade, I don't see the need to acquire Chapman unless he's part of a blockbuster trade yielding Montas or any of those pitchers, any of those three. I think. Yeah, I agree. I don't see the Mets doing a trade regarding Chapman unless they land one of those pitchers. I agree in that sense. How long am I going tonight? Probably very long. What do I look up on Twitter? Please, I can't find it. We'll just look up all the reporters. On Twitter, you can make a list. You can make a list of like just specific people. You can type it. You can label it. MLB reporters. Put all the reporters in there. Everyone. All of them, and that makes it easier to find them. I have sources. Dodgers in agreement with Jock Peterson. We'll see if your sources hold true. I wouldn't be surprised if Jock went back to LA. So even if that does happen, I don't know how much I'm trusting your sources. Are we rumored for Chapman? I started a tweet. There isn't any reporting for Chapman in the Mets, but is Chapman a possibility? Absolutely. But again, it's not happening unless you trade McNeil, and you're probably acquiring a pitcher from the A's too. So there would be, it would have to go a certain way for Chapman to come to the Mets. This is some free agent frenzy. I know it's anticlimactic, just like the other couple of days. I know. I can't control that, however. So it is what it is, guys. Very good chance we'll go hours without anything, and then out of nowhere we'll get something. That's how it works. That's how it always works. If I had pull, don't get me wrong, I would be very much into it. Mets are most likely signing a left-hand pitcher. I doubt we sign Cueto. I would even say that there's a less likelihood the Mets sign a left-handed pitcher. The only lefty I could see the Mets potentially really signing is Tyler Anderson. I know that they were interested at him back at the trade deadline from the Pirates. And he would be a depth guy. He would be no different than a Kikuchi or a METS in the sense of why you're trying to get him. But depth-wise, I understand it. But that's really the only way I see them signing a lefty. You have Danny Duffy, but he's coming off of another surgery. So there aren't many out there on the market. Pitching wise, I expect the Mets to make their biggest impact via trade. Would call all your Yankee fan friends and make sure they're okay. Yeah, I gotta call Pat at Unhinged Yankees, and I gotta call Derek at NYY Recaps, because I'm sure they're all very desperate for some moves right about now. How about Jake Diekman? Really like Jake Diekman. Really like Jake Diekman. If the Mets, let's say if the Mets don't land Josh Hader, which wouldn't surprise anyone because he's going to cost you an arm and a leg. Let's say the Mets don't land Andrew Chafin because maybe he gets overpaid to go to another contending team. Maybe they give him like a 3-4 year deal, which is similar to Aaron Loop. Why I would see why the Mets wouldn't do that. Jake Diekman is a very sneaky good southpaw. Biggest issue he's had previous years is his control. He absolutely pounds his own, though, has some fantastic off-speed stuff. Beyond, look, we saw what Aaron Loop did this past season, right? And Aaron Loop, coming into the Mets, didn't have as much consistent success as we've seen with Diekman. I like Diekman, 35-year-old southpaw. Very, very underrated move. I would be 100% on board if the Mets go out and get Diekman. I think Jeremy Hefner would do wonders with him. Or if the Mets have, if the Mets had both Lindor and Baez, you think Correa would sign with them? As much as that's such a fun thought, I don't think that he would, because he's still looking to get paid at the end of the day, and it's why the Mets, they're not going to throw out that contract for a guy they don't need. Not that, trust me, Correa, throw him at third base. Mets have best infield in baseball, but because of the fact that the Mets have Lindor, that's just why, it was never going to be realistic. Watch Rangers steal Bryant after. Dude, if Bryant goes to the Rangers, that would be the biggest. They would manage to land three of the biggest fishes in free agency, infield wise. And even though he can play in corner outfield, and Bryant, Seager, Semien infield would be disgusting. So disgusting. One more piece. Mets bring back Heath Hembree on Myers' deal. I could see that happening. That won't surprise me. Hembree was solid for the Mets when they picked him up. I think he came from the Reds last. I know he played with the Giants too last year, I think. Yeah, I can see Hembree coming back. That wouldn't surprise me. You still have Baez. Signing Correa would be over. If you still had Baez, signing Correa would be overkill. It would, in the sense that there's no need for it. It would just be something that if you can do and it's not going to hurt you financially, like if your owner can really, he's comfortable with it, then awesome. Correa, the Red Sox, I think if they're going to land an infielder, it's going to be Story. Give me Schwarber. I'm very much on the Schwarber train. Nolan Stroman stayed. Do you think we'd throw money at a big-name free agent since we wouldn't need to focus on pitching so much? I think the Mets would have still very much so went after Max Scherzer. Yeah, I honestly think that there was still a very solid chance the Mets went hard after Scherzer, even if they kept Noah and Stroman, because Noah, we don't know what he's going to provide, right? He's a huge question mark. I went in the offseason with the mindset that if the Mets kept Noah, they should operate as if he is not going to do anything for them. Same thing with Cookie Carrasco, just because of how much uncertainties they were health-wise. And Stroman would be number 3. So, no, yeah, I still feel confident. I think the Mets still would have went heavily after Scherzer if they had those two pitchers still. Schwarber of the Brewers? That could... Schwarber with the Brewers, too. I mean, I think they kind of... I know that he's not a lefty bat, but they already kind of have that in a not great defensively, but very strong offensively power bat in Hunter Renfroe that they trade for. I don't think Schwarber's going to the Brewers. Hearing Mets having discussions with Tyler Clippard, Trevor Rosenthal, Tony Watson, and Chaz Rowe. From your sources, Swish Podcast. Tyler Clippard, I don't see coming back. I don't think we're going to reunite with him. Trevor Rosenthal was out all last year with injury. I would be surprised if they brought him in. Tony Watson. Tony, I could see happening as a depth southpaw. Chaz Rowe, I don't have a great background on. If we land no more big names, have we had a great offseason? Kevin, what defines as big names for you? That's the thing. Mets have had a phenomenal offseason. If they don't do anything drastic, it was still a tremendous offseason. There's no denying that whatsoever. But what defines as big names for you? That's the thing. That's the thing. You could view a player and think, oh, he's not big name, but he could have a substantial impact. Why Weaver? He's not that good. Weaver would be a depth fit, nothing more. Just a depth fit that you could have as potentially a long arm in the pen, have him battle for a spot in the rotation. Just depth. Just exactly, Scott. Just strictly depth. Mets fire Andy Martino? Not yet. Rowe has a frisbee slider. Let's check out Chaz Rowe because I don't have a good background on him. So that just for the sake of doing it, because I know that people have been talking about in the chat. Okay, let's see. Chaz Rowe, 35-year-old reliever. He's 6'5", 190, tall guy. Okay, so he was with Tampa last year. He only played in one game. Has he faced injuries? Has Rowe have faced injuries? Has that been the issue? Because in 2020, he only pitched in 9 innings. And then in 2019, he pitched in 50 innings. He hasn't had too much innings. Has it been an injury thing for him? Has it been a consistency thing for him? I don't know. I don't have a background on him. I'd have to look it up quick. Yeah. No, Castellanos is not going to the Marlins. No. Rowe has very solid numbers when he's been playing. Injuries? Okay. That makes sense then. He has a career 3.89 ERA, 3.64 FIP. He is very solid. The last time he pitched of significance in 2019, he had with Tampa a 4 ERA, a 4.2 times ERA, a 3.3 FIP, 4.3 expected FIP. His best year was in 2017. Was his best year. I should say he only pitched in 10 innings. Rowe would be a very, very he would just be a very big depth option bullpen wise. I know you're Carlos Correa. I say Mets pick up Chapman, Montas, and Tyler Rogers. Tyler or Taylor? Tyler, no chance because he's with the Giants, and the Giants aren't giving up that stud of a submariner. But if you're talking about his twin brother, the southpaw from Minnesota, Taylor, okay. Yadiel, everything that's latest is what we have on the graphic, my friend. Alex, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I appreciate that. You say, for shits and gigs, what's Mets top 5 if we don't land another starter? And where would they land in MLB, in your opinion, Worry? So, where would the rotation land, if that's what you're asking me? All right, if the Mets don't land another starter, which I promise you guys they will, but if they don't, their top 5 is as follows for this upcoming season. Jacob deGrom, number 1. Max Scherzer, number 2. Taijuan Walker, number 3. Carlos Carrasco, number 4. Number 5 would be Tyler McGill / David Pearson. One of them would battle it out, but I would assume that McGill would get in that rotation because of what we saw from him last season. And then you have Yamamoto and other depth pieces outside of that. But how would the Mets rank? They would be a solid rotation for sure. The potential with it is very strong, but the certainty isn't, if that makes sense. You're banking too much on potential with the depth of that rotation. You have the best 1-2 punch in baseball as long as they stay healthy. It's really can't argue that. So they can definitely be a top 10 bullpen and top 10 rotation in baseball. But a lot of things will need to go right, and we haven't seen that proven yet, which is why the Mets are certainly not done with their rotation. Ralph, thank you. I appreciate that. And appreciate the donation again, Alex. Thank you so much, my friend. How do I feel about SRF out of the pen? I don't mind it. I'm sure that Sean Reed Foley will definitely get innings for the Mets this year. Dealt with injuries last year. Started off hot, then was inconsistent. I'm not discounting Lucchesi. Lucchesi's coming off of Tommy John. He's not ready for the season. That's why I haven't talked about Joey Fuego, the curveball machine himself. What's up, Germ? Hey, Worry. You're the best baseball reporter of all time. Oh, thank you so much, Germ. You're the best. Let's see. Padres are considering trading for Brian Reynolds. Yep, I saw that. Yep, I saw that in the article by Ken Rosenthal. Yep. Brian and Hayer, the Mets? Very unlikely. No. Very unlikely. Hader definitely is a possibility. The Mets have shown interest in him. Bryant, however, I don't think the Mets are going to land based on contract. Again, anything can happen. I would love it if the Mets land Bryant. You guys know that if you've been following the channel. I'm just not going to get my hopes up on it because it seems like his market is going to demand a longer term contract than what the Mets are willing to do, similar to Javi Baez. Tyler Mahle he is beautiful. I agree. He's filthy. Absolutely filthy. McNeil told not to report to spring training from people within the organization. Well, here's the thing. Tomorrow is mandatory reporting day. So if we don't see McNeil, if there are any players that aren't there and it's not for like an injury reason, obviously it's because they're in these trade talks. So no one should be surprised tomorrow if one or multiple of JD, McNeil, Dom don't report tomorrow because of that reason. Phillies trying to acquire Chapman. Yes, I have seen that as well, but they are apart because it looks like the Phillies don't want to give up prospects. And guys, bear with me. If you guys see me looking down or whatever, I'm just looking at my phone, just trying to read reports. Vientos cracking the DH spot opening day or what? No. I don't think he's gonna crack roster opening day. I think he's gonna start in Syracuse, but I think he will definitely play at some point for the Mets. Mets have shown interest in moving Trevor May. Nah, that's cap. If that happens, then you have the smartest sources in the world. That's where you lost me. Who do you think won the Twins-Rangers trade? I think it's a really good trade for both sides. I think the Rangers won it just because I think Garver's a great get. I do. And Fluffa will be a very nice get also. It's really a good win-win trade. I know that there was a prospect involved, so that may be the X factor in who really wins it, but I really like the trade for both sides. What's my take on Yamamoto? He's going to probably play the majority of the season in the minors. I hope he doesn't pitch much at all for the Mets. And I don't mean that because I don't like him. I'm saying that because if he does, that means one of two things. One, everyone gets hurt again. Or two, people are unbelievably consistent. Those are two things I do not want to see. Yeah, I think Garver's going to rake. I think he's good. I think it's just such a smart move for both sides, but I really like that for the Rangers. Rangers are making fun moves. They're making fun moves. I'm excited to see the Rangers competitive again. You know, I wasn't as diehard of a baseball fan as I am today. Back when the Rangers, of course, were the shit. Back in the earlier 2000s, it was the Rangers or the Giants every year. You know, we know that story. So I didn't experience that. It never overwhelmed me that the Rangers were good for so long. I'm excited to see them really start to, build more competition, out West, even though yes, they're in the AL. I'm just saying overall, it's going to be nice to see more than just Cali teams thriving in that area. And Houston, obviously, but you get my point. I'm excited to see the Rangers play. They're intriguing. Something we haven't discussed, but I'm hearing Mets have had talks with Rockies about Kyle Freeland. Again, I'm not. Don't take it personally. I'm not trusting anything you're saying just because I don't like. Everyone acts as if they're a source nowadays. But would I be surprised by that in the slightest? No, I wouldn't. Kyle Freeland is a pitcher that I know that Mets fans have at least talked about, rumblings and stuff like that. Freeland, of course, coming from the Rockies, he's definitely an interesting piece. But yeah, that one isn't outlandish at all. Alex, another $10 donation. Thank you so much. I've been following you since last winter in the Bauer shenanigans, so I owe you all. You're too kind. Thank you. It's awesome how much the channel grew like from that point, and how awesome it was that the Mets never landed him in the end. Everything worked out perfectly. I just want to say thanks for all you're doing for the Mets, and our community. Virtual high five, my man. Thank you so much. All love to you. Really, really appreciate your support. Thank you kindly. Hype in the chat again to Alex for being such a kind support. It really does mean a lot. Thank you. If the Mets are in talks with Molly, does that mean we're out on Castillo? The likelihood of it happening is not nearly as great, I would say, for Castillo versus Molly. I wouldn't say we're completely out on him. I'm sure the Mets have at least chimed in on Castillo, but you know how much he's going to cost. Wow, Jace Jorgen. Wow, congratulations. You're actually watching the live stream. Yes, I'm pretty certain that the 800 plus viewers in here know what they're watching. I'm pretty sure that they came to this and aren't surprised at all with what they're watching. If you are, please enlighten me. So yes, it's fine. You can gladly get out of here. Yes, this is exactly what happened. I make it abundantly clear what I do on the channel. There's no fake news going on. You guys know what you're getting here. Yes. Let's see. I pass on Weaver, better options for backups in house with McGill and Peterson. I mean, you can never have enough depth, right? You can never have enough depth. So, I mean, I'm not. If they get Weaver, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. Like, it's not going to be a bad thing, in my opinion. You're just adding more depth. Let's see. How's our bullpen looking? It hasn't changed right now. Our Mets bullpen is okay right now. It's not great. It's not terrible at all, though. They have guys, too, that are expected to have good years. Drew Smith is a guy that stands out to me a lot because, he's coming, dealt with some injuries last year, had some good outings for the Mets. There's multiple guys I think are going to come from the minors that are going to make an impact for the Mets, too, bullpen-wise. But again, they're very much interested and are all in when it comes to, going after some significant names, not just on the reliever front, but pitching wise. They're heavily ingrained on pitching more than anything. That is what they're focused on right now. John, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Left NY for Delaware side, as well as my Mets fans, my Mets fan friends. Thanks for making me feel like home. Oh, of course. Yeah. Shout out to you, John. Appreciate the support again. I go to Delaware all the time. I actually love it there. I go there quite often. Your source, by the way, is Brody Van Wagenen. Well, that just about settles it, doesn't it? Took you long enough to to spill the beans. Appreciate the donation again, John. Thank you. All right, guys, I'm going to keep updating everything. Yeah, Bartolo Colon, get out of here. Literally until Bartolo Colon is not on this earth anymore, Mets fans are going to keep saying we need to bring him back. Oh, yeah, an hour ago from MLB Marathon. Again, I don't know how much stock you should put in this. I just know that these accounts have been up and down. Is that sources, Mariners have submitted an aggressive offer for Chris Bryant. And given the fact of how much the Mariners like Chris Bryant, that isn't a surprise. What are the chances Story goes to the Mets? Slim, because the only realistic way the Mets would land Story is if they trade Jeff McNeil. You want stuff to heat up? So we all want stuff to heat up. Imam Warren, thank you so much for the kind words. Hope you're doing well. No, we all want stuff to heat up, and I'm sure it will. But look, if you guys have followed along with off seasons, you know how they work. It's very unpredictable. Weekend, you would expect plenty of moves. We've seen multiple things happen already, just not regarding the Mets, but actually doing things. They've been reported on connections and talks. They're working the phones 24/7. I promise you. But we're also in such unprecedented. We never have seen really something like this. Again, we have spring training, but the offseason, there's so much work to be done. You know what I mean? Again, I don't expect the Mets to do too much on the free agent market, starting pitching wise, but relief pitchers and potentially batters is what we're looking at. Starting pitching wise, though, it feels like the most work the Mets will do is on the trade market because that's everything that's been reported so far, as you guys see here. You expected me to control the market, Matthew. I had the same exact expectations. I don't know why. I haven't gotten the chance, but it is what it is, right? Anthony DeComo is going on MLB Network at 6 p.m. FYI, guys. So in 20 minutes, Mets beat writer, of course, their main reporter for the most part, Anthony DeComo, will be on MLB Network from Port St. Lucie. So if you guys want to watch that, I would suggest you do. He says he's going to have some updates, probably just on overall everything. He's not the type to really be breaking news. Would you be a fan of getting a second baseman and starter in a trade for McNeil and others? I don't see why the Mets would trade Jeff McNeil to acquire a fellow second baseman. If the Mets are going to trade Jeff McNeil, I see them replacing him, but separately. I don't see it happening the same deal. You know what I mean? Like, there's really no second baseman out there that the Mets would acquire in the same trade that you're trading away your starting second baseman. Now, infielders overall, that's a different discussion. That's where Matt Chapman again comes into play, and then you shift Eduardo Escobar to second. But second baseman, two second basemen involved in the same trade, I do not see that happening. Mets sign Juan Soto, Correa, and Freeman for a bag of Doritos. So they sign and somehow trade at the same time. Or are you just saying they sign them and they sign them by giving them a bag of Doritos? Okay, makes sense. I expect McHugh signing today. There's definitely potential. Again, these are the Mets have been connected with them, which I'm very happy about. These are the exact kind of players I want the Mets connected to. All right, guys, to everybody in here, to my 800 plus viewers, thank you guys all so much for chiming in. Please make sure you continue smashing that like and subscribe on. If you're enjoying the live stream, if you're enjoying the content, again, anticlimactic, sounds like a day that ends in Y since free agency has started, at least for the Mets and for many other teams in the league. We will get moves today. We'll exactly see what they happen. Hopefully, sooner than later. But I'd imagine it'll be more active, of course, later towards the night, especially with a lot of teams doing these negotiations on the West Coast. But guys, everybody in here, what are your thoughts? What out of the reported players that the Mets have been connected to, who do you want the most as of now? Adam Connolly would have been an awesome fit. I know my guy James Shiano from Mets Podcast would have loved him. But Adam Connolly actually just retired over the past day or so. So happy retirement to Adam Connolly. Paul, thank you for the kind words. But yes, queso, salsa, or guac, salsa, and it's not even close. Love salsa. Oh yeah. What player do you guys want the Mets to land the most out of what they've been reportedly connected to? Emphasis on reportedly connected to, please. And we have Trout, of course. Are the Blue Jays a team to beat in the AL East? They're definitely one of them. That division is just so tough, though. It's so hard to pick. I don't think anyone is a lock for certain to be a winner, but the Blue Jays are damn good. Damn good. Andy, thank you so much for the donation. Here's what Andy says. Hey, Rory, can you give a shout out to my dad? Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Tom. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that. Hope you have a blessed birthday. Thank you so much for the donation as well, Andy. I appreciate that. Hope your dad has a fantastic birthday. Get some hype in the chat for Andy's dad, Tom. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. So I see a lot of Chapmans. I see a lot of Mollies. I see a lot of Castillos, even though that Castillo, again, is going to cost you a lot. Seeing some Ryan in there, too. You're 21 today. Happy birthday, Hope. Hope you have a fantastic birthday. If Jays get J-Ram, it's over. If Jays get J-Ram, then yeah, that's tough. That's disgusting if they get J-Ram. They lose Simeon, but they add J-Ram. That's a damn good infield replacement, if I do say so myself. Tyler Anderson. Okay. Depth southpaw. Definitely would make sense. Schwarber's a better fit than Bryant. Based on contract, yes, I agree with you on that one. Based on exactly team need for the Mets, however, I would say no. I know the Mets would probably prefer a lefty bat right now, but overall, when it comes to the versatility, that's where KB is on another level. But contract-wise, I definitely agree with you on Schwarber. Nelson Cruz just tweeted. Let's check that out. Nelson Cruz doesn't have a Twitter, so it looks like that's cap. I don't think Nelson Cruz has a Twitter. Pretty sure he doesn't. Or am I wrong? If I am, let me know. He does? What's his name? What's his name on Twitter? So I'm looking him up. Can't find him. Oh, NC Boomstick? Okay. There we go. Now I found. I don't know why I wasn't looking it up when I was just searching his name. He didn't just tweet though, so that's cap too. So awesome. Love the fake news. Yeah, that was about Perez passing like a day ago, and again, rest in peace to him. That was beyond saddening to see. But yeah, no, that wasn't today though. What signs from the Padres do I expect? I expect the Padres to land a solid bat that can play the outfield. Like if he can play any position, it's the outfield. Are Alvarez and Beatty off limits? I would love Montas and Castillo, but I don't think Mauricio as a prospect headline will get a deal done. See, I agree with you. I disagree with you. I think that Mauricio as a headline prospect absolutely can help get a deal done for one of Montas or Castillo. But obviously, Mauricio in himself will not be enough to get a deal done. Especially for the Reds, however. Reds need a shortstop. Mauricio would automatically come in and be one of their best prospects. He would come in and have the potential already to be their shortstop of the future. So I really think that between those two teams, there's more intrigue from the Reds for someone like Mauricio. And I do believe that Alvarez and Beatty are off limits. I do not see a world whatsoever where the Mets are going to trade either of those two in the near future. I just don't see it happening. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. MLB Marathon. All right, we'll check out MLB Marathon. According to MLB Marathon, and again, it's another type of rumor page. I don't know exactly how strong their sources are or anything like that. I wouldn't put too much stock into it. I'm just telling you guys what we're seeing here. Cardinals, Red Sox, and Yankees making strong push for Trevor Story. A few others involved as well. I think you're just putting 2 and 2 together at the same time because that makes sense. That makes plenty of sense. All that does. Mets fading away from Bryant. It would appear as of now that they've never been like aggressively in on him post lockout and obviously it would be because of his contract more than anything. Okay, let's see here, folks. Yeah, nothing crazy right now. Nothing crazy right now. Pretty quiet, I would say. Pretty quiet. So it's interesting when I think about exactly not just the Mets options, but the league options overall. Because I would be lying if I said that I expected the 3 best pitchers on the market to get swooped up as quick as they did. I didn't expect it to happen this soon. Maybe shame on me for thinking that. But Dodgers obviously bring back Kershaw makes sense. Rodon to the Giants makes plenty of sense. And of course, you see having Kikuchi being the latest today. That makes plenty of sense. I didn't think Kikuchi was coming to the Mets from, I would say a couple hours into the live stream yesterday. It didn't take me long after we originally saw that the Mets were not getting Rodon, that Kikuchi was not going to be prioritized. It was reported by Martino, and I saw rumblings elsewhere on where Kikuchi was potentially going. So not surprised by that at all. And again, I'm just excited because I genuinely hope and believe the Mets are going to trade for a starter. And any of the ones that we've seen them connected to right now definitely get the job done for sure. Weaver obviously is a depth option, so I'm not talking so much about him versus obviously guys that would be in the middle of the rotation. And Molly, again, he really does feel like a fantastic fit, a guy that's not going to cost you as much as Castillo or, of course, as others, whether that be a Montas or even a little similar to, a Zac Gallen, who I know that was thrown out there as a potential fit from John Heyman today. But again, that's more speculative than it is actually factual, from what we know right now, at least. Where do unsigned players report for spring training? Well, they don't. If you're not signed, you don't report anywhere. That's how it works. You don't report anywhere. They do their own workouts at certain facilities that they do, but they don't report to any teams, obviously. Or depending on what exactly they're doing, if you're, say, a pitcher and trying to prove yourself, they do showcases. That's what we saw, with Anibal Sanchez recently, Julio Teheran, others. But yeah, no, they do showcases, if anything, if they're trying to prove something. But yeah, they don't report anywhere. They continue working out and doing everything that they need to do to be ready for the season whenever they're going to get signed. Alexis, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Hi, Wardy. Don't forget to change your clock before going to bed. Thankfully, I don't have to change anything. It's all going to do it by itself for the most part. There might have to be one I have to change. But yeah, no, you're right. Clocks are changing. I'm going to lose sleep tonight, but at least the sun will be out a little bit longer. That's always a positive. Alexis, thank you so much for the donation. I really, really appreciate that. Dan, thank you so much for the $5 donation as well. I wonder if JD Davis would be enough to get Chris Bass or Sean Manaea from the A's. By himself, I don't think JD Davis is enough. I really don't. I still think that you have to add more to make something happen there. Do I think JD Davis and Dom Smith can potentially get you one of them? I definitely think there's more potential considering the fact that they're both rentals versus JD and Dom have control of their contracts until 2025, respectively. I'm the next Mike Francesa. I don't know if that's a compliment. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I'm being completely blunt. I'm not a Francesa fan, but I also didn't grow up with him, so you have to keep that in mind. I didn't listen to Mike and the Mad Dog. Obviously, that was way before like me being a diehard fan or anything like that. Check Joel Sherman, or I will. Max Scherzer has transitioned from Union Firebrand to Mets Fireballer, and his pitching coach was sure impressed and trustworthy with the quick transition. Sherman's just explaining how, everything's gone so far between Scherzer and, of course, Mets pitching coach, the beauty that he is, that being in Jeremy Hefner. Yeah, everything has looked good so far. I saw Scherzer was throwing BP very early today, like early morning, like 8 a.m.? I think it was around 8 a.m. when he was throwing BP early today. Scherzer's ready to go. Very, very excited. Still doesn't feel like he's a Met. Like, I know he's a Met, but he still doesn't feel like he's a Met. And it's not, I really don't think it's going to feel like a Met until we see him on the mound in spring training in the uniform and everything. And then it'll officially kick in when he starts in the regular season. And I'll be in attendance for his first game in DC, whatever that is, whether that's the first or second game. So, yeah, very, very excited for Mad Max. That's an understatement. You guys have been following the channel. You saw how much I flipped out when the Mets signed Scherzer when we were streaming when that happened. That's why we got him on the wall behind me. I had two frames of Max Scherzer, actually, two different newspapers of him. I have the one there, And then I have a bigger one that says Meet the Max, but it's from the Daily News, and that's above the Piazza frame, out of frame. You can't see it right now, but it's on my wall. Am I going to stream spring training? I don't know. I don't know, especially because we're still going to be active in the rumor mill. It's going to be tough. I don't know what kind of spring training coverage I'm going to do as of now. I'm sure I will do some kind. Maybe I'll live stream during a game or two, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We're really in kind of a limbo as to what kind of spring training content I'm going to do. I plan to get some more prospect content out though, probably during that time leading into the season. Goal is to try to get some prospect content out there prior to the season beginning. But in season is when we're going to have, content of, in-game live streams multiple times a week. But basically, as much as I can daily, we'll be doing post-game recaps, live streams after every single game that I'm not doing in-game live streams of. And we'll also have people that'll come in and share their thoughts on too, and plenty of other stuff. It's going to be awesome. But yeah, that's what we can expect going into the season. Are the games starting the 19th televised? I don't know. I don't know how many games are going to be televised. We'll see. Oh, Jorge, thank you so much. I appreciate that. The draft this year is going to be huge for the Mets. Absolutely. And I expect the Mets to probably have a little bit more leverage and ability to part ways with certain prospects at the trade deadline after having what looks to be a strong draft. If moves happen at like 2 a.m., can you have a early live stream tomorrow? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like if moves happen tonight, we're going to be covering it. It doesn't matter what time it is. Hold on, folks. I'm just checking something really quick. What would an extension for Nimmo look like? Good question. I would imagine that it'll be of similar realm to Byron Buxton, but I unfortunately do not think the Mets will extend Nimmo. I really hope they do, but I don't think they will. I think that they're going to wait until, he hits free agency because he's a Scott Boras client. And it seems like that there is more substance to that than maybe there would have been, a year ago. What do I think about Apple contract with MLB? Don't love it, but I do like the fact that Apple's going to have basically like their own like version of like NFL Red Zone. I really, really like that. I'm excited to check that out. That'll give me incentive to actually get the Apple subscription and like do that. So I do think the Mets will do a deal today. I do think something will happen today. But again, my assumption would be that it won't happen till later today. And watch it be just a Jose Iglesias signing or something. It might just be depth move. Could just be bullpen. Again, bullpen is significant, though, depending on who they land. They did do something with Peacock as well, which I think stupid. They're having like 18 games this season on Peacock, which is like, what's the point? I mean, they're just, at that point, they're just making it more difficult for people to watch baseball when they already have a viewership problem. So I just don't see, this is only the beginning of streaming services with all sports. We're seeing it quickly now with them making massive deals, but we are going to get to a point where streaming services are going to be your number one provider for all sports. It's not going to happen overnight, but we are 1000% going down that path easily. Whether we like it or not, that's just the reality of it. Rizzo is a Met now? No, he's not. Stop it. Rizzo is not going to be a New York Met. Let's see. Your Brewers are definitely going to make moves. They feels like Nelson Cruz might land there if he doesn't go to the Mets or obviously any other NL team. Um, Jorge Soler, they've been in on as well. Brewers are going to make moves. Who knows? Maybe the biggest move that they will make is a trade with the Mets with Josh Hader. Because again, the Mets are interested in Hader, but they're not the only one. I remember specifically the Phillies going hard after Hader last year, like I think by the deadline. But of course, the Brewers were asking for everything, and the Phillies have a reluctance to part with their prospects because they don't have a very deep prospect pool as it is. Do I think Kimbrel could get traded to the Braves? No, I don't think Kimbrel's going to the Braves. I think his time in Atlanta is done. Your realistic dream hitter and pitcher for the Mets? My realistic dream? You said realistic and dream. So which one is it? Are you just saying realistic? If you're just saying realistic, guys, I want. Hitter, realistic, I would say Kyle Schwarber. Kyle Schwarber, I would say. Kyle Schwarber, Jock Peterson, those types. And then pitcher, Tyler Mahle, that we're seeing. Potato. Wardy, Mahle, Gallen, or Manaea. Ooh, that's tough. It's definitely between Mahle or Gallen, if I'm being honest with you. It's definitely between those two. Oof. Mahle or Gallen. Either one. I would love any of the three. But that's tough. Maybe I would give Mahle the slight edge, but Gallen has more upside. My Steelers, Wardy, breaking per source. Oh, Deshaun Watson news. Darren, who reported that? Darren, who reported that about Deshaun Watson? Can someone tell me? Someone in the chat tell me. I know that this is football related. I just want to know. I'm a Steelers fan, so I want to know if that's actually like who reported that. And I appreciate you for letting me know. Thank you for that. Appreciate it, Darren. What do I think the Red Sox do? I think the Red Sox really want Trevor Story right now. That's what I think. And I think that they have a very good chance of getting Seiya Suzuki. Was it a joke report? I know Darren wouldn't say that in joking manner. He may have saw it and said that it was a joke and it was a fake report, though. That wouldn't surprise me. Those happen all the time. But I know Darren's incentive behind it wasn't like for it to be fake. Hope a hater for Dom, JD, Vientos, and some other good prospects. I don't think that gets it done. I don't, because what are those good prospects? I mean, Vientos is a top prospect for the Mets. Don't get me wrong. Maybe you're not as far off as what I thought you were. Maybe not. Some insiders post on Twitter. Okay, I'll have to try to find it. Hold on, everybody. Oh, yeah. Appreciate you tagging me in it. Yeah, Darren. Thank you. I appreciate that. Not a trustworthy source, though, at all. Yeah, there's so many conflicting things on the Watson front that you're seeing on Twitter. It's no different than a lot of things you're seeing with baseball if they're not, like, reputable people that, let me put it this way. Whenever you see people reporting stuff that aren't known for reporting or only do it a specific time of year, there's reasons for that. And more often than not, they're not factual. It's just putting 2 and 2 together. Should the Mets sign Andrew Chafin and Kyle Schwarber? I definitely think there's a good argument to be had that they should. I definitely feel that way. Absolutely. And they're in on Chafin. We know that. And Schwarber definitely makes sense for them. We've seen rumblings of them during the lockout, especially that Max Scherzer, there was a belief that Max Scherzer would be advocate of that happening, them being former teammates, of course, during their time with the Nationals. But again, it's going to come down to term more than anything, with any batter for that matter. It's going to come down to term. Where do I think KB will sign? I think he's going to go to the Mariners or the Phillies. I think those are the 2 most realistic destinations as of now. Braves going for Olson. Yep, we're aware of that too. Yep. Feeling like this might be a late night announcement, if anything. Yeah. I mean, it definitely wouldn't surprise me if we don't get news until night again, for sure. Again, the most that we've seen today is just the trade between the Rangers and the Twins. And then, of course, Kikuchi has been the biggest news that transpired today. The former Mets target, but the Mets didn't heavily go in on him. They didn't go as heavy in on him as we thought they would. Let's see. MLB Network talking about the Mets. Yeah, I know that Anthony Nicomo's on MLB Network right now. I'll actually turn it on. I should be able to listen to it while we're live here. So when does the frenzy start? Great question, Paul. I mean, great question. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. It could happen at any moment. That's the thing. We've seen signings, but we haven't seen any signings or trades at a level yet where, it's like it's nonstop, if you get what I'm saying. And I think what also needs to help to set our expectations is that we only saw the amount of hecticness in such a short period of time pre-lockout because there was a hard deadline, that being the lockout. There's a good chance that we don't see the hecticness like that really at all, or to the same degree at all, like where it's all at once. A lot of it's gonna be separate. Keep that in mind. We don't have a deadline. A deadline is always what causes things to speed up and for people to, act either irrational or, just go all in, things like that. Mets have a new tweet, people are saying in here. Mets tweet something? That's fine if the Mets tweet something, but doesn't change anything. Let's see. Deadline, what's that mean? It means that when we have a trade deadline, you know that you need to make a deal by a certain time and day. We had a deadline pre-lockout to get moves done because once the lockout began, you couldn't make moves until the lockout was over. So whenever there's deadlines, again, there's always a willingness to make sure that you're picking things up and you're trying to make a certain amount of moves. We don't have one now. So while I do think that there is a sense of urgency from teams to make moves still, like crazy, going into spring training because they don't want it to drag too long into spring training, we're still in like an unprecedented type of thing right now. So again, we'll see. Again, just like the past couple days, guys, it's nothing more than a waiting game. That's all it is. Imagine reporting to spring training until you're traded. It happens. It's not common, but it happens. And there's a good chance that it may happen more often than not this year because we're in such an unprecedented time where, again, you're reporting to spring train, but teams are making deals still. No, Ray, because again, there isn't an actual deadline now. Gotta keep that in mind. What's up, Nick? Shout out everybody in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I can definitely see the Panthers getting Watson. Guys, we're getting awfully close to 600 likes, so continue smashing that like and subscribe button in the stream, guys, if you would be so kind. And again, thank you all so much for the support. I really do appreciate that. We're still in waiting game right now. If you're just chiming in, thank you guys so much for being here. If you're new to the channel as well, thank you so much. Again, we've been following along with everything on the free agent and trade front for the New York, not just the New York Mets, but the MLB as a whole. We'll continue to be doing that and what should hopefully be, again, a very exciting weekend. But outside of, a couple moves, we haven't seen too much yet. And that's okay. Those things are definitely going to happen. But yeah, very anticlimactic so far. We'll see if things really start to heat up later in the day, heading into the night or not. If not, then it's okay. It is what it is. And if so, then awesome. Then we get to talk about it right away, share our reactions. Would I rather have the best starter or reliever free agent? Oh, reliever, easily, because the best starter doesn't even compare to the best relievers on the market right now. You like the pitch clock? I'm kind of neutral about it. I was never one that griped too much about, I want a pitch clock so bad. I'm never one that has complained too much about the speed of the game. I know that baseball is a slow sport. I'm not a baseball fan trying to get something that isn't part of the game. I like the game for what it is. But yeah, I'm fine with a pitch clock. If it speeds up the game a little bit, how they want it to, and potentially causes things to benefit your team as well. Because obviously there's a sense of urgency from each pitcher that they know that they need to obviously get a pitch by. So, we'll see. I'm pretty content with it though. Waiting for Freeman to sign. Cue the Jeopardy music. Yeah, I know. Freddie feels like he's going to sign soon. He definitely feels like he's going to sign soon. We'll see though. We'll definitely see. I love the band shift. Yeah, those start in 2023. Remember, guys. Yeah, those will not be happening this year, but the following season. Harp and Chris Bryant are both from LA. I mean, not LA, Vegas. Yes, I'm aware. And that's definitely part of the reason why Harp is advocating for him. They've been friends for a while. Kind of bummed we missed out on Kikuchi. Yeah, I'm personally not. I'm more than content with it. Especially because of the pitchers that the Mets have been connected to, I'm more enticed by it for the most part. Especially Molly. Like, not even close. Y'all, stop with the fake passing accounts. You're too much. $400 subs from 400 subs from 14K on the channel. Thank you guys so much for all the support. I really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate the channel growth here. I'm glad that you guys have been enjoying everything as much as I have. With how think about it, you guys have been enjoying the stream so much when things haven't been happening. I can only imagine how you're going to react when things do happen. It's going to be a very swell time. Now, hopefully, it starts tonight. Got baited by a fake Rosenthal account. Shame. Can't fall for them. Have all the Mets reported spring training? No, not all. They will by tomorrow, though, because that's when it's mandatory. Remember when we were about to get Kenta Maeda? Yep, I remember. I was freaking out because I thought that Byron Buxton was going to come with him because the Mets were going after him, but it didn't happen. Let's see. Excited when things happen. Yeah, me too. Trust me. Trust me. We're all very excited for when things happen. We just don't know when they're going to happen yet. That's the only thing. We do not know when they're going to happen yet. And Ray, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Yeah, thankfully, luckily, we're 3 hours in. I'm feeling good right now. I know that I'm definitely going to hit a wall at some point, but, hopefully by eating and stuff, because I know I'll be having dinner soon. I'll be having it on the stream, and I don't mind doing that. That'll keep me going without a problem. As a Mets fan, do you want the Braves to sign Freddie Freeman? I don't want the Mets. I don't want Freddie Freeman to stay in the division if he's not going to come to the Mets, obviously. But the issue with Freddie leaving, especially if he goes to the Dodgers, is that the Braves land Olson. It's a lose-lose situation for us. Biscuits, yeah, no. I thought about it. They dry out my mouth though. If you guys understand the biscuit joke, then you're a real one because you've been on the channel for a while. What's for dinner, Wardy? It's gonna be chicken. It's gonna be Chick-fil-A style chicken nuggets. Is what we got. So as you can see, I'm a man of culture. But all jokes aside, yeah. I do think that when you have Olson, if he goes to the Braves, it just sucks. Then the Mets have to worry about not just Freddie still with the Dodgers, but now Matt Olson in the division. So it's not fun. It's not a fun thought. I guess I would rather face Olson than Freeman, but the point is that they're both in the NL, and they're both on teams that are a problem for the Mets. I feel like the Mets are going to come all at once like a flood. You think they're just going to do everything at once? I mean, they did 3 moves in one day. Who's not to say they want to do that again, right? They literally signed. We streamed for all of that when that happened. They got somehow, some way, got Escobar. They got pardon me, Cano, and they got Marte all in the same day. That was absurd. That was absolutely absurd. All talk, no action. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens when we are in free agency. Yes, there are a lot of talks going on. There will continue to be. We'll see when the action happens. Hopefully soon. What Braves miss out on both, and that's the best scenario possible. If the Braves lose Freeman but don't land Olson, then we're golden. Absolutely golden. Is Chick-fil-A like KFC? I think Chick-fil-A is light years ahead of KFC, but I've never been a big KFC fan, so that's why. I know that we got a lot of KFC fans in here, but I Chick-fil-A I think is some of the best chicken that you can get out there. Thank you for the bless you. I appreciate that. And Cano was a fantastic signing. All the signings were great for the Mets. The Dodgers basically have a super team as is when they're healthy. So just add on to that. They got Freeman, obviously, which very well can happen. Yeah, hold on, folks. I'm just searching the web right now. No, I've never had Raising Cane's. I've been dying for it. I've never had it. I'm sure it's fantastic. Their sauce looks bussin'. I've heard nothing but great things about Raising Cane's, and I love like sauce to go with it. I'm sure it's awesome. I live in Pennsylvania. Haven't been to Raising Cane's. I know that one is coming to NYC, so I'm definitely the type to do like a trip to NYC for a day and like hang out and make sure I try Raising Cane's. But yeah, I haven't tried it yet though. I definitely want to. Definitely want to. Need more on the East Coast by me. What's up, Tim? How's it going, my friend? Pretty quiet? Yeah, we're still pretty quiet right now. The most that we've seen report with the Mets all came like this morning. It's all been from the morning between Iglesias and Cruz possibility. Yeah, I'm sure Cane's is awesome, and it pisses me off that I haven't had it yet. Popeyes is good. Yeah, Popeyes chicken sandwich. I would say Popeyes chicken sandwich is the best out there. Sorry, guys. I just got my dinner delivered to me. So, yes, I will be eating on stream. I apologize in advance if it sounds a little ASMR. Hopefully, it won't go on for too long. Derek, thank you so much for the membership on the channel. I really, really appreciate that, folks. Shout out to Derek. Everyone, hype in the chat for Derek for becoming a member on the channel. I appreciate that. I did just get room service. Yes, that's exactly what happened. I've heard of Zaxby's. I know it's good, apparently. Haven't had it, though, because, again, those aren't in my area. Isn't Zaxby's like a Georgia thing? We got the chicken nuggets on deck. And they're really good. Just so you know, when you eat, it never sounds ASMR good. I'm glad. I just don't want to come overwhelming. It's just Georgia? Okay. Let's see. Best starting pitcher we could add would be a Castillo, or obviously Castillo, Montas, Miley. I was messing up the name. I apologize. Or Gallen. Those are the top four, I would say. Any one of those four. And then Shamanai, Chris Basset as well. But they aren't to the level that the others are, especially with team control and possibility with them. Potential, I should say. Zaxby's is in North Carolina as well. Good to know. I'll be going to North Carolina in a couple months. I say we sign Suzuki and trade for Mania. Okay. Any players we're connected to? Oh yeah. Or rumored that that I absolutely do not want. No, there isn't one that I absolutely do not want. The only one that's been reported so far that like I don't really care for too much is Luke Weaver, but it's just because he's a depth pitcher. It's not the fact that he would be a bad acquisition. It's just he would be a depth pitcher. That's all. And yeah, no, nothing happened with passing, guys. Watermelon, nothing happened with passing. Have I ever tried just bear chicken? Tastes just like Chick-fil-A? No, it doesn't. I trust me. I'm a young white male. I've had plenty of just bear chicken that wasn't seasoned enough or anything like that. It does not taste like Chick-fil-A. Maybe in your household it does, but that means that they're also prepping it the same way. What does race have to do with this? Oh, I'm just joking. There isn't really anything that has to do with it. Only had I mean, I think what I meant with it is, at least from my point of view, I understand. Like, let me put it this way, like meals, I relate to a lot of people where we have the same type of meals that we have and stuff like that. So that's why, especially on the chicken front. Like I've had a lot of bear chicken is my point. Didn't mean it in any like wrong way. My NBA fan, yes, I'm a Knicks fan. You guess deals are coming tomorrow then? All right. That gets you kicked. You're out. You're out. Don't be I think I've been very like cool with a lot of things that have been said, but don't be making stupid comments, especially about people who passed away. Not cool. Don't be doing that shit. Breaking Wardy gets canceled for chicken joke. In today's society, wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. At least I went down eating chicken. Where are the mods? I don't know. There's no mods in the stream today. If not, it's okay. It's not a big deal. You guys are cracking me up. Let's see here. How do I feel about Blue Jays? What do I think they should do for Ross Stripling? Also, I know I'm in the minority, but Canes is good, but it's not all that. People are just glorified. Yeah, no, I haven't had it before, so I'm sure I would be very happy if I had it regardless. I don't know what they're gonna do with Ross Stripling. I think that's a question you should ask the guys at Blue Jays today or Jim at Ballcap Sports, because they can give you better insight than I can. Being, I'm not a diehard Blue Jays fan, obviously. They are, however, so I would definitely talk with them. Not enough moves. Got people. Yep, everyone's on the edge now. Let's see. Let's see. Have I ever been to Morrisville, PA? No, I have not, Mike. I've never heard. I'm from PA, but I've never heard of Morrisville. There's so many places PA I obviously never heard of. It's a big state. I'm a Dodger fan. I'm just thinking what my team can do to get starting pitching. Oh, okay. I mean, the Dodgers are definitely going to add more starting pitching wise. I wonder if they'll consider at all bringing Danny Duffy back. So what's your take on that? You're flying out to NY to Florida next week. I picked up tickets to see Mets Astros next Friday, the 18th. Let's see. You think there'll be any starters playing? Vinny, great question. I honestly don't know. I really, really don't know, because we're just starting spring training right now. I wish I had a better answer for you, but I honestly don't know right now. Yeah, I've been to Cabela's plenty. Yep. Heard the Rays are trying to move Austin Meadows. Not surprising. I actually talked about Meadows as a potential fit for the Mets pre-lockout. And that was when they still had outfield uncertainties / DH. Meadows, who's going to be cost a pretty penny value-wise, he's due for a good pay in arbitration, and the Rays are going to be reluctant to pay it. I can definitely see him getting traded. And I hope so too. Appreciate that. Hey, we've been a bit, but Braves better get Freddie. Yeah, I don't think your Braves are going to keep him. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't think they're going to. I appreciate the donation a lot, though. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I hope everything's good with you. Yeah, no, I know Meadows is not known for his defense. He's a DH type. Yeah, that's exactly what he is. He's still a very effective player that was on a nice contract. Martin, thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate that. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Really, really do appreciate you guys. All right, guys, because we're at such a stalemate, I'm going to head out. Not long, however. Guys, I will be back in like literally 10 minutes. I really just want to eat all my dinner, to be quite honest with you, especially because we don't really have anything going on right now. So I'm just going to go away for 10 minutes. I'm not going to change the graphic or anything. So if you guys want to hang in here during that time, awesome. If you want to go, that's perfectly fine too, and come back, whatever you want to do. But yeah, I'm going to go for 10 minutes to just finish my dinner really, really quick, because we literally got nothing. everything's dead right now. We'll be talking very, very long, but I'm going to just head out here for 10 minutes and I'll be right back. Tim, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Manila is going to have a big season without the shift. Doubt we see any moves tonight. Interesting that you think we won't have any moves tonight. I will say that I do think that he's going to be just fine, regardless on the shift status. But you have to realize, Tim, we still have the shift this year. The banning of the shift does not kick in until 2023, my friend. Not sure if you were aware of that. Regardless, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, I'm just eating chicken nuggets. That's all me. And so yeah, guys, I'll be right back. Give me like 10 minutes tops. I'll be back. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. And if you guys are obviously staying, to people that are first chiming in the live stream, wondering where I am, please just let them know that I'll be back very soon. Compton, thank you so much for the dono as well. Also, did I hear about Matt Harvey terrible news? If you're talking about Harvey from a little bit ago, yeah, I did see about that with Skaggs. He's fine though. It was terrible overall though with the drug use and all that stuff. Yes, I'm well aware. Appreciate the donation a lot. And guys, yeah, like I said, I'll be right back. 10 minutes tops. Stay beautiful, and I really appreciate you guys. What chicken nuggets? Homemade chicken nuggets. That's what happened. All right, guys, be right back. And we back. Stop with the fake news, please. Whoa, what the fuck? Yo! Let's fucking go! Holy shit! Oh, no fucking way! What? Yo, this is fucking awesome! What? Oh my god! Let's fucking go! Holy shit! Oh! Chris Bassett's a New York Met. Let's fuck. Yes! This is awesome! Yes! It's fucking brilliant! Oh my god! What did we trade? What did we trade? I thought you guys were bullshitting. I thought you guys were bullshitting me. No fucking way. Oh my god. This is so sick. Yes, this is awesome. Perfect. 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 What did we give up? I need to know what we gave up. Gonna change the thumbnail now. Let's fucking go. This is crazy. Hype in the chat. Mets just got Chris Bassett from the Oakland A's. The timing could not have been better. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is awesome. Look at the people coming in the stream now that they're upset. Get the fuck out of here. You think I give a rat's ass about you complaining? Oh, the Mets suck anyway. Oh. I don't care. I genuinely don't. Nothing's killing this mojo right now. Oh my god. This is guys, how are we feeling? Chris Bassett's a New York Met. What did we give up though? Gotta find out what we gave up. What did we give up? What did we give up? What did we give up? What did we give up, folks? So we gotta find out. And guys, don't mind me. I'm editing the graphic as we speak. Oh, we gave up JT Ginn. Wow. The Mets gave up JT Ginn and Adam Oller. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, did not expect that. I'm upset to see JT Ginn go. Adam Oller had a great year in the minors last year. But as long as the Mets re-sign Chris Bassett, it's going to make up for this. So this is still a fantastic trade. They didn't give up McNeil. They didn't give up anyone. Wow, that's a blockbuster. Holy shit. Oh my god. I just can't. I'm surprised they gave up those two. But again, they did not give up. They didn't give up a Mauricio or anything like that. Wow. All right, guys. Again, I'm updating the stream as we speak. Craziness. All right, guys. Again, bear with me. I gotta update the stream real quick. Gotta update the stream real quick. Give me like 2 seconds, guys. Chris Bassett is a New York Met. Holy shit. What the? Oh my god. I'm surprised they trade again, though. I did not think that they were going to do something like that. That surprised me. I'll be completely honest. This is awesome. I'm so pumped, though, guys. This is awesome. So awesome. Wow. This is awesome. Oh my god. Guys, I cannot wait to break down Bassett with you guys. You guys all know who Chris Bassett is, but I know we're going to get a lot of new viewers in here and everything, so we'll be breaking it all down. Either way, I love this trade for the Mets. This is the number 3 they needed. They have a dominant rotation. This is effing phenomenal. Let's go. This is awesome. This really is awesome. And again, bear with me, folks. I'm just updating the live stream as we speak. Perfect timing, too, guys. Oh, my God. Again, my apologies if the stream is a little laggy. I'm just updating everything right now. Changing the thumbnail, all that fun stuff. So, yeah, like I said, just bear with me. Give me a couple more minutes, and then we'll be good to go. This is so sick. We got Chris Basset. Oh, my God. This is such a good move. This is such a good move. Steve Cohen just tweeted what happened. What a beauty. What a beauty. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. All right. There we go. Hold on, folks. This is so sick. Oh, I can't believe it. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm so pumped. This is a damn good trade. Very damn good trade. Again, guys, just give me a second. I'm almost done updating everything. I'm gonna change everything real quick. Hold on, folks. Almost done. Almost done, everybody. Shout out everybody in the chat. Hype in the chat. Oh, dude. I can't believe we got... Oh, this feels so damn good. Day made. Week made. Month made. Easily. Yes! Let's go. Hype in the chat, everybody. Continue smashing that like and subscribe one. Oh, my... How are we feeling? We got Chris Basset. I'm going to address everyone's donations very soon. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Oh, my God. Let's go. Wow. What? This is a big... This rotation's so effing good. Oh my God. This is so good. So good. So good. Let's go! Chris Bassett's a New York Met. And we got fun stuff, guys. Hold on. Guys, I got everything set. Give me one sec. There we go, folks. We got the Bassett stuff reset, baby. Give me one more second. I'm gonna add one more thing here quick. Let's go. Let's go. Hype in the chat, everybody. Hype in the chat. I'm gonna update the graphic soon and the details of the deal. But again, Chris Basset, Oakland A's starting pitchers now in New York Met. And in return, the Mets give up prospects JT Ginn and Adam Oller. So again, 2 significant prospects, don't get me wrong. But as long as the Mets re-sign Chris Basset, that's all that matters. They just need to make sure that they do not let Chris Basset walk. It can't be a Javi Baez situation again. This is a fantastic effing trade, though. I'm so pumped. Absolutely love this. This is so sick. Guys, we got everything. Guys, this feels so good. Hold on. I know I'm going to lag heavily for like a minute or two. That's okay. Hold on, folks. think it should be good now. Give it a minute. Oh, I just gotta up. I know I'm gonna be laggy. I apologize, guys. Just give me another minute. I know I'm gonna be lagging like a mofo right now. I'm sure I am. I apologize in advance. It won't be much longer. Just once I'm done with Photoshop, it should be better. Just give me a minute, guys. Hold on, folks. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Over with that. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I know we're not getting Chapman. That's okay. We got Chris Bassett. Love this move. Again, just give me like one more second, guys. We gave up Adam Oller and JT Ginn. That's what I'm trying to update the graphic and show you guys. Hold on, folks. Hold on, everybody. Almost done. What a trade. What an effing trade. Oh, my God. This is such a good trade. Oh, this is so good. Hold on. All right, folks. I think I got the graphics set up now. Okay. How are you feeling, everybody? How do you feel about Chris Bassett being a New York Met? Because I am really happy right now. I'm really, really happy. The graphic is just about done. 1 second, everybody. And if you're just chiming the live stream, thank you guys all so much for being here. Chris Bassett's a New York Met. Give me 1 second. Bassett. Gotta update this. I can't. Oh, this is so good. I can't wait to break him down. Just give me literally like one more minute. There we go. All right, folks. How we feeling? Mets and baseball fans? The trade is official. The New York Mets have acquired, again, Iglesias to the Rockies. Oh, that's perfectly fine. That's not a big deal. I'll take him off the graphic fairly soon. I'm just trying to see how I can get everything right now. If it's going to be too laggy or if it's going to be okay. So just bear with me 1 second, everybody. It's not liking the fact that I have the highlight reel in here. If I take it off, it's not a big deal. Best rotation of baseball. This is so hyped. This is such a fantastic trade, guys. I can't even begin to tell you. This does mean we're out on Molly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is the last big splash pitching wise for the rotation the Mets make, more than likely, and that's perfectly okay. I absolutely love this move, guys. Let me know in the chat too. Am I really laggy? If I am, please let me know, or if I'm decent, let me know too. I'm not sure exactly because I know I have the little Bassett highlights in here for whatever reason. It's taking up far more usage than it should be right now. So yeah, let me know how the quality is and everything. But yeah, Chris Bassett is a New York Met. I'm very, very happy about that. This is a fantastic move. Man, this is it again. They needed a middle of the rotation starter, and they got it, baby. They effing did it. They got a tremendous move here. Feels so good. Okay. Tiny lag, but okay. Okay. All right, folks. So what is the trade? Again, the trade is Chris Bassett for JT Ginn and Adam Oller. JT Ginn and Adam Oller were both very, very strong prospects for the Mets pitching-wise. Not top 5, but they were still very strong prospects overall for the Mets in their system. I may have to take out the damn Chris Bassett highlights. I apologize if I have to do that. Again, it's probably just because, for whatever reason, it's acting stupid. So if I have to take it out, I will. I think I might just do that. Hold on. Of course, it has to act up when I want it to be like in there. Okay, guys, how's quality? Quality okay now? Fantastic. All right, let's get it. Chris Bassett's numbers. I was gonna look up his numbers, but I forgot I had them on the graphic here. Again, look at the breakdown. The exciting thing about Chris Bassett, guys, is the off-speed stuff. Bassett has a nasty curveball, nasty off-speed stuff. Love the break on his pitches, and this is a fantastic pickup for the New York Mets. This is the exact type of player that the New York Mets needed to acquire for the middle of the rotation. We all have to be, you got to be excited about this. This is such a tremendous move. Absolutely fantastic. This is the best that the Mets could have gone, truly. When you look at the trade options out there, Bassett was right at the top of the list with all of them. And we've been saying for the longest time, it's going to be the Oakland A's. So the fact that the Mets did this trade and didn't even give up any assets on their roster tells you that there still may be a trade to be had separately somewhere else from the Mets. I don't know exactly how, but I think what this does tell me is that unless the Mets really go out and maybe they're still heavily in on Hader or someone, it feels a lot less likely Jeff McNeil will be traded right now. It's really interesting to garner what exactly the trade market is going to be like for the current Mets because of the fact that they were able to do this trade without giving up any of their current assets. So that's very interesting about it. Ginn was a valuable asset. Don't get me wrong, he was. But as long as Chris Bassett is re-signed after the season, it'll make up for it. Trust me. And if Bassett has a strong season, it'll make up for it. Bassett, he's 31, 32 years of age, but he does not have much work on his arm at all. He's only been a starter in the league since 2018, 2019. He's been a reliever prior to that. The A's brought him in as a starter over these past couple years, and he has really thrived. And coincidentally enough, Bassett went through the same type of situation as Kevin Pillar, but the other way around. Bassett, if you guys don't remember, got hit with that liner right in the face out of like over 100-mile-per-hour comebacker and was gone for around 5 weeks and then came back and still finished the season with the A's. He's 33. All right, my mistake. Yeah, again, age I wouldn't worry about much with Bassett as long as, of course, he stays healthy, we'll be fine. I'm not concerned. This is a fantastic pickup for the Mets. Absolutely fantastic. Mets top 3 rotation now. Chris Bass. Oh my God. This is such a good move. Such a damn good move. I'll check out Rosenthal in a second, guys. And I know we got a bunch of donations. I'm going to address them really quick, and then we'll go further. But again, guys, continue smashing that like and subscribe button if you're enjoying the stream. The Mets have acquired, yes, Chris Bassett. Feeling damn good about it. I'm sure you guys are too. He is officially a New York Met. Damn, that's awesome. All right, guys, hold on. Trying to see. I know a bunch of you guys donated a while ago. Shoot, I don't want to. Okay, let me check somewhere else. I don't want to miss anyone's donation. We're almost at 700 likes too. Thank you guys so much for that. Really appreciate that. Hold on, everybody. I'm just trying to read the donations quick. Okay. Matthew, I think this was the first one. Great pickup. Does this mean no Chapman? Yeah, I would say that this means it's not impossible, but I would be surprised if the Mets landed Chapman just because you'd imagine Chapman would be in a deal with Bassett, right? If he's not going to be in a deal, are the Mets going to do trade with the A's again? Anything's possible, but I don't think it's nearly as likely now because of the Mets landing Bassett. Of course, anything can change. Anything can, of course, change, but I'm going to assume that they're not going to be in the market for him as much now. Eric, thank you so much for the donation. Finally, bet cost for Molly too high. I say get Hader Chafin for bullpen. Sign Bryant, perfect offseason. Baseball trade value, 17 mil coming to Mets versus 11 mil for A's. Steal. Mets still have lots of picks. Yes, they have lots of picks indeed. Just tremendous. I'm so happy. This is I can't express enough how much I love this deal for the New York Mets. This is, again, the exact type of starter that they needed. So, yes, hype in the chat indeed. Got Chris Basset, baby. Feeling damn good. Sniper, thank you so much for the donation. The rotation needs to stay healthy at least. We have 2 reliable backups. Absolutely. If the Mets rotation doesn't stay healthy, they don't get anywhere. But this is a massive get for them. Basset has been consistent, had a phenomenal year. Yeah, just a great get. Great get in the middle of the rotation for the New York Mets. Can't say much more than that. I'm smiling ear to ear at this. I really am. Edwin, thank you so much for the donation. It's moments like these that I love this channel. Oh, thank you so much, Edwin. Love you too, my friend. I'm glad that we all found this out together too while we were live. Check Hector Gomez. I will. What am I missing? This trade sucks. I don't know how you view this as if the trade sucks. So I don't know what you're missing. That's a great point. I really don't. Because this trade does in fact not suck. And I'm very adamant in saying that. Very, very adamant. Hold on, folks. Iglesias to Colorado. That's okay. It's a bench piece. That doesn't do anything for me. Like, I'm not losing sleep over that at all. Hold on, folks. How's it going, everybody? Yes. Yeah, there's no way. I don't see the Mets landing any more starters of significance like this. This was the one trade I expected them to do. They did it. That's fantastic. I'm very excited. Okay. Ginn is coming off Tommy John. I think you're thinking of Matt Allen because Ginn pitched last year. We aren't done making moves. No, we're definitely not done making moves for us Mets fans. Absolutely. Yeah, no, this is such a damn good trade. Oh my God. So good. I mean, just look, guys. Just look. I mean, Basset, do you want to go through his numbers a little bit further? You want me to go through Baseball Savant, go through his pitches? If you guys want to do that, we definitely will. But again, tremendous get. For the people just chiming in again, Chris Basset. Yes, he only has 1 year, though, so you just got to make sure you re-sign him. That's all that matters. And it's not like the Mets can't re-sign him. Go back and eat dinner so another trade happens. Yeah, I know. It was literally hilarious how as soon as I came back in this seat, it happened, guys. And I just love it because I thought you guys were bluffing. I really thought. All right, I'm checking all reports right now, folks. Bear with me. It's official? Is that what you guys are saying? If so, let me know. Trade's official. Let's go. Such a good move. Love this. What did Morosi say? What did Morosi say, guys? Reminds me of the Mike Hampton trade from 2000. Okay. I could see that for sure. Appreciate the donation again, John. Thank you so much. It's about Freeman. It's okay. I'm focused on the Mets right now, but I'll check the Morosi tweet. Sources: Freeman free agent decision is not imminent at the Sour, Braves, and Dodgers. Okay. Just more on Freeman. Okay. Joe Kelly of the White Sox. Oh, is that true? Wow. White Sox really continuing to bolster that bullpen, man. Really? That's crazy. Good for them, though. Sign Basset right now. Don't wait. Exactly. No, that's a very good chance. Mets can definitely extend Basset. I really think that's going to happen, too, as a matter of fact, just like the Lindor trade. So keep that in mind. Really, really appreciate the donation, my friend. Yeah, love the off-speed stuff with Basset. This is a tremendous get. I wonder if the return was more than J.D. Davis, it's like you thought it would have to be, and I agree with it. Yeah, no, again, that's a great point. I did not expect if the Mets were just going to trade for like one of the pitchers that it would be 2 pitching prospects. I was not under the impression the Mets would do that because they haven't given us the impression that they would have done that. Dan, thank you so much for the dono. But yeah, no, again, the trade in a nutshell, Chris Basset, the stud 33-year-old right-hander, with fantastic off-speed stuff, heading to the New York Mets as their number 3 starter behind Max Scherzer and Jacob deGrom. And in return, the Mets did give up JT Ginn and Adam Oller. Adam Oller, I believe, was rewarded as the best pitcher in the Mets farm this past season and was looking to actually make his debut sometime this year. Adam Oller, I'm trying to think if he's a reliever or a starter. I want to say he's a reliever. I could be wrong. He might be able to be utilized in either way. JT Ginn, though, I know had a strong season, split time between 2 different leagues. Finished the season, he was in Brooklyn in high A. Plenty of potential with JT Ginn. Same thing with Oller. Dave, why do you hate this deal, Dave? No, why do you hate this deal? I'm sorry if you guys don't like this deal. I love this deal for the New York Mets because, again, this is exactly what they needed, and it's not going to take long to lock up Chris Bassett, I don't think. I don't think they're going to let this drag out at all. I think they're going to actually extend him before the season potentially. Joe Kelly has agreed to a 2-year contract with the White Sox. That's nuts. That is actually crazy. Okay. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Walker Youngest at 29 are all our right-handed pitchers. Thoughts? I understand they're all right-handers. I will say, though, this is going to be a detriment for the club when you're getting a really quality pitcher in Chris Bassett. Sean Manaea would have been a very good get as well, I agree, but Sean Manaea has already hit his peak in his career and is someone that has dealt with injury concerns. You don't get that with Chris Bassett. Chris Bassett is still very much in his prime and is still very young as a starter. He's Jacob deGrom in the sense where he didn't start out as a starter right away. You know what I mean? Like, he's only been a starter for a couple of years now, as really finally starting to get in his groove. So that's exciting. So my thoughts in a nutshell, I love this deal for the Mets. If they add a lefty as a depth starter, that's perfectly fine. I don't think it's going to be a detriment to the lack of their success at all. Nothing like that. I love this move for the Mets. I really do. I've been wanting one of those A's pitchers, and we got him. We absolutely got him, and I'm very, very happy about it. Very happy. What did Morosi tweet, guys? We'll check out Morosi's tweet in a second. Guys, the floodgates are opening. We're seeing numerous moves happening, not just trades, but free agent signings as we speak. Oh, yeah, I'm not forgetting about Lucchesi, but the thing is, Lucchesi is still rehabbing from Tommy John surgery. But yeah, regardless, this is a damn good get for the New York Mets. Oh, my goodness. I'm very, very excited for this, guys. I really am. Did Heyman tweet something new again? Let's check Heyman real quick. I'm checking Heyman's tweet, guys. I'm checking his tweets. Robinson Chirinos to the Orioles. Oh, that's okay. That's not a big deal. I'm gonna update the graphic really quick though, so I can get Joe Kelly's contract on there. And I'm also gonna take down. I'm trying to think what I want to take down. I'm gonna take down some Mets rumors. I'm trying to think which ones I should take down because I just want to make sure there's enough room on the graphic. Awesome move indeed. Yeah, I'm beyond happy. Mets are gonna continue to build in the bullpen. And I'm just they got this done quick. Yeah, I know Steve Cohen said what happened. Yeah, and guys, here's the thing: everyone that was complaining, to literally everyone that was no, it wasn't a horrible trade. Webb's love. It doesn't matter that he's 33 years old, as long as you actually re-sign the guy and he has a good year. That's all that matters. We're gonna win now stage. They did not give up top prospects for him. That's what I appreciate. The Mets didn't even give up a Ronnie Mauricio. They didn't give up a Matt Allen. But everyone was complaining, and I understand. And I was saying this. The Mets made numerous moves this offseason where you didn't get one rumor prior to it happening, like one leak. Nothing was leaked at all until this came to fruition. So it tells you the Mets are continuing to work stealthy. Plenty here. And it makes you wonder exactly for the other moves that they have upcoming, are they going to be moves that we expect? Or are they going to be moves that are something that we didn't expect per se, that wasn't leaked out there? Dave, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Give me up again for Bassett is awful. Dave, I respectively disagree as long as the Mets make sure they have Bassett for more than a year. If you lock up Bassett, then no, I don't agree with that notion at all. Especially with the fact that obviously we don't know what JT Ginn is going to turn into. He isn't even our top pitching prospect. The Mets still have their top pitching prospect in Matt Allen. So I respectfully disagree. I think this is a fantastic trade for the New York Mets for what they are right now and what they plan to be in the years going forward. Appreciate the donation a lot, though. So thank you so much for that. Really, really do. What's Bassett's contract like? He just has one more year. He's in his final year of arbitration. Then he's a free agent. So odds are the Mets are more than likely going to extend him prior. Jose Iglesias agrees with the Rockies. That's perfectly fine. Michael White, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Sign Carlos, trade for Hader, get Chafin, then buy tickets for the World Series. Carlos, who are you talking about Carlos-wise? Because are you talking about Correa? Not happening, Michael, because Rodon obviously signed with the Giants yesterday. Appreciate the donation a lot, though, my friend. Thank you. Hi, really chat, everybody. How do the Mets have money? What do you mean, how do the Mets have money? This wasn't even they didn't even spend here. Nothing being linked before any of these. Yes, exactly. It is a new era. I agree. Just why not Manaea, though? I think he would. Don't get me wrong. If you're looking for the lefty, that's where Manaea definitely makes sense. But clearly the Mets liked Bassett more here. One, because he doesn't have nearly as much injury concern as Manaea, Manaea has dealt with injuries in recent years. Two, Manaea has already hit his peak in his career, and we know what to expect from him. Chris Bassett has yet to hit his peak in his career. He's a late bloomer as someone who's only been a starter for a couple years. And three, while I agree that a southpaw would have been nice, as long as you have a quality starter, that's all that happens. A southpaw your rotation is not going to make or break your rotation. It just would have made sense, obviously, if they didn't land a southpaw. I would understand the thought process behind it. Yeah, no, this is a fantastic move. This is nuts. It's going to be so bizarre watching this team now. So bizarre watching this team, how different it is. Just a fantastic trade overall, guys. I'm gonna update the graphic in 1 second, everybody. Again, shout out all you guys. Make sure to smash that like and subscribe on. All my Mets fans just chiming in too. Thank you guys so much for being here. We are the largest Mets content platform that you'll find here on the platform, I should say, channel-wise. I'm very grateful to say that, and it's all because of you guys. So thank you all so much for the support. Really do appreciate it. Help us get a 14K subs. That's the next short-term goal. We're just a couple hundred away. And yeah, continue to let me know your thoughts on Chris Bassett, baby. Fantastic move for the New York Mets. I absolutely love this for them. Or you think that we regret giving up Ginn? I don't think we regret giving up Ginn as long as we keep Bassett for more than a year. The same arguments that were had with Javi Baez and Crow Armstrong. As long as those are fair arguments considering we didn't keep Baez looking back, but especially for someone like Bassett, if he is the X factor in us having a deep run this year and you keep him for more than a year, that's all that matters. That is all that matters. This is just a fantastic pickup. Absolutely, I love this. The Mets have a lot of creativity now in their rotation. Yes, he's not a lefty, but his off-speed stuff is disgusting. They have a very nice balance now. I'm liking more and more of it. I really do. And I'll check a tweet in a second. Kyle, thank you so much for your $2 donation. I appreciate that. Is it possible that the Mets get Conforto back? It's possible, but it is very slim. Very slim. Recent reports indicate that the Mets are not going to be prioritizing him. Oh, my Ranger podcast link doesn't work? Oh, I'll have to try to check that. But yeah, I do have a New York Rangers podcast at Rangers Review. Guys, feel free to check it out if you'd like. Josh Harrison with the White Sox. Damn, White Sox got a good pickup. Wow. Oh my, the floodgates have opened, folks. I got to update so much now. There was absolute filth and 0 innings on his arm. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Kenny. That's exactly what I mean. Thank you so much for the donation. What will happen with Tyler McGill now? He'll try to compete for a spot, and if he doesn't crack it, then he'll either come out of the pen or in the minors. That's what'll happen. I like Tommy Pham a lot too. But yeah, again, continue to let me know your thoughts, folks. I got to update the poll because the Mets did make a trade. They did make a move today. So let me update that real quick. Give me 1 second, everybody. And help us get to 1,000 likes. That's what we're trying to get here. We got, 1,600 viewers? Continue smashing that like and subscribe button, folks. Thank you all so much in advance. I'm going to end that poll and ask you guys if you like this trade for the New York Mets. That's what we're going to do next year. Oh, wait. It's not going to let me. Okay, here we go. I'm going to ask you guys who won the trade. All right, guys. Damn, it's such a good move. Such a good move. Yeah, I'm going to update the graphic now, everybody. So just hang on for a second. Yeah, Josh Harrison of the White Sox, I'm aware. I'm not going to put every signing that happened on the graphic, but I'm going to put the ones that are obviously more prominent. Harrison's decent, but I'm going to put Joe Kelly above him for sure. So just give me 1 second. Just going to update the graphic again. Again, it won't be the last time I do that today. Just so damn happy about this move, guys. You have literally no idea. Love this deal for the New York Mets. Fantastic trade. I love this trade so much, guys. Oh my God. I cannot wait to see Chris Basset in his off-speed filth in a New York Mets uniform. Billy Epler, Steve Cohen, they are killing it, guys. They are killing it. That's a slam dunk. This rotation is looking chef's kiss. It really is. For a win now stage, this is looking damn good. It really is, guys. It's looking damn good. Wow. So give me 1 second, guys. Updating the graphic again quick, and then we'll go from there. White Sox making some really good moves right now too. And the White Sox are actually my favorite team in the AL. They have been for numerous years now, so I'm very happy for them. I just can't believe they landed Kelly. That bullpen just keeps getting they ain't stopping. They just keep stacking up on that bullpen. And if I'm lagging at all, I do apologize, guys. Like I said, I'm just trying to update the graphic for everyone first chiming in. Chris Basset is a New York Met, and the Mets gave up 2 pitching prospects, that being, and yes, Adam Oller and JT Ginn. I do wonder if the Mets are going to be interested in Chapman. I just don't think it's going to happen now, though, because, I mean, if you already did one trade with the A's that was separate, you know, well, like, I don't know. And, like, what are the Mets going to do with J.D. Davis, Dom Smith, and McNeil? You know, how many of them are they going to trade, if at all? It's such a good question. I'm really curious now. Hold on, everybody. Graphics almost done. Such a good try. I can't get over this. I haven't even been able to fully appreciate it yet because I've been too worried about these graphics, and I apologize. I just want to make sure that it's up to date for you guys. What a Ken bomb. Okay, graphics about done. There we go. I don't have to update it for a couple minutes because it's a pain in the ass. Okay. I know I'm probably lagging. I apologize for that too, folks. New graphic. There we go. Beautiful. All right, folks, we're all set. Sweet. Ah, feels so good. So pumped. Again, Chris Bassett's a New York Met. I'll continue checking the reports and everything. But yeah, that is the latest move that has happened for the New York Mets. Stellar move. I'll keep Mayor tweet. All right, let's check everything. Do you guys, question everybody in the chat right now? Do you think the New York Mets are going to make more acquisitions today? Let me know. Mets would like to add a relief arm or two with Colin McHugh, Adam Ottavino, and Andrew Chafin on their radar. Okay. I don't have Adam Ottavino on the graphic. I might add it in a minute then. But 2 of the 3 we already have on the graphic. So Ottavino is the one. New one, of course. New York native, was with the New York Yankees. Yeah, I could definitely see Ottavino making sense. But one of Chafin or McHugh would be fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely would be fantastic. I would. Oh, Mets are doing work. Yeah, I just checked Michael Mayer's report, guys. All right, yeah, the latest report is that the Mets are still very much trying to get a reliever or two. They're in on Andrew Chafin still, same thing with Colin McHugh. And the newer one that we have not talked about previously is, yes, Adam Ottavino. He was last season, he was with the Boston Red Sox. Shout out to Draftneck Mark, because when I had Mark on the channel, him and James, we broke down Mets top 10 free agent targets, and he had Adam Ottavino in his top 10. So let's see if that actually happens or not. Yeah, I know. I need a higher graphics guy. I mean, I don't mind doing the graphics. The only issue is that when I go off to do it, it just obviously the stream naturally lags when I do it. It's unfortunate, but it's not too heavy of a lag at least. Morosi, I'll check Morosi. Let's see. Just such a damn good trade for the New York Mets. I'm going to check the poll in a second who you guys think won the trade too. John Heyman says almost all NL contending type teams are in on DH Nelson Cruz. Including Milwaukee. I think he's going to go to the Brewers, personally. Why are we trading top 5 prospects? First of all, Ginn and Aller, neither of them are top 5 prospects. So you have that. Still lagging a bit? Am I lagging you guys? Let me know in the chat if I'm lagging. I don't think I am. I would love Nelson Cruz. Don't get me wrong. Has a high... Chris Bassett doesn't have a high ERA. What are you talking... Look at the stats. I got the stats for you guys right here. In case you're wondering. The stats are right there for you guys. Yeah, exactly. Bassett has room to improve. He has yet to hit his peak in his career. That's what's so exciting about someone like him. Age is not a factor for someone like Chris Bassett. This is a damn good trade, guys. Damn good trade. Awesome. Let's check out. I'm going to check out the poll real quick to see what you guys are saying. But yeah, Chris Bassett, man, oh man, this rotation is it. This rotation is really it. They got a reliable starter that they can extend that doesn't have much work on his arm. It's hard to argue that the Mets could have done. The only way the Mets could have done better here is obviously if they got a Castillo or of course a Montas type, or even Miley that we've been talking about. But at the same time, those guys are going to cost significantly more. So the fact that the Mets were able to do this deal and still have assets that they are willing to trade, that's great. Story leaving confirmed now. Leaving to go where? What are you saying? Yeah, I know. Iglesias got signed by the Rockies. Yep. What is great about Chris Bassett? I just explained what's great about Chris Bassett. Chris Bassett has only been a starter since 2018-2019 season. He's someone that has not had much work at all on his arm. He has fantastic off-speed stuff. I'll go over his further numbers with you guys as is, but he has been reliable. And to see him bounce back the way he did, also getting hit in the eye earlier this year on the comebacker, is crazy. This is just a perfect fit for what the Mets need in the middle of this rotation. Again, Bassett's someone that can easily be a number 1 or a number 2 on opposing clubs. The Mets have him as their number 3. And yes, the magical chicken nuggets. Yes. You guys are just, if you're wondering, I left the live stream for 10 minutes, guys. When I came back, as soon as I sat my ass in the seat, you guys were all spamming me saying that we got Basset. I thought you guys were joking too. I thought you guys were planning a prank, but you weren't. Shout out every single one of you guys. That just absolutely nuts. But no, Basset is a fantastic pickup for what the Mets need. Again, yeah, he is a great leader. I've seen nothing but positivity about Chris Bassett. There's so many quality character guys that end up coming from Oakland as is. Like I said, it'll be interesting to see if the Mets trade again with Oakland. I will be surprised if they do, but still, I'm so pumped. This is fantastic. Yes, Oakland is a non-hitter friendly park. So is Citi Field, however. Citi Field is more of a pitcher's park than it is a hitter's park. Dead arm rotation. Oh, it's okay to be jealous, Freddie. Let's see. Luis Castillo is about to get traded to the Mets for WardyNYM. What? No, that's not happening. The Mets are not. I do not think the Mets are going to trade for any more pitchers to this magnitude. This was it. I definitely think that Chris Bassett is the last significant acquisition the Mets make in this rotation. Could the Mets trade for a depth starter? They absolutely could do something like that. But yeah, middle of the rotation wise, they're set now. I don't expect them to do anything more drastic than this, and that's perfectly fine. Love this. And age isn't a factor for a team that's in a win now stage for 3 years. I will say that much. The Mets window right now is Jacob deGrom, Max Scherzer, Chris Bassett types. So feeling good. Feeling very, very happy about this. And I'm really curious what's going to happen now with Jeff McNeil, JD Davis, and Dom Smith. Guys, everybody in the chat, to my over 1,500 viewers, thank you guys all so much for being here. Give me a yes or a no. Do you think that there's still a strong likelihood that multiple Mets get traded or no? There's a new Michael Mayer tweet. Oh, we got the fake news in here. That's what we got. Okay. Lots of yeses. Some no's too. Okay. That White Sox bullpen is disgusting. Absolutely nuts. Brian. Cracking me up. All right. Wow. The majority of you guys still think that like big trades for the Mets are going to happen. Here's the thing. What are the Mets going to do now, right? The three-headed monster of a rotation is on lock. That's done. That's taken care of. So what do they do now? Do they think that they have the assets? Oh, I still have the Iglesias shit. Oh, what? Oh, wait. Did I never fix the graphic? Am I an idiot? Well, I know I'm an idiot. Hold on 1 sec, folks. I know I'm an idiot. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. I see what I did here. My bad. There we go. That's the update graphic. Okay. Mayor, I know, tweeted a couple minutes ago about the bullpen. We've been talking about it. Yeah, no. Again, latest reports that the Mets are still very much heavily in the market for relievers. They're in on Adam Ottavino, Colin McHugh, and Andrew Chafin. Love that. Absolutely love that. Again, we knew that they were in on 2 of those 3 already. The one that we were not aware of, however, was Adam Ottavino. And Ottavino would be a very nice depth pickup for the bullpen, too. He's still a very solid reliever. Has a nasty, of course, release, too. But yeah, again, I can't. I don't even think I've been able to fully express how excited I am right now, guys, about Chris Bassett. And I think it's just because of the fact that there's still so much news going on at the same time. This is very good. This is such a good move. Not even very good. This is an amazing move for the Mets, specifically for what they needed, guys. I mean, to land Max Scherzer and Chris Bassett. Let me put it this way: the Mets lost Noah Syndergaard. The Mets let Noah Syndergaard and Marcus Stroman walk, and in return landed Max Scherzer and Chris Bassett this offseason. What does that tell me? That tells me a team that's in a far greater chance to win now than what they were previously. Trade for the Mets also on a trade for the Athletics. Yes, I agree, Jim. Shout out to you, Ballcap. I'm going to shout for Ballcap Sports. Love Jim. Make sure to check him out, guys. I feel like Ginn was a risky trade. I mean, again, it's a win-win trade for both sides. That's how I view it. As long as, obviously, Bassett does well with the Mets, there's no reason to believe that he won't. And two, hopefully that the Mets make sure that they lock him up, and I believe that they will. I don't see how they wouldn't. Just so good. So good. Yep, as of now, the Mets 4-5 is Carrasco and Walker, and then you have McGill, Pearson. All of them are fighting for spots, and that's a good thing. You send a super chat, I'll look for your super chat. My mistake. If I missed anyone's super chats, I do apologize, guys. Thank you all so much for the donations, the likes, the support. It really does mean a lot. Guys, we've been live streaming 4 hours today, so I'm glad it took, that 4th hour in to finally get some breaking news for the Mets. So that's awesome. But yeah, I will. Maybe this is going to be X factor for the Mets pursuing someone like Hader, obviously, because of the fact that they still have all these young controllable assets. Okay, let's check the super chat, guys. Oh, here it is. Okay. Why has he only started in 38 games in 2 years? Because of the fact that he hasn't. Well, one, we had a short in 2020 season, but he hasn't been a full-fledged starter his entire career. That's why. He's only been a full-fledged starter for a couple of years now. Prior to that, he was coming out of the bullpen for the A's. But the A's did a fantastic job with him to really make him go from being a bullpen piece to a full-fledged starter. And that's why he has yet to hit his peak in his career, because he's still, yes, he's 33 years of age, but he doesn't have the work of what a 33-year-old would naturally have if they've been a starter in the league since they came in the league. Brian, thank you so much for the membership, Brian. Hype and shout for Brian for becoming a new member on WardyNYM. Really, really appreciate that, Brian. Really, really do. Mets should sign Freeman just for fun. Chris Bassett signed with the Mets. No, they trade for him. That's what happened. Wow, guys, we're getting really close to 14K on the channel. So thank you guys all so much in advance. And again, all my new Mets viewers that are possibly chiming in right now, thank you guys so much for being here. If you're wondering what we do on the channel, just to quickly recap, I know a lot of you guys know this by now, if not the majority, but we cover every single thing New York Mets on the channel. We do endless live streams like this regarding any rumors and coverage that happens regarding moves and things like that. We break it right away as it happens. I share my initial reaction and thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts about it as well. I try to share my analysis too on what if this was a good, bad move. And of course, during the season, I will be doing endless, not just in-game live streams where I share my own commentary, but mainly what you're going to see a lot basically after every single game is post-game coverage. That will be a huge thing. Post-game analysis, individual video content, all things New York Mets. We collaborate. I'm ingrained with so many other great content creators out there and plenty of reporters for the New York Mets that we have all the time on the channel. So everything endlessly New York Mets is what you find on WardyNYM. We've only been doing this for a year and a half now, and thankfully we have the largest Mets platform out there that isn't directly affiliated with the Mets or SNY on YouTube. So shout out all you guys if you're just chiming in. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate that. But in case you're wondering what exactly we do here, and that is everything that we do in a nutshell. Joseph, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate that, Joseph. Still think this team could use another middle of the order bat to pair with Alonso. I wholeheartedly agree with you, and I expect the Mets to add another bat. To what degree, though, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Can they land a Kyle Schwarber? It's possible. I like the idea of Schwarber more than Bryant based on term and the likelihood. I want KB more than anyone, but I know that he isn't as realistic right now. They were 25th in homers and ISO last year. Get Schwarber. Oh, and I didn't even see the part where you just said Schwarber. So see, it works out. Mets would love a lefty bat in this order. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you. Again, guys, keep an eye on aren't just Schwarber. I would say Jock Pearson's an interesting guy to keep an eye on too. If the Mets are going to emphasize, obviously, a lefty bat, Freddie Freeman is a great idea. Don't get me wrong, but the likelihood of that is beyond slim. It seems like he's going to go the Dodgers or the Yankees should he leave Atlanta, obviously. And that's the thing. Mets aren't done. I from what we're seeing right now, I think the Mets are going to make another move tonight. If they don't, that's perfectly fine too. I'm not going to complain. But yeah, it does look like the Mets have another move up their sleeve tonight. The only thing I will say again with this trade, nothing was leaked prior to it, folks. Nothing was leaked prior to it. So the fact that this happened just out of the blue makes you wonder if other moves that the Mets are bound to make today and in the coming days, they will kind of come out of the blue too. If we're not going to find out anything until of course, Jeff Passan or Ken Rosenthal will be the first to drop it. Ego, thank you so much for your $2 donation. Let's tweet Cohen and tell him to get Pujols for DH. Pujols, I'm honestly not in favor of. If we're going to get a guy for DH that really is older and can't play the field at all, I want Nelson Cruz every day of the week before I want Pujols. And I think it's only right that Pujols goes back to St. Louis to finish his career. So I'm kind of hoping for his sake and the Cardinals' sake they do that. It feels right. Appreciate the donation a lot, though. But yeah, I'm personally not on board with Pujols out of all the options we have, to be honest. Mets league have been quiet. I love it. Yeah, exactly. And I know that a lot of us were getting fed up. Mania next off Athletics, apparently. Yeah. You know where I think Sean Mania is going to go? This is just my personal opinion. I think there's two places Sean Mania is going to potentially go. I think it's going to be the Yankees or the White Sox. Yankees, obvious reasons. White Sox, obvious reasons, especially after losing Carlos Rodon. So I think White Sox are being very active right now too. I think Mania would be a nice replacement for Rodon for them. So yeah, I would definitely keep an eye on the White Sox and Mania just as like a hunch because of the moves that are happening. And I'm biasly saying that because I like the White Sox. So we'll see. You tagged me in a Basset jersey swap. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll definitely update the thumbnail with that soon then. Oh, that is a dope jersey swap. I like that. That's sick. From JD Swaps. He makes awesome. I can't wait to see Bassett pitching for the Mets, guys. What a thing of beauty. This is fantastic. Okay, folks. What we got? Any new news? If we got any news, let me know. But yeah, give me 1 second. I want to break down Bassett's numbers a little bit more. What's up, Jesse? Shout out everybody in the chat. Really love and appreciate all you guys. Yes, I know Kelly of the White Sox. We got him on the graphic over here. I don't know the actual, how much money he's making yet, but that's okay. I don't need to put that there. At least I don't need to rush it. Good. I want to look up Bassett's numbers here further through Baseball Savant because we have everything you need to know with his numbers and some advanced numbers through Fangraphs we have in the graphic down here for you guys. So I hope you guys are enjoying that. But yeah, let me look up. I haven't looked at his Baseball Savant in a couple months. And guys, if you don't know, we talked extensively about Chris Bassett on the channel, like a lot. Really, since we thought that the Mets would be going after more pitching after Max Scherzer. I've talked about him in numerous videos. We've done complete breakdowns on him. And again, just fantastic effing pickup for the New York Mets. Fantastic pickup. Is any trader signing happening right now? I mean, right now as we speak, that was Chris Bassett from over the past 20 minutes to a half hour. That's what's happened. Since then, we've had other signings and moves. Really, all the White Sox. I mean, Jose Iglesias, one of the Rockies on a 1-year deal. But then Joe Kelly, the big arm from the Dodgers, signed a 2-year deal with the White Sox. I love that for them. Their bullpen's disgusting. And now the White Sox just added a Swiss Army knife of a player that I really wanted the Mets to get. I'm not going to lie, Josh Harrison. Josh Harrison, also a Oakland A, was with the Nationals, got traded the A's at the deadline. Swiss Army knife of a player. Really, really good depth piece for the White Sox are making damn good moves. But yeah. Okay, guys, so to look a little bit further at Chris Bassett's numbers this season, through Baseball Savant, when we're looking at percentiles, average exit velo, Bassett was in the 76th percentile. Hard hit percentage, 88th percentile. XWOBA, 76th percentile. Times ERA, 76th percentile. Times batting average, 67th percentile. Times slugging, 71st percentile. Barrel percentage, 68th percentile. K percentage, 60 percentile. Walk percentage, 81 percentile. I love that. That shows you that Chris Bassett is, in fact, disciplined on the mound. I love a guy that actually, isn't going to be giving you constant walks for the opposing team. Whiff percentage, 32%. Chase rate, 43%. Fastball velocity, 28%. Fastball spin, 30%. Curveball spin, 32%. So clearly what you're seeing is that Bassett, through his numbers, nothing that's coming off as overwhelming. That, when it comes to, the whiff rate, the chase rate, it's below average, but he's still getting the outs. He's very, very, it really seems like his placement as a pitcher is just fantastic. He's probably getting a lot of ground outs. If I had to assume, that's what I'm going to probably go with. I would imagine that he's getting a lot of ground outs with the type of pitching that he has. And of course he has at least 1 or 2 more pitchers than I originally thought he had. He's got a 6-pitch arsenal for guys that aren't aware. Sinker, 4-seam fastball, cutter, changeup, slider, curveball. That sinker is what he throws the most. Okay, let's get into his numbers further here, folks. Breaking down Chris Bassett's Baseball Savant. You guys can just do this yourself, too. Obviously, if you just go on Google, look up Baseball Savant and Chris Bassett. Sinker, he threw averaged 93 miles per hour. And the opponent batting average on that was 255, and times batting average, expected batting average, 286. So he got a little lucky with the sinker in 2021. But again, that's by far the pitch he threw the most. Fastball, 4-seam fastball, he sits on average right around 93 miles per hour, can obviously touch 95 plus. And opponent batting average on his fastball, his normal 4-seamer, 185 average and a 173 expected batting average. I'll check Heyman in 1 second, guys. Cutter, really, really strong numbers here too. Let's see. 89 miles per hour on the cutter, 310 batting average, 296. So he actually needs to work better on that cutter. That was his worst pitch. So my apologies for misspeaking there. Cutter's what he needs to work on this season. Same thing with Taijuan Walker, because he struggled a lot with that down in the second half of the season. Changeup, 85 miles per hour on average, a 200 opponent batting average, and a 272 expected batting average. So he got actually pretty lucky on the changeup too. And the slider, oh, very interesting with the slider too. Okay, we got ourselves a 77 mile per hour slider on average for Bassett, a 153 batting average, and a 128 expected batting average. And the curveball, last but not least, which is so nasty, a 143 opponent batting average, a 164 expected batting average, sitting right around 72 miles per hour. Okay, Heyman, we're checking Heyman, guys. Oh, 2 moves, lower key moves. Nico Goodrum, who's a guy that I feel has more in the tank, just hasn't performed as well in recent years for Detroit. Just signed a 1-year deal, $2.1 million plus incentives. And Luke Mail, catcher, signs with the Guardians, $900K if he's in the majors. Nico Goodrum is a sneaky good pickup for the Astros. Yeah, I just love this move. Another Heyman? A third one? Really? Wow, the floodgates are really open right now, folks. This is crazy. Third one in a row. Wow, okay. Chadwick Trump agrees to Braves deal. $720K if in majors. Okay, so low level. The biggest one out of those three obviously was Nico Goodrum. But yeah, fantastic. I'm still can't get over. I cannot get over Bassett. Ooh, according to MLB Nerds, and again, I discredited them a little bit yesterday, but they actually were spot on with a deal today, details wise, prior to Passan coming out with them regarding pardon me, the trade earlier between Texas and Minnesota. And they tweeted today that obviously with Bassett traded to the Mets, the Athletics fire sale begins. The expectation is that Chapman, Manaea, Olson, and Montas will be gone by this Friday. Additionally, the Toronto Blue Jays have expressed interest in Matt Chapman. As we know, the Blue Jays have been looking for a quality third baseman. They are in on Jose Ramirez, but if that can't happen, Chapman, the best glove at third base, definitely doesn't hurt either. So be interesting to see where Chapman goes. I just hope that Chapman obviously isn't going to the Mets, which I don't think he is at this rate, at least, that I hope he doesn't go to the Phillies. Who did we send to the A's? We have it right on the graphic here. The Mets signed JT Ginn and Adam Oller to the Rays. Not the Rays, pardon me, the A's, pardon me. Ground ball, 71.46%. Thank you. Appreciate that. I figured that he was very much more of a ground ball pitcher. Obviously, I have not watched a tremendous amount of Oakland A's baseball during my time as a Mets fan. I'm not staying up to watch A's all that often. But from what I have, when I have watched Bassett live, he's always been strong. And obviously, I've deep dived him a lot this offseason, which is why we had everything prepped for you guys, graphic-wise, have the stats and all that. I have a highlight reel to show you guys a Bassett too, but my software is being stupid and not allowing me to really put it in right now without having some serious lag issues. So I apologize. Let's see. When do I end the stream? I don't think I'm ending the stream probably until I would say close to midnight. I think the Mets are going to continue to make moves. I think it's going to be a long day. That's why right now it feels like it's going to be a long day until proven otherwise. Because again, this is a fantastic move. I can gladly talk about Chris Bassett for hours on end with you guys, along with everything else that's happening. Fantastic effing trade for the New York Mets. You're working Makunji, PA. You may have seen me around then, Johnny. Definitely not far from you at all. Jake, I probably won't be able to just because my Twitter has been swarmed. I'm not going to get to that in time. So I would just try to look it up. I would just look up Chris Bassett Mets on Twitter and then go to photos and it'll probably pop up. Suzuki sign, Kurt Suzuki sign. I know that. We're still waiting on Seiya. I think Seiya's going to go to the Red Sox. But yeah. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm going to check the poll real quick in the live stream, folks. Again, shout out all you guys. Thank you all so much for being here. Really do appreciate it. Guys, we're just around 100 likes away from 1,000 in the live stream. So thank you guys so much for that and for the continued support. I really, 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 really appreciate it. So continue smashing that like and subscribe button. As always, everybody, always is appreciated. Again, thank you all so much in advance. Yeah, just really, really appreciate the support and everything that's transpired today. So in the poll, okay, 70, again, I know that there's obviously a bias here and for good reason. But out of 1,300 votes so far, half an hour in, 70% of you guys think the Mets won this trade. 8% of you guys think the A's won this trade. And 22% of you guys think that both won this trade. Now, if you're asking for my opinion, I think the Mets won this trade just because I feel that the A's could have potentially gotten more than what they did. But I think that all in all, how the trade will end is that it will be a winner for both sides. As long as JT Ginn projects the way that we believe he's going to, and Adam Oller, who really was a high riser this past year after being a Rule 5 pickup by the Mets back in 2019. Look at that. To turn him into being one of the two main assets, the only assets in landing a stud in Chris Bassett here. That's huge. So in the now, this is a win for the Mets, and the future, this may very well be a win for the A's, which would make it even. So I'm very happy. Very, very happy. The Mets aren't in on Castellanos because he has a first-round pick tied to him. The Mets would have to give up a first-round pick in order to land him. They're not going to do it for a guy that cannot play defense and, of course, would be looking for probably upwards of a 5-year deal at the DH position. They're not going to do it. Yes, we got Bassett. Yes, we got Bassett, Therese. and to everybody in the chat that's just chiming in. We got Chris Bassett. Chris Bassett's a New York Met. Still can't believe it. Deshaun Watson and Pats. I don't see that happening. All right, guys, another Heyman tweet just came out. Miguel Diaz, right-handed pitcher, signs Tigers deal. $800,000 if in majors. So another small move. Bunch of small moves. Okay, let's get Schwarber next. I would love if we get Schwarbo. I'm very happy. I know Amari Cooper got traded to the Browns for literally like nothing today. That's a win for the Browns easily. Man, this caught me off guard. Mets fans want everybody. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't any fan base want everyone? Let's see. You think we gain a big bat? I think the only way I think the Mets are getting a big bat is if like Topps it's Kyle Schwarber. And I think honestly what might be a little bit more of a reality is like a Jock Pearson type, a Tommy Pham type. It's really hard to gauge because today has been so pitching heavy for the Mets. Who knows? You know, really who knows? I genuinely don't know for certain who they're going to get offensively, but I do know they are going to add offensively still. We just don't know to what degree. Yeah, Ginn and Aller are going to fly off the A system. I agree. I don't think it'll. I think Aller has potential to hit the bigs this season. So. Okay, Heyman tweet again. All right, let's check Heyman. How many? Quick question, guys. Do we have a bunch of Yankees fans in here? I saw one Yankee fan talking here, and he was nice. I appreciate that. How many Yankees fans do we have in here? I'm curious. So I'm really curious how Yankees fans feel. Jordan Lyles, Orioles, $500K signing bonus, $5.5 million in 2022. Club option for $11 million in 2023. $1 million buyout, $7 million guaranteed. Lyles is the one that signed pre-lockout, right? And then it didn't become official until post-lockout. Wicked, what's up? Yeah, we do see some Yankees fans here. How's it going, guys? I don't have any ill will against you guys. You be nice, I'd be nice. That's how it works. Mets suck. All right, well, you know, there you go. Naturally, people tend to shit on the Mets in streams like this when they're upset that the Mets actually made good moves. And for that, I laugh. I really do. Keep crying. See if See if your words impact me, because I promise you they're not going to get anywhere. Okay, Mario, thank you so much for the donation. Bassett, baby, so hyped. LFGM, you messed it up, but I know what you meant there. Want a reliever or two plus a bat, and we are ready to roll. LGM Worry, absolutely. Thank you so much for the donut, Mario. Hi in the chat to Mario. Really, really appreciate that. What a beauty. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's go. Hype in the chat. How much is Bassett making? I got to look up how much he's due, because he's due for, this is his final year of arbitration, I'm pretty sure, for Bassett. Let me check what Bassett is expected to make in pre-arb. Hold on. Not pre-arb, just arb in general. 8-9 mil. Checks out, and that's perfectly fine. And again, you got to extend him. Don't know much about Bassett. Well, we got everything here for Bassett. And again, Bassett in a nutshell. I'll keep repeating it because I know all you guys are going to be talking about it. For everyone that's wondering, Chris Bassett, 33 years of age. He's only been a full-fledged starter in the MLB for, 3-4 seasons. Tops now, because he originally started as a reliever, and the A's really blossomed him into a strong starter. Fantastic year for the A's. Missed over 5 weeks only because he got hit right in the eye with a comebacker halfway through the season last year, and then still came back towards the end of the year like an absolute stud. So yeah, that did in fact happen. And now we're gonna and now Bassett's a New York Met. I'm just fantastic, great off-speed stuff. Has 6-pitch arsenal. Gonna bring a perfect balance in the rotation for the Mets. Mike Hawk only has sources like every now and then. He always and I'm saying that because obviously he's a joke account. So I'm not going to put too much stock into his thing. Yankees 10 years over 300 million. It wouldn't surprise me if that happens. It wouldn't surprise me. Crazy Yankees supposedly, we'll see. I will say, if a joke account, like if an account that purposely jokes is the first to break Carlos Correa, then I don't know how the MLB and their reporters come back from that. I really don't. Sniper, thank you so much for the donation. Projected 8 mil this season. Yeah, that's perfect for Bassett. Check out Bassett's highlights last year with the A's. He's got crazy movement on his pitches. Yep. Strikeout batter's excited to see him pitch. Me too. Yeah, I want to try to get the Bassett highlights in here. It's just been lagging so much. So bear with me, guys, 1 sec. I'm going to try to do it again. And if it doesn't work, then it is what it is. Please don't lag too much. Please don't lag. Damn it. Why you got to keep lagging? Every time I'm trying to show this man's highlights, it keeps lagging so much. So annoying, too. I think it's just because I've been streaming all day. I really think that's the reason why. Hold on. Let me try something. Still a little laggy, probably, isn't it? See, here's the thing. It's not supposed to be in slow-mo. That's the only issue. That's in real time. It's just running slow-mo for whatever reason. It is what it is. If you guys want the Bassett highlights there, I'll leave them there for a couple minutes, and then I'll take them away if it becomes a little bit too finicky. But yeah, if the stream looks okay, then we'll keep going. I don't know if I'm lagging much to you guys, so again, just continue. Let me know. Slow-mo makes it look cooler. Okay, maybe it's easier for you guys to see the pitches then. Either way, whatever you guys want is what I'll do. No problem. All right, hold on. You guys said check Heyman. I will definitely do that. They're showing him on MLB Network. Yeah, I have MLB Network on. I see that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nothing new with Heyman. Nothing, just with mail. the last deal to happen. I'm so happy too because I love Bassett's personality. I don't know about you guys. I've watched plenty of content with Chris Bassett. You know, he did a bunch of stuff with Rob Freeman. You know, and for Pitching Ninja. So yeah, I love his personality. Love him as a pitcher. Love him as a player. Fancy. No Rays news. No, there's literally no Rays news I've seen so far today. Ramirez or Chapman at third base, that'd be awesome, but I don't see it happening. Changed my mind. Hal Steinbrenner is a bottom 5 owner of the league. I'm not going to lie. That sounds like something a upset Yankees fan would say right now. Yes. Yeah. Cone. Yep. Cone, Swede. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, of course this is win now. There's no and that's okay though. Here's the thing. Like even if the Mets the Mets need to make sure they lock up Bassett. They definitely do in my opinion. I think he's a guy you definitely want to lock up on a multi-year deal after the season, assuming that he performs well, but I expect that he will. But yeah, I'm just very, very excited about him. You've had this opinion for 10 years? Okay. Fair enough. If you've felt this way for a while, then I understand. Very, very damn. Chris Bassett's a New York Met, bro. That's crazy. It doesn't even feel real that I don't know about you guys. So let me know what your opinion is. You sold me yesterday on Melee, so I was really hoping to see him pitch at City, but definitely think the Bassett trade is great as well. Yeah, I agree. I sold myself on Molly. And again, is it possible the Mets land another pitcher to the Bassett degree or higher? Beyond slim. It's not impossible, but I don't expect it. Yeah, I think when you look at right now for what the Mets need, this is just, again, perfect pickup. If they get Hader, I'll lose my mind. I will. I'm very happy right now. Very, very happy. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I still can't believe we have Max Scherzer. Like, the guy's throwing bullpens for the Mets right now. He's doing all this stuff. He's on MLB Network. They're showing the bullpen highlights. And, like, it doesn't feel real. So the fact that, like, we're going to watch the Mets this season, and I'm going to, I'm going to look at that and be like, this feels like a video game. This feels like the Mets team that I would have made for fun on the side. Not that it's actually happening. Our rotation is probably top 3 in the league. I definitely would make that argument for sure. 100%. Mets have easily one of the best rotations in baseball now because of Bassett. He makes a drastic difference. To add that depth in the middle is crazy. Guys, any tweets that I should check out? If so, please make sure to let me know. And Michael, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that, Michael. Hype in the chat for Michael. Great member on the channel. Appreciate the support, Michael. Bass's fastball is way underrated. Great placement and good philosophy compared to his curve and changeup. No, absolutely. Yeah, the fastball. He gets a lot of ground outs. And it's kind of funny because there are a little bit of similarities between him and Marcus Stroman in that sense. So the Mets, you know, let me put it this way. They have a perfect Marcus Stroman replacement and someone that you can make the argument can potentially be better than Marcus Stroman. You know, again, the lack of work he's had in his career at the age of 33 is astonishing. And what, Evans complaining about the pitching we won't have after this year? He's an idiot then. Literally, there's no reason to be complaining. One, there's a very good chance that we're going to extend Chris Bassett, the New York Mets, that is. And two, the Mets can easily go after different pitchers next offseason. You know, they're going to make sure they keep Jake and DeGrom and then hopefully Bassett. That's all you have to worry about. Everything else will figure itself out. If Taiwan has a good year, then you keep Taiwan. If Cookie has a good year, you keep Cookie. The Mets have the financial flexibility, especially for guys of those ages, that they're not going to have anything to worry about. So, yeah, no, there's no reason to be complaining about, you know, that they might lose some guys next year. If the Mets lose any people in this rotation next year, it'll be because the Mets allowed it to happen, not because the Mets lost out. Ramirez or Chapman at third for the Mets? I don't think it's going to be either of them. But if you're asking for who I would prefer, it's J-Ram. It's not even close. But that's not going to happen. Let's blow up Cohen's Twitter for KB. Again, I know we're going to keep talking about it. Allers, 28-year-old minor league pitcher, nothing more. No, he actually has potential to be a sneaky good arm. He has potential to hit the MLB this season, too. Had a very good year. But, again, the big piece between them, too, is JT Ginn by far. But, again, even JT Ginn's ceiling, even if what JT Ginn's peak is more than likely not what Chris Bassett is. So, what Chris Bassett is now. And Bassett hasn't even hit his peak. Can't wait to see Bassett, Max, and DeGrom. I know. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see Chris Bassett, too. Who do you think is more realistic, Bryant or Chapman? More realistic? I almost want to say Chapman just because Mets still have the appropriate assets to land Chapman, especially because they didn't trade away McNeil, Dom, or JD. So I would honestly say Chapman because of the fact that KB, I just think the Mets aren't going to want to go to a long-term deal with. I think KB makes more sense for the Mets because of his versatility, but because of what the ask is, like how many years he's going to be looking for, that's why I don't feel as confident about it. I don't feel confident about either right now, to be honest with you. I think that there's a solid chance the Mets go into the season with Eduardo Escobar as Mets starting third baseman and Jeff McNeil at second. And again, if the opportunities present themselves, the Mets may do otherwise, but it's nothing that I would say is a lock, you know? How likely is a Schwarber signing? I don't think it's, I don't know. I think the Mets are the top team to land Schwarber? No, I do not. I think the Phillies have a better shot of Schwarber than the Mets do. But again, anything can change. And I might be wrong. You're just asking for my opinion, so I'm giving it to you. I'm going to put the Bassett highlights away for a little bit just because it's getting a little too laggy for my liking. Okay. Lag should be done now. Should Mets push for Kenley? I mean, I wouldn't mind Kenley Jansen. He's definitely going to make the bullpen better. But I honestly think that the Mets should stick with what they're doing right now. Reportedly, what they're doing is they're in on not just Josh Hader that we saw from yesterday, but Andrew Chafin, Colin McHugh, and Adam Ottavino. That's been reported. Hold on, everybody. Just give me 1 second. Okay, folks. Michael White, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Also, just popped in my head. The Mets have a bunch of A's from last season now. And I love them all. I want Josh Harrison, too, the free agent that was from Oakland. He went to the White Sox. That's okay. I'll be rooting for him in Southside. And I really, really, really would love, obviously, if they land a Matt Chapman. Again, I don't think Chapman's likely, but give me all the Oakland A's. That's all I can say. I love these A's players. Moves are coming if just to make rosters. Yeah, no. More moves are coming. Absolutely. and we're looking at the bullpen. Tyler Rogers, no. Taylor Rogers, possibly. Remember, twin brothers, Taylor and Tyler. Tyler is the submarine beauty from the Giants. He's not going anywhere because the Giants are in one now. Twins, however, and kind of, up and down. Taylor Rogers is southpaw, who's one of the best lefties in the game. Would be a fantastic replacement for Loop if they go down that route. He's due for a good arbitration payday, and I don't know if the Twins want to pay it. So if they don't, then that's definitely something the Mets should be considering. Mets keep Mauricio and slide him to second base. That's possible. It's definitely possible that they don't trade Mauricio and they start to develop him more as a second baseman. I could see a world where that happens. Marcus Stroman tweet. I don't give a rat's ass what Stroman tweet about. All right, no one should be giving a damn about Stroman's tweets. If Stroman didn't use Twitter, I would say there's a solid chance he's still a New York Met right now. I'm not even exaggerating when I say that. Should Mets look into Castellanos? If Castellanos didn't have the pick tagged him, I would say yes. But because he would cost you a first-round pick, it's not going to happen. It's not. And there are still concerns with Castellanos. I love him. I will always root for Nick. He's such a fun player to watch. But the guy can't play defense to save his life. He's just a DH. He's a right-hand bat. Mets need more of a lefty than a righty. I would make that argument. And he's someone that did struggle quite a bit away last year. His splits, I think the Mets will be fine not going after Castellanos. Jose Ramirez, love J-Ram. Don't see it happening, though. It's going to cost you too much. Mets need bullpen. Yep, that is what they are working on as we speak. Lewis Brinson to Astros minors deal. Maybe Brinson will actually finally become the player that he was believed to be when he got drafted all those years ago. Depending on what Chafin wants money-wise, I could see the Mets signing Schwarber. Yeah, 1,000%. So can I. Absolutely. I think it's almost inevitable that the Mets land one of Chafin and McHugh. I'm so far behind. What do you mean by that, Daniel? Do you think the Mets get Freeman? No. I would love it if they did, but I don't think it's happening. No. No. Let's see. No Soler. Yeah, no. Soler ain't happening now. Yep, I know Nico Goodrum went to the Astros. Yep. All right, folks. Let me check on the poll real quick. Give me 1 second. Shout out all you guys. Guys, we're less than 50 likes away from 1,000 in the live stream. Thank you guys all so much for that. Thank you guys all so much for the continued support on the channel. It really does mean a lot. God bless to you all. Seriously, cannot begin to tell you how much I appreciate the support. We've been doing great things on the channel since we started a year and a half ago, and we're not stopping anytime soon. So again, continue smashing those buttons. If you like consistent Mets content like this, guys, we cover it all year round. Everything New York Mets you could think of, this is the place to be. So again, thank you so much for the support. 70% of you guys still think the Mets won the trade. It has stayed the same. Literally 400 likes ago. We saw 400 votes ago, pardon me. It was the same exact thing. 70% of you guys think the Mets won the trade. 9% of you guys think the A's won the trade, and 21% of you guys think both. And again, I apologize, guys. I know you see me doing this to my nose a lot. It's just because my allergies. That I have that constant itchy feeling. Familia Phillies? Yo, let's go. We are gonna. Oh yes, this is awesome. Love that. Mets are gonna carve his ass up. Mets are gonna carve his ass up. I'm sorry. This is Hector Neris 2.0 for the New York Mets. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Jerry's to the I say this and watch you just carve us up. I think the Mets are going to take full advantage of Familia on the Phillies now. All right. All right. I know Wheeler's a stud, but you know, Familia's a different animal. So let's be honest here. Jeurys Familia is a Philadelphia Philly. Pending physical. Love that. Love that. Love that. I did not want Familia back. I'm sorry. Look, Familia did a lot of great news for the Mets. Did a lot of great things for the Mets throughout his career. But it's been a while, okay? It's been a bit since we had that consistent Familia where I was feeling really confident. I'm glad he's gone. I know the Mets had a certain level of interest in him pre-lockout to bring him back. I'm really happy that relationship is done with. Again, nothing personal against Familia. I had a lot of great memories with him. We all know that going back to the mid 2010s, but no, yeah, I'm very happy that the Mets ended that relationship, rightfully so. And with saying that, I hope the Mets absolutely carve his ass up, this season, and I think that they will. Love that. All right, guys, I'm gonna update the graphic quick, but for those that are just chiming in, I should say, the New York Mets are no longer with Jeurys Familia, and that's okay. He's a Philadelphia Philly. Love that. I'm really not mad. Really not mad. All right, guys, updating the graphic. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I can get Familia out of here. I'll put Familia on the graphic, though, that you guys see with the Phillies. I don't know how many years is on the contract, though, so that's what we have to find out. Okay. Yep. Familia is a Philadelphia Philly. Gonna update the graphic. Doing that right now. Love this. If I'm lagging, guys, I do apologize. I won't be lagging for long, though. Okay, graphic is just about done. Sweet. I'm so happy the hot stove's like actually hot too. That's the best thing I think out of this, guys. The fact that the hot stove is actually hot. Hold on 1 sec. Putting in the Familia graphic. All right, everything's updated now. Passing? Did Passing actually drop? There's no hater or Passing. It's fake news. Trust me. According to MLB Nerds, the Yankees have emerged as the clear-cut favorite to land Matt Olson with Texas being out. This is not a medicals thing, by the way. A deal isn't necessarily imminent, meaning by tonight, tomorrow. I really hope this is true, and this is why. As much as I don't want Matt Olson to go to the Yankees, I'm much more content with Matt Olson being on the New York Yankees if that means Freddie Freeman goes to the Dodgers. Because what does that mean? That means that the Braves lose out on both of them. So while either way, it's still a little bit of a lose for the Mets because it's teams that we can't root for and that are going to be competition for us one way or the other. If that's accurate, though, I'm all for it because that means that the Braves lose out on them both. But again, the reason why I'm referencing MLB Nerds, I know that, trust me, I know that he's not reputable. He was spot on earlier today and broke the news before Passan did about all the details on the Texas Rangers and the Minnesota Twins trade. That is why I'm at least mentioning it to you because there is some substance there. He literally posted at least like 5 minutes earlier, and the trade in itself, he was there too. So just that's the reason why I'm bringing him up. I do not think that he's a completely credible source at all or not, but they have been right. They definitely have been right. I saw it from what I saw today. And I was reacting just like anyone else. I was like, oh shit, they actually got this right. Mariah, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Really, really appreciate that. Hype in the chat for Mariah, the $5 dono. Thank you so much for that. Mark Jackson for becoming a new member on the channel. My guy, thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate you a lot. Hype in the chat for Mark as well. Thank you. Riddle me this, guys. How would you feel about the Mets trading Dom Smith to the A's to try to get Matt Chapman? Rangers just tied the game too. Shout out to my Rangers fans in here. Love that. Mika power play goal. Love to see it. Yeah, that's something I'm in favor of. I gotta be honest with you. Again, no ill will against Dom at all. No, it would not be 1-for-1. Let me make that clear. It would be more than just Dom Smith. The point is that it would make sense if the Mets did do a trade with Chapman. You would trade Dom Smith and you potentially trade JD as well to be that Matt Chapman replacement and a prospect. That's something that I don't think is too outlandish. And if that prospect needs to be decent, again, like I said, I love Ronnie Mauricio. He is the most expendable of the Mets' top prospects. But it's a very interesting thought. Let's see. Could Yankees ask for Elvis Andrus as stopgap in Olson deal? What? Kevin, thank you so much for the membership as well. I appreciate that. Hype in the chat for Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. I know you've been a great supporter on the channel for a bit, so I really do appreciate that. And thank you guys so much for 1,000 likes in the live stream. Appreciate that too. And also help us get a 14K subs. We're only a couple hundred away, guys. We're getting very close. And again, thank you all so much in advance. Did Trouba just score? Awesome. My Ranger fans know what's up. Let's see, folks. Okay. Did I miss anything? All right. Alex, thank you so much for the donation. Jose Iglesias, yep, I saw that. Yep, I saw that. That happened over an hour ago now. Thank you so much for the donation, no less, Alex. I appreciate that. Oh, it was Fox that scored. Oh, W. All right, I gotta make sure I have the game on. Stopgap. I think better wording is bridge. Perfect bridge. A stopgap, though, is someone that, can be there for a certain period of time because of the fact that, again, Chapman's only under contract for 2 years. Oh, my God. Panarin just scored. Let's go. Let's go. Love to see that. Rangers just scored like 4 goals in literally 2 seconds. That's insane. That's crazy. Okay. But yeah, in a nutshell, Matt Chapman, what's appealing about him is the fact that you don't need to necessarily commit to him long term. If you just want him until Brett Beatty's ready, you can by having him for the remainder of his contract. I know we got guys that are Islanders and Devils and other hockey fans. I'm aware. I know you're not all Ranger fans. I'm aware. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm sorry. I'm not perfect to you. I understand. Point I'm trying to make, though, is, again, Chapman can be there for next couple of years in the win now stage. And when Beatty's ready, great. You can figure out if you want to extend Chapman or not. And then this is also assuming that you trade McNeil separately, because again, it would be unlikely. I don't really see the Mets going after Chapman unless they trade Jeff McNeil, because then you have to figure out your infield, and then you can move Escobar to second, and then that's where you can bring in Chapman at third. So again, nobody cares for hockey, Jesse. That you're far in the minority. I promise you. Give Dom, McNeil, and Robert Dominguez for J-Ram. They don't even pick up the phone. Promise you. Yes, 1K likes indeed. Thank you guys so much for the support. Really, really appreciate that, folks. Do I feel about the Mets putting a package together that includes Cookie? Nah, I don't see Carrasco getting traded. I think that, no, like, regardless of what Carrasco does this season, like, the Mets they're gonna figure it out. He's either gonna be the number 4 or 5 for the Mets, or he's someone that, again, is gonna be, they'll figure him out as maybe potentially in the pen. I do think, however, that when you look at Cookie, if he can stay healthy, if Carrasco can just pitch to his career norms, what you normally get from Carrasco when he's healthy, Mets rotation is a lot deeper than you think it is. Outside of already having the 3-headed monster, of course, in Jacob deGrom, Max Scherzer, and now Chris Bassett. What would a hater package look like? It would be significant. And it's hard to break down a hater package. I've talked about it a lot, but it's really hard to try to comprehend what would be best in a Josh Hader deal, because are you going for just Josh Hader and himself? Are you going for a starter for him? I would assume not now, actually, right? Because the Mets just landed Bassett. So, okay. Hader, I think you have to trade Jeff McNeil. I think you have to trade a top prospect. Well, I think one of Mark Vientos or Ronnie Mauricio probably. And I also think that you have to give up at least one of JD Davis or Dom Smith. You have to give up a lot. You have to give up a lot for Josh Hader. There's no denying that. And yes, I know Familia went to the Phillies. Yep, Dave. Who is the Mets' best hitter right now? I mean, if we're talking best overall hitter, I mean, it's tough. What kind of hitting are we talking about? Are we talking about contact hitting? You can definitely make the argument that it's still Jeff McNeil. Are we talking about power? Then obviously it's Pete Alonso. If we're talking about balance, I will definitely make the argument and say that Francisco Lindor is up there. I will 1000% say that. because of the fact that Lindor has a perfect balance of pop in his bat and also can definitely get you a lot of contact hits. But I know a lot of people are very critical about Lindor in his first season. Marte's up there too for sure. But I think where Lindor is at is in his career, he is one of the most consistent hitters the Mets have. And you guys are going to see it a lot more on display this season. I assure you. I know a lot of people, again, feel up and down. Nimmo, the only reason why I'm not saying Nimmo is because of the fact that when I think Nimmo, I think more so getting on base than I do hitting, right? When you think of Nimmo, he's an on-base god. He's one of the most elite on-base players in all of baseball. There's no denying that. But I don't think about hitting nearly as much with Nimmo as I do strictly getting on base. The guy's a walk machine. It is so hard to get him out. Yeah, he literally never gets out, Nick. Exactly. So, if you just want to base it as a whole with everything, then I get it. Then you could definitely make that argument for Nimmo. But I view Nimmo as just like, he's just a walks machine. And that might not be the most exciting type of baseball, but damn, is it important. It is so important. And again, to have those type of guys that can, be place setters in the top of that lineup for the guys that have more pop in their bat in the middle to the back end of the lineup, it's a big deal. Let's see. Juan Papo, how's it going? What do you think Cano's role is on the team this year? Great question. Thank you so much for the donation. You've been a great supporter on the channel for a while. I know that. Hope you're doing well. Long time no see. To answer you, I don't know what Cano's role is going to be. We're still trying to find that out. I hope that somehow, some way, the Mets can just part ways with him. Unfortunately, I think I'm getting my hopes up and thinking that can happen. So assuming it doesn't happen, then yeah, Cano's looking like a bench piece / a DH type. And again, we're going to have a better idea on Cano's future once we know for certain that the Mets are done with their moves, on the offensive end, obviously, because they're not done offensively. We just don't know exactly how much more they're going to do there. Don't you think we need a lefty in the rotation? I don't think we need a lefty. Would it have been nice? Yes. And if the Mets add a depth lefty to get creative, I'm not against it at all. But I will say that for the type of quality starter that the Mets acquired in Chris Basset, that outweighs trying to prioritize the lefty just for the sake of prioritizing a lefty. I'm taking Chris Basset every single day of the week over Yusei Kikuchi, and it's not even remotely close. Just the amount of potential that is here now with this rotation is drastic. It's significant. And it's amazing. And I think Sean and I would have been a great fit for the middle of this rotation too. Don't get me wrong. But clearly the Mets looked at more upside with Chris Basset, and you can't blame them because outside of the only thing that Sean and I had going for him versus Chris Basset was the fact that he's a southpaw. That's literally all he had. Who's been the better pitcher in recent years? It has been Chris Basset. Who has been the healthier pitcher in recent years outside of getting drilled in the face with a comebacker this year that obviously Basset can control? It's been Chris Basset. He's been the healthier guy. Manaea's dealt with his fair share of injuries. And Manaea's hit his peak in his career already. We haven't seen the peak yet with Chris Basset because he's still so fresh with his arm. So for those reasons, that's why I'd imagine why the Mets prioritize Basset over Manaea here. Thank you again for the donation. Dave, Familia the Phillies. Yes, Dave, we got it on the graphic already. Yep, Phillies signed Familia, and that's perfectly fine. Again, thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate that a lot. Colomé to the Rockies. Interesting that he went to the Rockies. What are the Rockies doing? I never understand what that organization's doing. Michael, thank you so much for your donation. Cruz. Michael, you butchered these names so bad, but I love it because it just put a big smile on my face. Like, don't take it with offense. I love it. This entertained me. Nelson Cruz or Kyle Schwarber behind Alonso would see better pitches to hit. Absolutely. And I'm really glad you brought that up. That's a great point. The depth that the Mets have offensively is obviously better than what it was last year. And if they add any more on top of that, if they add a Schwarber type, if they add a Cruz type, if they add anyone of significance, that's going to be a help in the everyday lineup. They are going to see better pitches. Right. And you're going to see teams get frustrated trying to handle a deep lineup that the Mets are building. That isn't done. You're 1000% correct. Appreciate that donation a lot. Thank you so much, Michael. All right, let's see here, folks. Give me 1 second. Thoughts on the DH in the NL? Love it. Love it. Love it. Been saying it all the time. Love it. It's going to help the Mets out a lot, too. It's going to just absolutely love it. I love Jacob deGrom to death. I love seeing him hit, but I'm perfectly fine with never seeing that man hit again as long as it means that he stays healthy. Jacob deGrom got hurt numerous times last season before his main 60-day IL stint. And all those injuries prior, he said it himself in his presser, post-game, I believe, was that they were all from swinging the bat. At that point, I was completely over pitchers hitting. Like, that was my straw. That is where I'm like, okay, it's one thing to have any pitcher get, a little tweaked up from swinging the bat. It's another when it's literally the best pitcher in baseball. So I'm not okay with sacrificing him like that anymore. I don't care that he's such a good hitter. No, give me the DH every single day of the week. It gives the Mets more balance to their offensive lineup. And Mets team that was absolute dog, what, last year offensively as it was. They need it. I'm happy. I'm very, very excited. DeGrom can be a pinch hitter, but I don't want him to. I really don't. Really, really don't. Really, really don't. I know it's a lot, but Don McNeil, Vientos, and Diaz for Hader. Take out Diaz. If the Mets trade for Hader, I think Diaz stays with the Mets. And I think that's great. If you can take a little bit of pressure off Diaz's shoulders, and if the Mets land Hader, let's just top, hypothetically here, because the Mets have shown interest in Hader over the past day or so. The Mets land Hader, then you can get damn creative, because then you can base things really on matchups for the closer role in the 8 and 9 inning. And if Buck Showalter, Jeremy Hefner, they can just figure out Diaz to be able to pitch without shitting the bed in the 8th inning, Diaz could become the best setup pitcher in baseball. And obviously Hader is such a stud of a closer. That would, that bullpen would be disgusting. So like, look at the White Sox, for instance. Yes, I know that Kimbrel has not done well with them, but as long as Kimbrel just pitched the way that he should be, that bullpen is just off the charts with him and Hendricks in itself as your two closer options. Now they just signed Joe Kelly, another stud that you can have as, later in the innings. Then, of course, they have a Garrett Crochet. He's just an absolutely dominant southpaw. They got numerous pieces, but it never hurts to have more than one closer option, and it feels damn good, especially when it's going to be to the lengths of, if it's a Josh Hader and Edwin Diaz. Phillies it's a $6 million deal. Is it a 1-year deal for Familia, guys? 1 year, $7 million. Oh, wait, possibly 7 for 1 year. All right, keep him, perfectly fine. Not losing sleep over that one. Thank you, Jurice, for all you've done for the New York Mets. Trust me, there were plenty of positives, but I was never in favor of bringing him back. I thought that they should have ended that relationship when Brodie Van Wagenen traded him to the A's a couple years ago to begin with. And then, of course, just to bring him right back and sign him to a new deal. That was an overpay. I'm glad that deal is done with. That's refreshing. Hold on, guys. How's it going, Jason? Shout out everybody in the chat. McNeil's definitely going to bounce back. That's never been a worry. That's never been a worry on if McNeil's going to bounce back or not. If the Mets trade him, it's not because of his down offensive year. I have a sick feeling Conforto's going to go to the Phillies too, and it disgusts me. It really does. Wow, guys, we're under 300 subs away from 14K on the channel, guys. If we hit 14K this weekend, that would really mean a lot. So continue smashing those buttons. Again, you guys like consistent Mets content, this is the place to be. Every single thing you can imagine Mets content-wise is what's happening here on the channel. Thankfully, I built relationships with so many great people in the Mets content community. Everyone that you could possibly think of I've been collaborating with. We'll continue to do just that. We're going to do so many fun things heading into the season and throughout the season itself. Just consistent coverage on all things Mets, every single thing you could think of. So definitely smash those buttons if you guys are excited for the type of content that's about to come on WardyNYM outside of what already has happened. Am I a bit concerned that our rotation is already now? No, because the Mets got a really quality starter here. If the Mets got a let me try to think. Let me put, if the Mets got Michael Pineda as their final rotation acquisition, I would be concerned. Because one, it's ready heavy, but two, your last signing was just a depth move that you're expecting more from. The Mets landed a tremendous arm today, and that cannot be said enough. I really think that the Mets had a slam dunk today. I don't think they're done either. This is just, again, perfect move for the New York Mets for what they needed right now. Emphasis on the now, okay? And if they extend him to a multi-year deal, which I do believe that they will, and as long as Basset performs the way that we expect him to, this is huge. Bullpen is next, I believe. Yep. Wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if the Mets make a bullpen sign tonight. They're heavily in the market for Andrew Chafin, as they are, of course, for Colin McHugh, Adam Ottavino, and of course, we saw the other connections with Josh Hader. Well, I'm mistaken. Gotti, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Appreciate that. Who on the reportedly connected will end up here? On the reportedly connected list, if you're asking for my... Oh, I still have Iglesias there. I'm an idiot. I got to get rid of that there. I'll do it eventually. My apologies. On the reportedly connected, I definitely think the Mets are going to land one, if not both, of Chafin and McHugh. I think that there is a decent, not great, but decent possibility that they land Schwarber. But something I'm very confident is that they will land at least one of those relievers. Andrew, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's too kind. Hyman shot for Andrew with the $5 donation. Thank you so much, my friend. God bless. Really, really appreciate that. Do I have Insta? No, I don't. I'll probably get an Insta. I've been behind. I'm only on Twitter. The reasons why I'm just not on other socials is because I'm doing everything myself too. Naturally, it's one of those things where if I have, people working for me or willing to do stuff like that to, get clips and stuff like that easily, it's better because I do content so consistently. It is a little difficult all as a one-man job to have all that up everywhere. It's tedious. It takes a little bit. So that's the only reason why I'm not on every other platform just yet, but I will be eventually. Imagine Wheeler in our rotation. I know. Don't get me started. But again, it's water under the bridge. It is what it is. I will always love Zac Wheeler. It's not his fault that the Mets didn't have Steve Cohen yet in his free agency year. It's okay. Oh, I know Instagram's not... Insta ain't what it used to be. Yep. I agree with you on that one. Will I give up your best pitching prospect? Miss K, I'm going to stop you right there. The Mets' best pitching prospect is Matthew Allen. It is not JT Ginn. So, I'd like to correct you on that one. Info on Familia deal? Yep. Is getting $6 million. And then it can be worth as much as $7 million, obviously, with incentives. That's perfectly fine. Good for Familia. I hope the Mets absolutely go ham on him this year. What's up, Jason? Are they done tonight? I don't think the Mets are done tonight. I think they'll make at least one more move. But even if this was the only move that they do today, that's okay. Chris, thank you so much for the $10 donut. I appreciate that. Been following you since the beginning. First 100. How do you, Chris? I know you've been following for a long time. That really, really means a lot. Thank you so much. Can't wait to meet you too. Yeah, just look for the short kid that, solid chance he's wearing the denim jacket or wearing a shirt that says WardyNYM on the back or just wearing a Mets jersey. Yeah, just look for me. I'll probably be wearing this hat more often than not. I have a bunch of Mets hats. I don't really wear this one out. I just wear it for the channel because you guys know me a certain way. I try to keep things consistent. But yeah, thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Jay, do you have any broadcasting aspirations? Your content is awesome and you're articulate. Sports coverage very well. Thank you so much, Jay. Yeah, no, I've always wanted to be a sports broadcaster. That's exactly why I'm on YouTube, to be quite honest with you. Since a very young age, I always wanted to broadcast. But at the same time, given how we are in the times right now, it seems like there's a very good chance that I may be able to, obviously, this is my full-time thing right now, but we live in an era now where there's a very solid chance that I can be doing broadcasting like this continued as my full-time thing. You know, as long as we grow the way that we are, and we will continue to, we're going to not just continue to have great success on the channel, but you know, it's going to reach an audience that's truly going to be unprecedented. And again, that's what the times now. Everything's on the internet, everything's streaming, everything's stuff like that. So yeah, definitely. You know, I trust me, MLB Network, SNY, that would all be phenomenal. Maybe that will happen at some point. But yeah, this has been a tremendous thing that's been going on here, and I'm again beyond grateful for it. So Jay, thank you so much for that. Are the Braves NL East favorites? As of now, they are, absolutely, because no matter what, the Braves are the favorites until proven otherwise. That's the thing, right? Because even if the Braves lose Freddie, and even if they don't get Olson, they're still going to be the favorites because they are the World Series champs. It's just how it is. Would I trade Diaz for Aroldis Chapman? Dear God, no. No. Edwin Diaz is light years better than Aroldis Chapman. And that's not an exaggeration. Chapman was a sticky substance merchant. And we saw that last season because he was working on a nice new pitch. And then the substance breakdown happened, and so did he. Brendan, thank you so much. Love the Basset trade, even if they re-sign him. Love the Basset trade if they re-sign him. Do you think Mets can re-sign Bassett, extend Nimmo, and deal with DeGrom opt-out next year? Yes, I think they can do all that without a problem. I don't think, however, they're going to extend Nimmo. I think that they'll try to keep him, but I don't think it's going to happen until, you know, once he hits the market. That's why I think they'll keep him. And same thing with DeGrom. Jake, I really hope that they can try to work out a deal this season. We'll see, though. Either way, I don't see him going anywhere for obvious reasons. I think they can get it done. Just timing. The timing's the biggest thing. Thank you so much for the donation, Brennan. Can confirm that Ottavino has been contacted by the Mets. His pops is a client of mine. Oh, shit. And Chris, I know you're not bluffing. Chris, what do you do if you don't mind me asking? Oh, and Christopher, I'm very good buddies with Jack Jolly Olive at Chase Station. Yes, I've already done work with him. Yeah, no, love Jolly, love John Boy. That's interesting. Yeah, Chris, what do you do if you don't mind me asking? If you do mind me asking, that's okay. Then don't tell me. But that's cool. That's very interesting. I mean, we already knew this about Ottavino, obviously. If you guys don't know, it was reported over the past 2 hours. Right after the Bassett deal, it was reported that Michael Mayer of Mets Mirage tweeted that the Mets are in on Chafin, in on McHugh, and in on Nightingale. Not Nightingale. I'm saying Nightingale because you guys are saying Bob. Ottavino, pardon me. Discord channel will be a good idea. That can definitely happen eventually too. Yeah, the Astros signed Lewis Brinson. Yep, we knew that already. To the Astros. Yep, that isn't anything new. That happened like 15 minutes ago, I think. Christopher, thank you so much for the donation. Hey, Wardy, just got out work and was notified of the Chris Bassett trade. Can you explain in detail? Sure. I know I'm going to be explaining it for like however long I'm live for, and that's fine. In a nutshell, Mets got Chris Bassett, and they gave up JT Ginn and Adam Oller. Both of them were still very good pitching prospects in the Mets organization. The Mets' top pitching prospect is Matthew Allen. Then under that, it was JT Ginn. Then Adam Oller was a little bit more down the line. Oller's 28 years of age already, but he is someone that really blossomed since the Mets picked up in the Rule 5 draft back in 2019. I'm pretty sure Oller was also the highest riser for the Mets pitchers this past year in the minors. I think he was the Mets farm pitcher of the year. He did really well, and he's actually expected to hit the bigs at some point this year. I'm pretty sure as a reliever, though. I have to double check his stats, but I think he's more of a reliever type. But yeah, in a nutshell, great trade for both sides. Love this. Mets get a bona fide guy that will be number 2 and number 1 on opposing clubs. He's now the number 3 for the New York Mets and gives them that perfect balance that they have been needing and what we have been hoping and assuming would happen during the lockout, talking endlessly about potential trades. Mets finally made it happen, and they didn't give up Jeff McNeil, J.D. Davis, or John Smith in doing so. So you have to wonder what their future holds, if it's increased that they're going to stay on the team, at least one or multiple, or if they're still going to potentially be dealt at least a couple of them, if not all 3, for a separate deal. So we'll see. Mets don't trade for Josh Hader. Will they re-sign Branahan? I think the Mets are focused on Andrew Chafin regarding lefties, if it's not going to be Hader, from the reports we're seeing right now. DM you on Twitter. Sounds good, Chris. Thank you so much for the donut. I appreciate that. Let's see. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just reading reports right now. All right, guys, I have some news. We have some news. It is not official just yet. I'd say there's a decent chance we see this tweeted before the night's end. The New York Mets have still been in constant contact with the Milwaukee Brewers. But what's interesting is that the Milwaukee has been showing interest in basically all the Mets position players, and J.D. Davis, Dom Smith, Jeff McNeil. There still isn't a great likelihood of Josh Hader because of how much he's going to cost. Same thing goes with, of course, with Devin Williams. Those are tall tasks. Not that they're impossible. They're just not great possibilities because of how much either one of them would cost. But names that have been floating around, again, according to what I'm seeing here, are Brent Suter and Jay Cousins. 2 very strong arms, of course, that'd be coming out of the pens for the pennant for the Mets. So keep that as you will. We'll see what comes of this. As we know, Brewers have a plethora of bullpen talent. So all I'm saying is if this ends up coming tweeted out that you see more on the Brewers and Mets front, you heard it here first. And shout out to a certain someone for telling me that. Michael, thank you so much for the donation. Chasing the kids around, multitasking, a blame spell check for butchering. No worries, Michael. Thank you so much for the donation again. Eric Lauer, I think, would have happened if the Mets didn't land Chris Bassett. I don't think Lauer's going to happen because of that. Lies, again, no. Look, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I'm just telling you guys what I know. And what I just told you comes from a very credible source. Matthew Allen is better than JT Ginn because he's always had more upside. It's as simple as that. JT Ginn doesn't have the type of ace potential that's always been viewed with Matthew Allen. And it's easy to overlook Matt Allen right now because he's rehabbing from Tommy John and just had another surgery this offseason. But let's not forget the potential of Matt Allen, the type of ability is, the pitch mix he has. So, yeah, no, Matt Allen, in my eyes, is still very much the top pitching prospect for the Mets. Love JT again. I wish him nothing but the best with the A's, but I do not view him higher than Matt Allen still. Christopher, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Scroll above. Sorry, Chris. Thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate that. Thank you for both of them. I'm going to scroll above as we speak. Oh, is this one it? Saw you at the last home game of 2021. Hell of a game with that Lindor grand slam. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. You should def do a meetup. Oh, yeah, we're going to do meetups this year for sure. Staggy, thank you so much for the donation, the kind words. Appreciate that. By all means, if you see me, I don't know if you met up, like if you actually met up with me or not. If you did, that's awesome. If you didn't, though, always feel free next time. I would love to talk to you and everyone. Everyone that I went to so many games last year. I went to Philly. I went to Queens, obviously. I went to Pittsburgh. I went to Boston. I didn't go to one game last season where I didn't have numerous people coming up to me. All ages, all you loyal viewers, and it always just makes my day so much. So seriously, thank you guys all so much for that. You have no idea how much that means to me. Christopher, here's your thing. Okay, thank you so much for the dono. What about position players? Can you explain in detail what do you think the Mets are missing, and who do you think is more possible, Chafin or McHugh? I think Chafin's more possible between the two based on the Mets, assuming that they want to replace Aaron Loop. I think Chafin's more possible, but I also think that Chafin's going to have a hotter market than McHugh. So that also could be a reason why McHugh might end up happening more than Chafin, because I could see a team like the Phillies or another team that's desperate for bullpen help outspending the Mets in the sense of way overpaying. When the Mets didn't do that with Aaron Loop, they wouldn't. Highly doubt they're going to overpay heavily for Chafin too. But I think when you're based on team need right now, Chafin makes more sense. Would have loved both, but position player wise, it seems like the Mets, obviously, if they don't trade Jeff McNeil, they're looking for still outfield help, potentially a depth bat. At top, you're looking at Kyle Schwarber, but he's more of a DH type. Lefty bat, Mets are prioritizing a lefty more than a righty from what we know as of now. But Jock Pearson, I think, is a really interesting pick as a guy that you can have as DH/corner outfield. I really think would be a very solid fit for the Mets. And then you have other fits. Tommy Pham, I think, would be awesome as a depth outfield option. Very strong on base. I think he'd do great with Buck Showalter and his system. Andrew McCutchen, another type deal, DH/corner outfield. Not known for the defense anymore, but still has big pop in his bat and can get on base plenty still. So those are guys that I definitely keep in mind. And also versatile guys a little bit more. Brad Miller for the Phillies, a depth piece as well. Played all over the diamond last year. I think the Mets would be enticed by someone like him. Same thing with Josh Harrison, but Harrison just signed with the White Sox, so he's off the board now, unfortunately. And Corey Dickerson, another interesting lefty bat as a depth bench bat. Still has some decent pop in his bat. And again, underrated corner outfielder that is a lefty bat. That, again, wouldn't surprise me. Let's see. What do I think about taking on Kane's contract to lower price for Hader? If that can lower Hader's price, then yeah. If the Mets are willing to do that, if the Mets are comfortable doing that, and that isn't a problem for them, sign me up. That's what I will say. Kind of sucks. Molly isn't a Met. I understand that, but trust me, for what the Mets got here, it was going to be cheaper than Tyler for certain. Yes, a lot cheaper. So I'm really, really glad the Mets did this deal. Would have loved any of them. So the fact that the Mets at least got one of them, I'm beyond satisfied. Love Chris Bassett. Have a good one, Christopher. Appreciate that. Really optimistic this year. You and I both. Thank you so much for the donations and all the support. I appreciate that. I really, really think that the Mets are going to land a reliever tonight. Do you guys agree or disagree? Did you feel bad about Familia going to the Phillies? No, I'm happy. I'm happy. I think that's going to benefit the Mets. I think he's going to be Hector Neris 2.0 for them. Join the channel from the DR. Appreciate that, Manuel. Thank you. You guys, give me a quick yes or no. Do you think the Mets are going to acquire a reliever tonight? Let me know in the chat. No, Mad Bum is not even remotely on the same spectrum at Chris Bassett. Chris Bassett clears Madison Bumgarner. It's not even remotely close. Bumgarner is a shell of what he once was. Chris Bassett isn't even his peak yet. And Bassett's healthy. Bumgarner's been dealing with injury issues. Bryant tonight? I don't think so. Am I going to go down to Miami yet for any games? Potentially sometime this year. I'd love to. We'll see, though. Is Bassett a starter? Yes, he is. But the beauty about Bassett is he hasn't had the work of a starter because he's only been a starter in the MLB for 3-4 years. He originally started as a reliever, and the A's really found a way and have made him into a full-fledged starter over these past couple years. So that's the beauty about Bassett. He's 33 years of age, but he doesn't have the wear and tear that you'd expect from a 33-year-old as a starting pitcher in baseball. Who said the Mets are still talking to Brewers? I can't say that, but I can tell you that the Mets are still very much ingrained with the Brewers as of now. And they've been, and that shouldn't be surprising. The Mets have been connected to the Brewers over the past couple days. Is third base a need for us right now? As third base is only a need for the Mets if you trade Jeff McNeil, because then you're probably more willing to put Escobar to second. So to answer your question, no. Third base is not a need. It's not a priority like it was pre-Escobar. But is it something that can still be upgraded, especially if you trade McNeil? Absolutely. Appreciate the donation again. Also, can't speak right now. Also, another southpaw to keep an eye on tonight, folks. Tony Watson. Depth reliever. Keep an eye on him. Will the Mets trade for Hader or Suter? One of them, possibly. Again, I think it's really all going to come down to price, obviously, with all these guys. I'm impressed that the Mets managed to not trade any of those currently on their roster assets with the A's. That I wasn't expecting. Freeman got traded. If Freeman wasn't a free agent, I'd believe you. Signed? Nah. You butchered it. You messed up. I have feeling the Mets will get Schwarber. Hope so. That'd be awesome. Everyone keeps saying Hader. They aren't getting him. I will say this. I don't think Hader is as likely as other players from the Brewers. I think if the Mets are going to make a trade with the Brewers, it's not going to be for Hader. I hope it's Hader, but I'm not getting my hopes up, if that makes sense. Do I think Freeman signs tonight? I think there's a decent chance Freeman signs tonight. My gut told me tomorrow, though, but I could be wrong. Anthony, what's up? So how it works with the new CBA is you still have to give up a draft pick. The only way that we don't have to worry about draft pick compensation is if both sides agree to an international draft by July 25th. If they don't, then one, we don't have an international draft, and two, we continue to have draft pick compensation. And answer your question, the reason why the Brewers are always considering trading Hader, one, they have a replacement at closer if need be. They have a plethora, but obviously it's led by Williams. And two, they need offensive help. Brewers ain't going to do shit this year when it matters most if they don't upgrade their offense. And thankfully for them, they have an embarrassment of riches on the pitching front. We are looking at Adam Ottavino. Yes, we are. That is true. Let's see. Chris, what another donation. My goodness, Chris, you're too kind. All right. F it. I'm just really optimistic, and I'll share the love. Appreciate you. You're a really underrated YouTuber. Thank you so much. Hopefully, we get a deep playoff run. Hope so, too. I think that the Mets are definitely in the works of getting themselves in a great position, hopefully, towards the end of the season. Last question, if you were GM, what would you address right now? If I was GM right now, I think I'm doing exactly what the Mets are doing. I'm not saying that just because I trust the front office so much. I'm saying that because the Mets clearly need to add to their bullpen. So I would continue to focus on the pitching the way that they would. I would really focus on that right now. And I would also really, really try to see on the offensive front of things, led by Kyle Schwarber, assuming that Chris Bryant is too out of reach. That's what I would do. So basically what the Mets are doing. So I know that might not be as creative of an answer you were looking for, but to be quite honest with you, that's what the Mets need to do. And the beauty about it is that the Mets are addressing literally what they need done. That's amazing. Because normally when you see teams, we have an idea what they need to do. Us Mets fans know far too well. Oh, they need a third baseman every year. Oh, they need this. They need that. And ultimately, they end up leaving a gaping hole where they need something or multiple things. And then they have guys playing out of position and all this nonsense. The Mets are finally operating as a team that knows damn well what they need. And I appreciate that. McHugh is a perfect fit for the bullpen. He'd be a beauty. No denying that. Do I see Baez trade as a win or loss? I see it as a win. I see it as a win only because of the fact that Baez was tremendous while he was here. And it's not, I think Baez would still be New York Met right now if Billy Epler wasn't GM. I think it really was because of Epler coming in and changing the culture. And also just, they couldn't come to agreement on the deal. If you want to call it a loss, you can call it a loss. I understand that's a fair argument. You give up a top prospect for a guy you end up not keeping. But I mean, if we're basing things just with on-field success, it was a win. It just wasn't for nearly as long as what it should have been. Mets are really, really active on the bullpen front right now. I can't emphasize that enough. They're really active. Even if they don't land something, even if they don't do anything more tonight, or you drink too much, I drink too much. Kevin, enlighten me. Kevin, what are you seeing that I'm not seeing? Please, enlighten me. I'm not... Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. So, by all means, have at it. I drink too... What? Everybody donate $5 to Worry right now. What? Kevin, you're confusing me, Kevin. I'm very confused, Kevin. Appreciate the $5 donation. Thank you so much for that. Hey there, Roy. I appreciate what you do. Oh, thank you so much. You know, if it wasn't for you, none of this would be possible. So I appreciate that. What's your thoughts? I need AA. What? Come on, stop it. What's your thoughts on the new expanded playoffs? I don't love it. I'm not an expanded playoffs fan. Never have been. But I'm happy that it's 12 instead of 14. I would be pretty pissed off if it was 14. So I'm glad that's 12. It's better than that. Don't love it at all. And I also think, and it was a good factor, I think we talked about in stream yesterday, the day before. I don't love the fact about that we don't just have 12, but there's going to be less sellers at the trade deadline naturally because of that. So that's another bummer. But it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, Kevin's wasted. There you go. There you go. How do you feel about DeGrom coming into the season? As long as he's healthy, I'm feeling fantastic. And I think we're going to find out as soon as tomorrow what his health is. I think he's good to go. I think he's ready. I honestly don't think there's much concerns. It's just the fact that he's been so MIA. Talking about his MIA. You know, we haven't seen much throughout the offseason, but he'll be at spring training tomorrow. So let's see. Birthday's in 3 hours. Happy early birthday, Thomas. We'll probably be live when you turn however old you're. I don't know how old you're turning, Thomas. You're around the same age as me. So my guess is 21, 22. Regardless, I'll wish you a happy birthday when it happens. Just a little over 200 subs away from 14K, folks. We actually might hit 14,000 subscribers tonight. So if we do, thank you so much for that. Seriously, really, really does mean a lot. And we're past 1,000 likes too. That's awesome. Thank you guys again. We're almost at 1.1K likes already. That's crazy, guys. Thank you so much. Chris, you're still donating. I'm sorry. Don't take it personal. Let me go to your donations. Hold on. Let's see. You said missed the last two? I just saw one. I saw the F it one. Okay, now we're going to the $5 one. I'll be watching the stream still, but I can't donate anymore. Sadly, take care, Rory. And, oh, thank you. No need to apologize. You don't need to donate in the first place. So anything that you do is beyond generous. Thank you so much, Chris. Another $2 donation. Thank you so much, Chris. You're a beauty. Alex, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate that. Really, really do appreciate it. Do I watch anime? No, I'm not really a big anime fan. You're so glad to be here since 3. What a beauty. Guys, I'm just glad that we've been live. This is the 3rd day of doing the free agent frenzy. And of course, the trade happens, right? But I'm glad that we actually got news that has transpired today. And that's why we're not stopping anytime soon, because it just doesn't feel like that's going to be it. We saw that the hot stove has really picked up right after the Basset deal. Just continued signings. Nothing crazy. You know, the biggest ones out of that, of course, were the likes of, pardon me. The biggest signings that happened out of that were going to be the Joe Kelly signing, Josh Harrison, Jose Iglesias, Therese Familia. But either way, there's been a bunch of moves. Blacklist Outdoors, you're the celebrity, my man. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for chiming in. Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. I'm just checking updates as we speak. Okay, let's see. Just saw Conforto in a white jersey, and oh, I know. Yeah, I saw the edit of Michael Conforto in a White Sox jersey too from JE Swaps, and it looks sick. I'm not gonna lie, if Conforto's gonna go anywhere, I want him to go to Southside because, like I've been telling you guys, White Sox are my favorite AL team. I will literally buy a Conforto White Sox jersey. But yeah, that was the edit, and it looks pretty sick. Might be hard for you guys to see. Hold on, I'm gonna lower it. Again, I don't want to see Michael go. I never have been in favor of wanting to see him go. But if he's gonna go anywhere, it might as well be the White Sox. Look how sick that edit looks. Yeah, shout out JE Swaps. He made a really dope Bassett one that I'll show you guys too. This is the Bassett one he came out with, and look how phenomenal that is. That is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I know. Again, I don't want to see Conforto in a... No, Conforto's more than likely going to go. I think most of us have embraced that by now. Again, it upsets me, but it is what it is. If he's going to go anywhere, go to the White Sox or go to the Mariners. I'm chill with it. I'm okay. Oh, thank you, Blacklister. You're too sweet, my man. How many years do you think Schwarber will get? Max 4, but probably 3. I think 3. Jay Swaps, he's just an editor. He's just an editor that you can find on social media. I think his name's Cardinals something on Twitter. Let me try to find it for you guys. Hold on. For those that are interested, because he makes really, really cool jersey swaps. I've used them before. At Cardinals Reek. Cardinals, like the St. Louis Cardinals, and then Reek, R-E-E-K, on Twitter. Chris with another donation. Thank you so much, Chris. You're not okay with it? I'm sorry, Demi. I can't wait to see Familia give up 4 home runs in a row. One can wish, right? One can wish. Appreciate the donation, Chris. Hopefully those 4 home runs in a row are against the Mets. What are my thoughts on MLB banning defensive shifts? Well, one, that's not going to kick in until 2023, so keep that in mind. But I will say this. I don't... from a viewer standpoint, I'm perfectly fine with it. I don't like watching the shift, but from a Mets standpoint, defensively, not in love with it because the Mets actually kicked ass at the shift last year. They were the second best team in the MLB using the shift last year, right behind the Dodgers. They used the shift for 50.3% of all plate appearances for the opposing team that they faced. So that was kind of crazy. Jay Swaps on Twitter did those swaps. Yes, he does a great job. He's getting a free shout out because he does a really good job. But yeah, that's how I'm conflicted about the shifts. I see positives and negatives to it. If Hader trade happens, him or Diaz at closer, Hader at closer, absolutely. But I think you get really creative based on matchups. That's what I like about it. And as long as you can get Diaz figured out and an inning that isn't the 9th, you potentially have the best in baseball at, in the 8th, then the 9th. That would be something tremendous. Michael, thank you for the donation again. Conforto's guinea pig crap. Jason, please shut the hell up. I don't need to get in this nonsense with you like I always do, Jason. Keep your damn opinion to yourself. I don't want to hear it. Let's see. Someone said MLB Insider. We'll check MLB Insider real quick. Oakland A's are nearing a trade that will send Matt Olson to the Atlanta Braves, according to sources familiar with the situation. Again, I wouldn't trust the source. He has not even 3,500 followers on Twitter. If it happens, then you can give him the credit, but I think he's just putting 2 and 2 together like anyone else. What Instagram account? I don't know the name of his Instagram account. It might just be Cardinals Reek or JE Swaps. One of those two, I would imagine. All right, folks, what we got? Let's see. Brian and Hader pipe dreams. Hader, definitely. Yeah, I would say that they're more pipe dreams. Yeah, for sure. But the good news is that the Mets have at least been tagged to Hader. I'm glad that there's been a connection there. Even if it doesn't happen, I'm just glad that they've at least been connected with each other. And they've been actively connected with the Brewers from what I've seen. Let's see. Let me check. I'm going to just check the poll real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. Again, shout out every single one of you guys in here. Like I said, we're just around 200 subs away from 14K on the channel, which is absolutely surreal. Thank you guys all so much for the continued support. God bless every single one of you. It really does mean the world to me. Thank you so much for the likes, too. Help us. We'll try to get, to 1.3K by the end of the live stream. That'd be really cool in regards to likes. So thank you guys all so much for the support, as always. Who won the trade? Wow. 2,300 votes. Still set. It's crazy how consistent the voting the poll has been. I think that's what I'm most impressed by, to be honest with you. 70%. That's crazy. Love that, though. Is anyone joining the 7-line in Oakland this year? Pineapple, I am trying to go to one of the 7-line Cali trips this year. I really want to go to the Angels one, but I doubt I'll be able to go that one. I do have aspirations of going to the one in Oakland as long as I can afford it. I don't know if I'll be able to. I really hope I can. I've never been to Cali before, and two, I love going with the 7-line. I went with them to Boston last year, so I'm hoping that I can do a similar late season trip like that. So yeah, I really, really hope I can make that happen. Appreciate the donation. I'm assuming I'll see you there, obviously, if I go. Ottavino? Yeah, I know the Mets have been connected to Ottavino. Yep. Whoever told me to look at my DM shadow you, that was pretty funny. That was pretty fun. I'm glad someone clipped that. Yeah, guys, I think the Mets are going to land a reliever tonight. I really do. Really, really do. Now, what type of reliever we'll see? Guys, keep an eye on, again, free agency-wise, veteran southpaw Tony Watson. Then you also have other pieces, whether that's going to be Andrew Chafin, Colin McHugh, that they're heavily ingrained with, Adam Ottavino. And then trade-wise, we've seen the Josh Hader talk. Also seen talk with Suter and one other reliever from the Brewers as well. So either way, the Mets have been heavily active on the reliever front. Don't be surprised if it happens. The only thing I will say is that the Mets do land a reliever tonight. I'll have to figure out how I want to go about graphic-wise on this one. Because depending on who it is, I might not have a graphic preset for it. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, to be determined, to be figured out. I guess you could say that. We'll get it figured out, no less. Is Beatty playing this season? Not at the Mets. No, Mets in close talks with Ottavino. Where did you see? Did you see a further report on Ottavino that I'm not aware of? If you did, let me know, please. Play Wordle? I know. I got to play it. That it does look fun. Let's see. When do I think they will let go of Nimmo? I don't think they're going to let go of Nimmo. I think the Mets are going to try to keep Nimmo, as they should. Is Donaldson off the market? No, he's still available on the trade market, but I don't think he's someone the Mets are prioritizing. What's up, Victor? Any word on Bryant? Latest on Bryant is that KB is looking more likely to land elsewhere than the Mets. And if that happens, it's going to probably come down to, again, contract length than anything else, which I understand if the Mets don't want to go past 5 years for him. Are we getting another bat before the season? Yes. My bunnies are doing great. Thank you guys for asking. I have 2 bunnies, in case you guys don't know, and I'll have them on my live streams throughout this season for sure. Nimmo will be a Met for the next 5 years. Interesting that you think he's only going to sign a 5-year extension. I think Nimmo's going to sign a longer-term deal if he stays here. Creative Tigers? Nah. If they didn't have Javi Baez, and I'd say, yeah, there's a good chance. But no, Baez is their guy. Who would you rather sign, Chafin or Ottavino? Chafin, if I'm picking between the two. Nelson Cruz would fit nice at a low cost. Yep, it would be a 1-year deal, simple deal. I agree. Mailey's next. I unfortunately don't think that's going to happen now because we got Basset, but that's okay. That's perfectly fine. The fact that they got Basset, I'm very happy about that. If the Mets had any more pitching of significance, like in the rotation, I will freak the F out because that will be beyond unexpected, right? Beyond unexpected. Because it feels like the Mets rotation is done now. It really does. If they add any more, I would just imagine it's a depth move. And that's maybe a guy off the free agent market, if anything else. The Yankees may sign Carlos Correa. That's true. They're in the market for him. Swap Boy, if I didn't answer your DM, it's probably because I didn't see it. I don't see all my DMs. Do I think Nick Castellanos has a chance of joining? No, I do not. You know, if the Mets somehow, some way still got Mailey, they best rotation baseball, like easily. But right now they already have one of, if not the best. So again, beyond satisfied with Chris Basset. Can't emphasize enough how great of a pickup this was for the New York Mets. Amir Garrett, I don't think the Mets want to go after a player like Amir Garrett. Will Allen show up in Queens this year? No, he's still years away from pitching at the MLB level. He's not even close. Is that peach crown in my cup? No. Wouldn't mind if it was, though. And again, obviously, I'm saying this as I would be drinking responsibly. I'm 21. Yeah, no, I really like peach crown. Really, really like it. Had it for the first time a month ago. It was really good. Now, I don't like crown that much, but I like peach crown. Last thing, we are in desperate need of a relief pitcher. Multiple relief pitchers. Absolutely. Well, my thoughts on McCann. I'm content with McCann. Look, you know, he's not going to be anything stellar, but him and Nito, for what the Mets will have around them offensively as well, I'm fine with it. I don't think it's going to be a detriment. Yep. And Patrick Nemeth did just score his second goal of the season for the New York Rangers. You guys are Rangers fans watching the game. So what now with McGill? McGill is going to battle for the back of the end of the rotation, or he's going to come out of the pen or the minors because he still has minors options on his contract. Alvarez is playing at the MLB level this year? No. Only chance that happens is if he basically is one of, if not the best hitter in the minors this year, and then maybe we could see him get a game or two by the end of the year, but I would not expect it. Love the mustache. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. Let's see here. There aren't any good catcher out there. Any good catchers yet? I mean, no, there's none that the Mets could or would target right now. That's the thing. Because with Alvarez in a couple years too, they can't get rid of the McCann contract, so they're just gonna deal with it. Duke down 42-39 in the first. I'm sure they'll come back. I know I get Conforto comparisons every single day. Not even joking. Heyman. Okay, let's check out Heyman. What did Heyman say? No, it's just about Familia. It's just confirming Familia's contract. What are the chances of landing Suzuki? Slim. I would say pretty slim. Not so much the Mets' lack of interest, because Suzuki falls in the category of what they would be looking for. Not that he's a lefty bat, but, you know, a piece that they could use as, you know, kind of balancing things with Cano, you know, splitting time between the two. They want to. But again, say Suzuki is someone where his hottest markets have not like been with the Mets. It feels like he's either going to go to the Giants or he's going to go to the Red Sox. Giants, Red Sox, Mariners are the three teams that look most feasible for him. Chris, thank you. Chris, you don't got to keep donating, my man. I appreciate that. I look like Conforto. Yeah, I mean, Conforto's my favorite player, so I always take it as a compliment. Is Villar coming back? No, he's not. There's a good chance he's actually going to sign with the Blue Jays from reports we saw earlier today that talks were intensifying between the two. Oh, yeah, no, those jersey swaps are sick. Yeah. Depending on what the quality of it is after the live stream, I may put it in this thumbnail for Chris Basset. And once the live stream's done, by the way, too, depending on like what happens, I'm going to crop it. So when you guys watch it replay, it's going to be shorter, probably far shorter than what the live stream was, obviously. Especially if the only news that happens is Basset tonight. It'll probably just be like the 1 hour clip of talking about Basset, because for people watching on replay too, I want to make sure that they get to see the, you know, what they're going for, not 6 hours worth of everything. Let's see. No, I'm not going to play Wardle right now. No, I'll play it another time. I am Italian, yeah. I'm more than just Italian, but I'm mainly Italian. Chris, this is not something to joke about, my guy. Not something to joke about. Nope. That's it. Nope. Don't like that. Appreciate the donation, though. I appreciate that, Fire Blazing. Thank you. If you want to send me your portfolio at all, because I have no clue what type of graphics you've done, hit me up on Twitter. Follow me, send a DM to me on Twitter. Hearing Mets trade for reliever expected soon. WFAN said that. They said that on the Fan. I'm not surprised. Like I was telling you guys, keep an eye on the Brewers and keep an eye on free agency. Mets are really, really heavy on the relief pitching front. Very heavy. Gourmet MVP, who says no? I mean, the guy's literally had the longest at bat in MLB history. How can he not be an MVP? Do I live near New Hope? No. I don't even know where New Hope is. Chris, no, I know. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you. Is your PFP, what is that? I'm trying to think. That is in the Empire State Building, is it? I can't tell. Appreciate the donation a lot. Thank you so much. Henry M with the $2 dono. Thank you so much for that as well. Hype in the chat for Henry. I will lose my mind if they land Hater too. Yeah, I'm gonna lose my voice completely if that happens. Your daughter just saw on Twitter that the Yankees are signing Correa for 10 years. That's a fake report. That isn't accurate. Is there a chance they land Correa? Absolutely, but that isn't accurate. It's a World Trade Center. Oh, okay. Either Emmaus or Makunji. Not far. Close to both of them. Just got a black Lindor jersey. Oh, nice. Love that. There's tons of relievers. No, Ron. No. Close, though. Not far, but no. We're about to go under 1K viewers. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Here, folks, I'm going to check. Let me check, see if there's anything new on the reliever front. Because like I said, that's been what's been talked about the most. And Ron, do you live in the area? Is that why you asked that? Because not everyone obviously knows those parts of the valley. Yeah, double checking reports right now. I know Iglesias is on the graphic still. I'll change it once something like significant happens again, assuming something does. Which county? Lehigh. Oh, you live in... Oh, yeah. I think you said you lived in Easton. Yeah. That makes sense. You know, I was just in Easton like a month ago, I want to say. A month and a half ago. I don't know if you know, I forget the name of it, but there's an axe throwing place like right in the middle of Easton. I was there like just over a month ago. Well, I'm starting to lag a little bit out of nowhere. My apologies, guys. I think I'm good now. Scarsdale? I don't know where that is. Are the Mets even looking for third base or just rolling with Escobar? I don't see the Mets looking for third base unless they trade Jeff McNeil. That's my assumption. So you're near Dorney Park. Yeah, I'm not far. Yeah, most of you guys probably know where Dorney is. Yeah, because obviously so many of you guys have probably went to Dorney in the summer if you live in New York or anything like that. You're in Harrison, New York? Yeah, I don't know where that is. Blue Squad, thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate that. What do I think of Eddie Rosario? Clutch bat. We saw how much of an X factor he was in the playoffs. Very, very solid bench piece. It's called Skeggies. Yep. That's exactly what it is. Rosario, I think, would be more appealing if, one, he wasn't just a left fielder for the most part, and two, if he was better on base. He's not great in either of those things, and that's why I don't expect the Mets to land him. And I'd assume he's still trying to be a starter, and he wouldn't get that with the Mets. Currently live in Alabama, but you're originally from Queens. Awesome. And Blue, thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate that. Shout out all you. You're in London. Love that too. Bucks County. Yep, I know that. Yeah, I go to Philly plenty for Mets games. You guys will probably see me there. Let's see. Thoughts on Henry Davis? I mean, he looks exciting for the Pirates. He definitely does. There's no denying that. Is there a new Heyman tweet? I'll check Heyman tweet right now. How long is free agency? Free agency just goes. It just goes. Like, it doesn't stop. But obviously, once you reach a certain point where you're signing everyone and the season starts, you're not going to expect much more else to happen. Paul Heyman? Trying to find... Did Heyman tweet? No new tweet from John Heyman. So I'm assuming that you saw it. That you just saw it late. Yeah, guys, if you see any reports, but it was like it's already been a good amount of minutes, odds are I already saw it, so you don't need to let me know in the chat. But if it's something like breaking that you know for certain, like if you've been watching the stream, you know for certain that I did not touch on yet, then by all means, let me know. You've hung out with Bernie Williams, Mark Bezos, the brother of Jeff Bezos, and Rob O'Neill, the actual Navy SEAL who killed bin Laden. Kevin, that is quite the group. I'm not going to bother asking how, but that's impressive. Very impressive. Can Jeff play third? No, not to the liking for the Mets. Last thing the Mets need is Jeff McNeil playing third base. If we took on Kane, let me see this because I was talking about this earlier. If we took on Kane in a hater deal, do we? Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Sorry, it's hard to follow the chat sometimes when we got 1,000 viewers. If we took on Kane in a hater deal, do we keep him as a fourth outfielder or just cut him to open up a roster spot? I mean, Kane is still has a very strong glove. Let me look at it. How tall am I? I'm 5'5" on a good day. Yeah, no, you got short Kane stats over here. Let me look up Kane stats. I remember when I talked about Kane and Hader as a potential trade package last offseason. Oh, wow. Hector Gomez just tweeted this. Source, Jonathan Villar turned down a $6.5 $1 million deal offer plus $1 million incentives from the Blue Jays. Interesting. I wonder if he doesn't want to go to Toronto. I think VR wants to stay with the Mets, but I don't think the Mets want to bring him back. It wouldn't surprise me if it was a vaccination thing either. Just because I know that he would have to make sure he's obviously all that going to Canada. Let's see. Robbie, thank you so much for the donation. How you going to chat for Robbie Hyde, folks? You guys all know who Robbie is. But if you guys don't know, Robbie does a lot of the same stuff here, but not just for Mets, but all things MLB. So make sure to check out his streams for sure. Really appreciate the donation, my man. Mets need all the pitching depth. Good move getting Bassett. Yes, wholeheartedly agree. Absolutely love the trade game, Bassett. Very, very excited for what he's going to bring to Queens. Appreciate the donation, Robbie. Good luck with your Red Sox. Let's see if they land the guy you want so bad in Trevor Story. I know there's been a lot of rumblings over the past 24 hours about it. Guillorme all but go. No, Guillorme's not going anywhere. Let's see. Let's go Red Sox. Just Bassett. No more news. For the Mets, there hasn't been any more acquisitions as of yet today, but I'd say there's a very solid chance one happens, and that's why we're probably still going to go for like another 2 hours because it feels like there's a strong chance. If the Mets don't land a reliever tonight, I would fully expect one early tomorrow. I really would. From what we're seeing, from what I've been seeing as well. It really feels like there's a very good chance the Mets land a reliever soon. What do you think about the Mets having an already rotation? Thank you so much for the donation, Jose. And to answer that question, it would bother me more if the quality wasn't as strong as what it was. But because of how deep the Mets are now with Chris Bassett, I'm fine with it. Again, if they landed a Michael Pineda or just someone that was more of a depth righty, but that's all they did for the rotation, I would be far more concerned. But handedness doesn't really matter much when you land a starter of this magnitude. This makes your rotation deeper, a hell of a lot deeper, and it just helps bring a cushion. Like, again, this gives the Mets pitching depth that we haven't had nearly as much excitement for it, really, since, think about, the prime days in the 2010s, we didn't even see them all together that much. 2015, of course, you got Harvey, DeGrom, Thor, Bartolo, Wheeler when he was healthy, but of course Wheeler had been dealing with his injuries. We haven't seen the hype pitching wise for the Mets that we're seeing now. They're getting back to the roots, what we know them for, and that's great. This was a tremendous get for them. What if the Mets signed Tom Brady? You're telling me what if the Mets signed Expos legend Tom Brady? Then it looks like they're going to win it all, aren't they? Mahomes to the Mets. I mean, his dad was here. Why not, right? Would Bassett be pissed after going from 1 to 3? I guarantee Bassett is jumping for joy right now. He is ecstatic to be behind two of the best pitchers in baseball. Who would be my dream free agent? Dream? Like, a dream is Carlos Correa. It's the guys that the Mets I know aren't going to get. Carlos Correa, Freddie Freeman, and then Chris Bryant. No, thank you, procrastination. That sounds terrible. Donovan Mitchell, the Knicks, brings Soto with them, as he should. Bassett was... You can make the argument Bassett was Oakland's ace, but Frankie Montas has the highest potential out of all of them. Because Montas is 4 or 5 years younger, and he has 2 years of control on his contract still. I think the Mets dodged a bullet in Kikuchi in the sense of them not getting Kikuchi and getting Bassett instead. This was such a win. This was such a win, in my opinion. When is Brett Baty going to get called up? Potentially sometime next year. What does the future look like if we don't win the next 2-3 years? Hard to answer that one. But I will say is that even if the Mets don't win the next 2-3 years, don't get me wrong, it would be a failure. Even if they don't, they're still going to have the richest owner in baseball, and they're going to continue to make great moves. Either way, they're going to keep the Mets are in a spot where they are trying to set themselves up to not just be successful now, but in the years going forward by not hurting their future too much. So, yes, Mets have an unbelievably bright future, and it's going to be damn refreshing to see them actually have consistent seasons of winning, doing great things for years and years on end. I feel pretty confident saying that this will be the start of what's going to be a very long period of time where the Mets are a successful organization. Don't forget Juan Soto 2024. No, don't forget Juan Soto 2025. You're a year off. Are we going to add another big bat? It depends on what you define as a big bat, right? I think the highest of a bat the Mets will land is Kyle Schwarber, if they do. Yeah, exactly. Mets have not had consistency on the success level. That's an understatement. So that's why it's that much more important that we hopefully see the start of years and years on end being an above 500 team, being a competitive playoff team. Look at the Dodgers. That's always been the mindset. That's what we're trying to be. Let's get there. And thankfully, the Mets are putting themselves in positions to absolutely get there. Oh, thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate that. Who knows? Maybe one day. Mets are looking at multiple relievers right now. Yep. Andrew Chafin, Colin McHugh, Adam Ottavino, Tony Watson, keep an eye out for as well. Again, the more pipe dream, but has been connected, Josh Hader. And then also potentially more realistic from the Brewers that I've seen rumblings of involving Cousins from the Brewers, as well as and McHugh. And don't be surprised if the Mets at least chime in on Kenley Jansen. I don't think the Mets will land Jansen, but I could definitely imagine a report comes out that the Mets have touched base with him at least. My apologies, folks. Had a sneeze. Do you compare this offseason so far with previous ones? Oh my God, this offseason is on another level. It is. As fantastic as last offseason was in its own right, with Gain and Lindor doing everything that they did, with the Jared Porter situation and dying down after that, the Mets, while they did a lot of moves their first offseason, they did far more depth moves than they did groundbreaking. The groundbreaking was Lindor and Cookie, and you know that was by far the biggest one. But this offseason, there's been a consistent level, and something that's different isn't just Billy Epler and the game changer that he is, but it's also the fact that Steve Cohen has his hands more in things. He was more conservative his first year than he is this year. I know Jonathan Villar declined the Blue Jays. I said that in the live stream. Yeah, he declined a $6.5 million offer with potential to hit $7 million with the Blue Jays on a one-year deal. Mets still on Chris Bryant? Not likely right now. Not likely. Don't be messing with Sasquatch. What are you guys talking about? MLB rumors. Trevor Story turns down 2 teams' $100 million offers. Not surprised. Not surprised if that holds true. Let's check on that real quick, though. And hold on, folks. I'm just trying to find the Story tweet. Can't find it, though. I cannot find the Story tweet. If you can, let me know, guys. Predict the Mets starting lineup on opening day. I don't want to do that yet. I want to wait for the roster to be finalized. Once we do that, then we can have fun with the prediction of how it's actually going to be, formulated, in my opinion. Let's see. Going to Mets Phillies game on 13th. Glad the tickets got restored. Awesome. Have a blast. Let's see. Am I the only one that finds it weird that VR turned down that much money? No, I wouldn't think it's that weird. Again, I think that he, wants to still stay with the Mets, even though I don't think the Mets are going to commit to him coming back. 2, it could be a vaccination status thing as well, because I know that obviously you have to be vaxxed to play in Toronto. So that very well could be a factor, and that would obviously make sense. Let's see. Saw an article about Story. Yeah, no, I'm going to look up a tweet quick, see if I can find it about Trevor Story here. Can we sign Jock Pearson as a 4th outfielder? I would love Jock Pearson as an outfielder / DH. Hold on, folks. I'm trying to find it. Is Alonso the next David Wright, Mets for life? Yeah, I think he is. I think Alonso will retire New York Met. Let's see. I want Pham as depth outfielder. I like Tommy Pham as a depth option a lot. I really do, actually. I wouldn't be against him at all. And my apologies, folks, for the lack of talking lately. I'm just trying to refresh everything right now, especially because, like I said, there's been so much talk today with the Mets on the bullpen front, and it's died down now. So I do wonder if something is going to happen shortly because of it. You would poop yourself if Hader came here. That's funny. Okay. Can Schwarber still catch? Not to the degree that would warrant him catching. Freeman a chance to come to the Mets? Very unlikely. We have too many players for DH. Yes, but those players are also not going to be here. I feel pretty confident saying that Dom Smith and JD Davis will not be in New York Met on opening day. And at least one of them is like 100% gone. Both of them, I'd say at least 50%. And McNeil, all three of them, at least 35, 40%. How much do you think they'll pay Alonso? I don't know, but it's going to be big payday. It's going to be a long-term extension for sure when it happens. But question to everybody right now, because I'm curious to know if your thoughts have stayed or changed. Out of everyone that's been reported today, assumed, out of Hader, Chafin, McHugh, Ottavino, Cousins, and one more name, because they have been in rumblings. I keep an eye on them. Out of Cousins, Suter, Hader, McHugh, Chafin, Ottavino, and Watson. Out of those, like 6 or 7, how many? Which one do you personally want the most for the New York Mets? Obviously, the best out of that is Hader, but he also will cost you the most. So keep that in mind. All right, folks, let's see. Wow, good amount of Chafin. I'm glad that there's a little bit more diversity than what I was expecting in these replies here. Hader slammed the door. That made me think of the gif of Denzel Washington. I don't know what movie it's from, but you know when he's shutting the door on the guy. Texas Terrence, thank you so much for your $2 donation. Pham or McCutchen? Me personally, I like Pham. I like them both, but I like Pham just because he gets on base better. He's a really, really tough out, and he's a better fielder. Isn't tomorrow mandatory reporting day? Yes, it is. And that is, of course, for spring training, for those not wondering. McHugh? Kutch is clutch. Yes, he is. Absolutely. I wouldn't be against him, but if you're just asking for my personal preference, who I would prefer, I'd give a slight edge to Tommy Pham just because I know he's more reliable of getting on base. Jazz, thank you so much for the sub, my man. He's such an entertaining player for the Marlins. That man pimped that DeGrom fastball for a home run like it was nothing, like the second game this season last year, whatever it was. Did not appreciate it, but that did tell me that Jazz is going to be a absolute stud. So not looking forward to him being up the Mets for years to come, but he's a really entertaining player. My apologies. They did do something. Love the move. Oh, no worries, Tim. No worries. Appreciate the donation a lot, Tim. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Pickle Rick? Let's see. I get compared to Alonso a little bit. Only difference is that Alonso's twice my size. Probably twice my weight, too. Nelson Cruz and Mets. What would it take? A one year. How much money do you think Nelson Cruz is going to cost on a 1 year deal? 15 million? 17? I got to look at his previous contract. I honestly don't know. But it will be a 1 year deal. More than likely. And, the Mets are looking great with what they're doing. 12, 15. Can someone tell me what his most recent contract was, like per year? We got a big mix here right now. Alonso and Schwarber are Ks back-to-back. They're either Ks or they're home runs. That's okay. Schwarber's an on-base machine as well. Not complaining. Would love that. I look like Familia. Yep. Spinning image, obviously. Brian, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. What kind of deals can you see Mets get for Jeff, Dom, and JD? For those three, I would think more starting pitcher wise. Honestly, with you, like the Mets aren't going to do that, which I doubt they will now. I could see them doing again. Hader really feels like the one that they could give up all those assets for, but they would need to make sure that they have a Mickey replacement should they do it. Nicholas, thank you so much again for the donation. Nicholas, thank you for the dono. We really should have kept Loop. I would have loved Loop, but I understood why the Mets didn't keep him because the Angels did give him a significant overpay for a guy coming off of by far career year, an anomaly of a season who's not going to do it again in his career. Love Aaron Loop, but I understood why they didn't bring him back. Like I said, guys, we're just 200 subs away from, not 14K on the channel, which is absurd. So again, guys, if you're enjoying Mets content, if you're excited for what is to come, and of course, we'll be live streaming plenty more on the channel. Again, depending on the rumblings and stuff, I'm sure we'll be back live tomorrow. Just don't know what time yet, and in the days going forward. So again, if you're enjoying the content, guys, uncovering all things New York Mets, please do not hesitate from smashing that like and subscribe on as always. And thank you all so much in advance. I really do appreciate it. Tell me how I was asleep for our only move. Therese, you hate to see it. Hate to see it. But yeah, Chris Bassett is a New York Met, and it looks damn good. Love that. Love, love, love that. Did I miss a donation? I don't think I did. No, yeah, I didn't. Okay, cool. We're moving out to PA in a month or so. We'll be 2 hours east of Pittsburgh. Nice, nice. Schwarber and Philly will hit 25 home runs off us. You're 1,000% correct. So I'm praying to God that if the Mets can't land him, that he does not go to Philly. Yes. Guys, I'm going to... For people that watch the live stream on replay, I'm going to crop it so it starts right when I sit back down in the chair and I'm freaking out because I'm looking at you guys because I think you're lying to me about Chris Bassett. And in reality, the Mets actually landed him. One more Chris tonight and we're good. Jose, for me, to sign with the Philadelphia Phillies. Jose, who's going to sign with the Phillies? I'm confused. You've been here since the beginning of the stream. You're an absolute beauty, Penguin. Thank you. To all, I know a lot of you guys have been here since the beginning of the stream, so I appreciate that. Why aren't Mets in on Suzuki anymore? Mets like Seiya Suzuki, but Seiya Suzuki doesn't like the Mets. That's the best way to put it. The only way Seiya Suzuki is coming to the Mets is if the Mets drastically overpay, when in reality, he's more inclined, obviously, to go to West Coast. There's always that belief with the Giants that look like a front runner. And there's also been that belief with teams like the Mariners or, of course, the Boston Red Sox, because the Red Sox looked like a lock to land him pre-lockout. And, of course, we had the lockout happen, so it may have changed the statuses a bit. Juan Soto staying in Washington until his contract's done, probably. But he ain't getting extended there. I don't see it. I really don't. How can we get rid of Control? How can we get rid of Cano? The only true way is by eating his contract, buying him out. Philly could land Schwarber and Bryant, yes, and that wouldn't be good for us Mets, but it still would not be enough of an X factor for them to do anything drastic come playoff time. Because the biggest issue for Philly is, one, defense. You're not getting defensive upgrades with Schwarber and Bryant. That's not what they're known for, especially Schwarber. He's a DH, and that's it. Secondly, bullpen-wise, they have their major struggles. Rotation-wise, they don't have depth. I'm not concerned. They'll be more of a pain in the ass for sure, but not to a level where I'm like, okay, the Phillies are going to win the division. I love that Familia went to the Phillies too. I agree. How old is Chris Bassett? He's 33. Never would I get excited to get compared to your dad's uncle, Nora. And don't take that personally. Normally, whenever you get compared to an uncle, that's more of a red flag. I think we're at a stalemate right now until one of the big pieces signs. Then we'll see more signings. Anything's possible. You very well could be right. Again, I think the Mets are going to land a reliever tonight, and if they don't, I expect them to tomorrow. The Mets have done the opposite of what I predicted today. In case you guys aren't aware, I put on Twitter like this morning when I woke up. And I said, my prediction for today, the Mets will sign at least one reliever, and they will continue trade discussions for a starting pitcher. What did the Mets do today? They landed a starting pitcher via trade, and they have had discussions for relievers still. Ravi, I don't know what it is about you that I don't lock you. I'm sure I will at some point this year. I'm just gonna do it, but I'm not gonna tell you when. It'll just happen one day when you go on the stream and you're wondering why you can't comment or why no one's seen your comments. So, but I'm gonna be sneaky about it though. It'll come when you least expect it. I want Schwarber, so you won't bully us like last year. I agree. Especially because I feel like if the Mets don't land him, he will go to Philly. Hader would require a draft pick. No. No. You can't trade draft picks. Oh, how kind. Everyone hype in the chat for Nina with the $2 super sticker. If you guys don't know Nina, that is my girlfriend. Always appreciate it. She's totally not beside me right now as we speak and just going out of her way to send a whopping $1.99. So really, really appreciate that from Nina. Hype in the chat for Nina. Let's see. Do Mets have the money to sign Freddie and trade for Hader? Do they have the money to sign Freddie? Yes, but are they going to? No. And the money isn't a factor for Hader because you're trading for him. If we trade for Hader, do you think Diaz will be gone? No. I think the Mets will do a duo between the two, in the sense of just having a bolstered bullpen, which would be awesome. It's been reported that DeGrom reports tomorrow. Yes, because everyone reports tomorrow. It's mandatory reporting for spring training for people that aren't aware. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to go blow out my nose quick. It's just going to take 2 seconds. If you don't hear it already, my allergies bother me, so I'm congested. So be back in literally like 2 seconds. Okay, we back. Mets sign Babe Ruth per source. That sounds about right. Passing. I'm calling cap on that one. I still can't get over looking at my phone earlier when you guys were freaking out about Basset. And I thought you were bullshitting. And then right on my phone, it was passing. I was like, oh my God. I'm going to remember that for a long time. That was awesome. Leave my Rangers shorts alone. Rangers just scored. Let's go. It's 6-4 Rangers against Dallas with 5:50 left. Barkley Goodrow scored. Love to see that. If you're a Rangers fan, you enjoy it. And if you're not a Ranger fan, then you don't enjoy it. Let's see. Create a Mariners? No. It's the last team he would end up with. Tyler wears rabbit boxers. Definitely need to get some GG boxers made. If you know, you know. What do you expect the kid to wear? Marching jeans? Exactly. You guys try streaming 7+ hours in jeans. I've done it. It's not fun. It's not fun. White Sox are going to make a big move soon. I can really see that happening. I can. That would not surprise me. And I think if they're going to do it, I have this gut feeling it's going to be Shamania. I don't know why. Yo, Chris Bryant, the Mets for real, Wardy? Nah, I don't think it's going to happen. I hope it happens, but I'm not getting my hopes up. I've come to terms with the fact that obviously if the Mets land Bryant, it's going to be for a shorter term deal. Otherwise, it just doesn't feel likely. Are there any other players on the A's that the Mets should go after since they are rebuilding? Yes, Matt Chapman, if they trade Jeff McNeil separately. If Jeff McNeil gets traded somehow, then yes, I see you go after Chapman. Am I Jewish? No, I'm not. Lindor over under 35 home runs. I'm gonna say under, but I think he definitely cracks 30. I think he definitely cracks 30 this year. Are there any other players? Yeah, I answered that right. Do I think Boomstick's coming home? I wish. I think he's gonna go home, but not to his original home, his other home, that being Milwaukee. His home where he actually played with them, not his home where just, where he got signed as an international free agent back in the 90s. Unfortunately, because again, I would really like I would really like Cruz on the Mets. It's not like he'll be a financial issue or anything. I just think there's so many teams that want him. So have I been streaming for 7 guys? Hype in the chat to NYY recaps. What's up, Derek? Have I been streaming for 7 hours? Yes, and I'm not going to end until it's at probably 8:30, 9. Not going to end until at least midnight. Yes, this is a reoccurring theme here when we have news going on. Yes, and I don't know how I'm not like I don't know why I'm not dragging right now. I really don't. I really don't. It's weird that we've been doing this for multiple days now, and I'm feeling just fine. Like, I'm naturally tired, but like I'm not exhausted or anything. So I'm genuinely impressed with myself. I don't know why I haven't crashed. Thank you though. Appreciate you chiming in, my man. Hope you're doing well. Hope your Yankees do something. No, it's not fun when we have it completely one-sided right now. I'm not even saying that like I mean that. I want both teams to make big acquisitions. It makes it more intense. It makes it fun, obviously, for when we have the Subway Series and potentially, obviously, a World Series again. That'd be awesome. But guys, if you don't know NYY recaps, please make sure to check them out. I know a lot of you guys don't really care for the Yankees. I get that, but probably I would say, if not the best, one of the best baseball content creators out there, in my opinion. I'm a massive fan of Derek's. I've been on the channel before. He does tremendous work. The amount of effort that he puts into every single thing that he does is off the charts. You're not going to find a baseball content creator like him, especially regarding the Yankees. He is top tier, fantastic editing, so well thought. Every single thing he does is strategic, and that really separates himself from the rest. So guys, yeah, make sure you check out NYY recaps whenever you get the chance. He does a great job. Do I do post-game stuff? That is going to be the majority of things we do during the season. You will see consistent post-game coverage. That's something I didn't do much last year. I did more in-game live streams, but now it's going to be the opposite this year. I will be selective with in-game live streams, but the majority is going to be, obviously, post-game live streams. And they're going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, Robbie. Okay, we'll see. Padres got Conforto and Correa. No joke. Kane, you do realize you're the only one that's the one breaking these news. How could this be? Hey, updates on DeGrom. He's starting spring training tomorrow. That's the update. What's up with Kenley Jansen? Any interest? Noel, I have seen rumblings that the Mets have been in contact with Kenley Jansen's camp. However, I have yet to receive secondary sources on that. I'm very confident in where I found this out from. We'll see if it extends to anything. I will be surprised if the Mets land Jansen, but it's good to see that they're at least touching base with his camp. So yeah, the Mets have touched base with his camp. That's what I know to this point. White Sox big move will be trading Kimbrel. Where will Kimbrel get traded? Robert, that makes the two of us, my friend. I appreciate it. Will Brett Beatty make the big leagues this season? No. Familia is on the Phillies, and I'm perfectly fine with that. When do the Mets face Stroman? I don't know when the Mets face the Cubs. I'd have to check the schedule. Do I expect more signings tomorrow? Absolutely. Plenty of more moves coming for the Mets. I think the Mets are going to make another move tonight. I've been saying it, and if they don't make a move, I expect it fairly early tomorrow. I really think that they're going to make more soon. Let's go Mets. Absolutely, Andrew. Again, appreciate everybody chiming in, guys. I hope you all have been enjoying the live stream. It's 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. We've been live for over 7 hours today. Honestly, doesn't feel like it. I think running off adrenaline for a while from the news that Chris Bassett is a New York Met. So that's pretty awesome. Regardless, we'll be live again tomorrow. Just don't know what time yet. I don't know what time yet. I would say at earliest probably 3. But don't know. Do not know right now. It's all indicative on the reports that we get and all that stuff. They always make moves in bursts. I mean, not always. I mean, we've seen it this offseason with Cano, Escobar, Marte in one day, but then they signed Scherzer separately. You know, they made one move today. They're definitely going to make more soon. I know that. Rangers have scored an empty net. They are going to win against the Dallas Stars 7-4. Shout out to my New York Ranger fans. Yeah, Duke really is going to lose to Virginia Tech, and I'm really happy that I'm not watching the game right now because as a Duke fan, I'm very upset. Very, very upset. And I'm not a bandwagon Duke fan. I know everyone hates Duke fans. I get that. I'm not one of them. I've been a Duke fan since I was in 5th grade. I got assigned to them to watch them for March Madness because if they won that year, I got to pick what we did for the last week of school. I had no clue who Duke was. I didn't know what March Madness was as a kid. Started watching it. Obviously, been following them ever since. So, not a bandwagon. I know that the Duke is the easiest bandwagon. I do not support it. I'm not for any of that. I'm a genuine Duke fan, and I will be upset if they lose, especially given the fact that it's Coach K's final year. Fox Sports posted a Joe Kelly jersey swap. I want to see it. I love the White Sox jerseys. They're so I love black jerseys. I really do. I always love black for like any jersey. Let me look at Jansen. Where was it? Fox Sports, you said? Oh my God, that is an awesome jersey swap. That's perfect. Oh my God, Kelly is going to eat up the Astros. This is going to be so fun. I'm so glad they did this. Look. Perfect Joe Kelly swap of him. This was, of course, when he was in with the Dodgers. I was doing the pouty face. I think, was it to Correa? I think it was to Correa when Correa had the at-bat. Oh, that's sick. Buxton would be insane. Yeah, he was extended. Yeah, he's not happening. I'm probably one of Byron Buxton's biggest fans out there that isn't, a fan of the Twins. Been advocating for him, up until he got extended. I wanted that man so bad. Maybe one day. Why do I feel like Bassett is a Met, but Scherzer isn't? Because Scherzer's been the enemy forever. That's why. As a Yankee fan, you do not want Correa. Interesting. Very interesting. You're not the only one that feels that way. Oh, it was to Altuve, not Correa? I think he was talking smack to Correa. Still, though. Rangers did win. Yes. Good birthday gift for you, Thomas, on top of course, Bassett. Got to eat again, so a move will happen. Not wrong. Not wrong. Joe DeMeo just tweeted this out, and it is fairly important. My Flyers suck. I hate the Flyers, Kevin. What are you talking about? I'm a Rangers fan. Kevin, go to bed. You drink too much. As noted by Soto C803 on Twitter, the Mets luxury tax payroll now stands at $276 million. Chump change, right? If their luxury tax payroll exceeds the third level of luxury tax, which is $270 million, their first pick in the 2023 MLB draft will drop 10 slots. So again, repeat. If the Mets luxury tax payroll exceeds third level of luxury tax, $270 million, their first pick in the 2023 MLB draft will drop 10 slots. Mets are dropping 10 slots in the draft. That's a guarantee. Absolute guarantee. Check Twitter? Okay, I'll check Twitter. I agree that draft position doesn't mean so much, especially for the Mets right now. They've been really strong with their drafting as is. Roman, thank you so much for the kind words, brother. I appreciate you. I know you've been a supporter for a while too. I can tell from not your name but your PFP. Yeah, I can tell. Albany is punishing the Mets for wanting to win, and that's BS. Yes, but you know what? It's not going to stop the Mets from spending and winning. Panarin 5 points tonight. That's a W. Love to see that. Background music is from Lakey Inspired. Lakey Inspired creates great uncopyrighted music. I listen to his beats like when I'm not even on stream. Not this one because I always hear this one. It's the only one I play. But he has other ones that have more of a vibe, aren't as consistent. Definitely would check them out. Really, really like the stuff he does. You're with the Isles for miles. Your Isles are not looking too hot this year, my friend. And I know my 900 viewers. You're not the only Islanders fan here. You've been here the whole time, Tim. Well, I hope you've been having a good time. That's what I hope. Hey, Worry, just watched the Batman. It was phenomenal. Can you feel? Yeah, the new Batman. Guys? I said this yesterday. I love all the Christopher Nolan Batmans and Christian Bale to death, but the new Batman is my favorite. Phenomenal, literally phenomenal. I can't describe how amazing the new Batman is. If you guys like that type of style, you have to like movies a certain way. It was my favorite. Absolutely tremendous. But to fill you in, if you're asking me to fill you in, Mets have been heavily ingrained on numerous relievers. Josh Hader, they're still interested in. They're interested also in potentially more realistic options from the Brewers because Brewers like the Mets hitters available. Dom Smith, J.D. Davis, Jeff McNeil. The relievers that they have also that are looking good are Cousins And one other that I keep blanking on the name on. I apologize. Tony Watson, a depth reliever, keep an eye on. Kenley Jansen is a reliever to keep an eye on. Andrew Chafin, Colin McHugh, Adam Ottavino, all guys that Mets have had significant interest in. Chris Bassett, trade, obviously, giving up 2 Mets pitching prospects, tremendous trade. I haven't seen it, but there's no way. Jack, trust me, watch it, and you'll have it. Your opinion will be different. It's all going to come down to what style you prefer again, but the Batman is just crazy. I'm a movie buff. Trust me. Like I'm. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I understand that. For what I like. I don't like superhero movies. I don't like anything like that. That is, stereotypical. I don't know how to really explain it. Like, I like Marvel, but I like darkness when it comes to villains, superhero. I like stuff that has more of a reality to it. And, the cinematography was off the charts. There's never been a Batman like this, not even close. And just the darkness of it, too, with Robert Pattinson's character, who I absolutely love him as an actor. Brent Suter is the other guy I was talking about, yes, from the Brewers. It's just so good. Just so good. I just can't. I'm also a Robert Pattinson buff. I love him from Good Time. Love him from The Lighthouse. Love him from Tenet. If you guys haven't seen those movies, I highly suggest you do, especially if you like Christopher Nolan and A24. What do I mean by darkness? Like this, like the darkness of the character. That's what I mean. Not nearly as much positivity as there is like a genuine like darkness in his character. Same way that we've seen darkness in, the Joker and Heath Ledger's Joker and Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. Riddler was no joke. Yeah, no, he's sick. Awesome. Go get some more chicken nuggets. No more chicken nuggets tonight, guys. I'm all chicken nugget out. I'm sorry. I know that probably means that we're not going to obviously get any more moves because I have to eat chicken nuggets for us to get moves apparently. But I'll try to have chicken nuggets on deck for tomorrow. Watch Moon Knight in a couple weeks. Okay. Oh, Moon Knight is the that one Marvel character. That's a series, I'm pretty sure, on Disney Plus. I saw the stuff for that. We're on Twitter. Do you look for free agency? Just look up all the reporters. Jeff Passan, Ken Rosenthal, John Heyman, Joel Sherman. I mean, there's Hector Gomez, for Spanish coverage as well. There's so many. Ryan, no, you're not blocked. I see you. Favorite brand of chicken nuggets? Probably McDonald's, just because, I'm a degenerate and that's what I've grown up on. But I do like Chick-fil-A nuggets quite a bit too. And the spicy nuggets, when they're cooked properly from Wendy's, are really good. You heard the Mets are in on Freeman close to 7-220. That's just as realistic as the Rangers are winning the Cup. Yeah, I don't know where you heard that. Regarding Freeman, is that I highly doubt that's accurate. Kish, I do exactly that. And just me, FN, please stop spamming. I literally just answered your question. Oh my goodness. You gotta go into timeout. You gotta learn. We're just about at 1.2K likes. Thank you guys so much for that. I really do appreciate it. We back, guys. I don't know why that happened. For whatever reason, StreamYard just ditched for 2 seconds. Like, it just stopped. I don't know. We good though. We good. No, we don't need any more F's in the chat. It was literally because of that one kid spamming about where to find the info. I went to put him in timeout, and it just everything completely froze. Lost 100 viewers. They didn't like it. That's okay though. Nina's behind this. No, she's literally all cuddled up next to me, minding her own business. Yes, no, we're good now though. We're good. Since you said you were a big Duke guy, what do you think about Apollo? I go to Auburn, so Jabari Smith. No, he's a beast. I mean, I'm a big fan of his. I'm excited to see what's going to happen with him in the draft. This year, specifically with Duke, I haven't been able to watch him as much as I'd like, especially given the year that he's had and it being Coach K's final year. It honestly upsets me a little bit that I haven't been able to watch him as much as I like. But every time I've seen him, he looks great. You know, Jabari Smith is a stud too. I also love the kid from Purdue. I've watched numerous games from Purdue this year. My best friend goes to Purdue as well, so it's giving me incentive to actually like watch some of those games. And yeah, no, he looks like he's going to be a stud too. There's a lot of nice pieces that are going to be set for the upcoming draft. Favorite Rangers player? Oh, it's tough. I love them all. It's really tough. Been streamed for too long, sir. Well, we're going to end in an hour. In an hour, because I doubt. Granted, with my luck, we'll end in an hour, and then after that, like 12:02, 12:03 is when a deal will happen for someone else. But regardless, I do plan to end at 12, and then if nothing happens, then doesn't matter. We'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow. Can I collab with 161 River Avenue? That's a Yankee content creator. I know him. Maybe one day. Just realized I'm Rangers Review. Yes, Ryan. Yes, that is me. Me and Statboy Steven. Statboy definitely is more of the minds between the two of between him and I, because the way that I'm ingrained with the Mets is the way that he is with the Rangers. I love the Rangers. I watch them almost every game, but he's just on another level. It's hard to beat someone like him. We need another pack lab. Oh yeah, it'll happen. Yep, remember turn your clock ahead. Absolutely. 12:01 a.m. KB or Schwarber sign with the Phillies. Yep. Fuzzy collab. It'll definitely happen. I'll be with Fuzzy in June. I'm going with all the big baseball and overall sports content creators. We're going to be playing basically against some minor league teams, like MLB Appalachian teams. We're going to be playing against 2 of them in North Carolina in the beginning of June. We're going to be streaming, making content out of that. Fuzzy will be there. So yeah, definitely we'll do stuff with Fuzzy soon. Thomas, I love that. Saul, thank you so much. Do we have a lefty on the farm? No one that I'm overly hyped up about. And the only time that comes in my mind is Thomas Zapucki, but he took a step back last year. We need to stream the last one whole week. Yeah, I'll just keep the stream on for a week straight. Like I'll live my normal life. I'll be here when I want to be here. I'll walk away when I want to walk away. But we'll have a stream for an entire week. I can only imagine the viewership on that and just how ridiculous that would be. My computer would break easily. My entire PC would crash. I'm really just trying to get into hockey. My cousin is a big Islanders fan, but I just know anyone, so it's hard to get into. Well, I would definitely get into hockey. Hockey's an amazing sport. I love every second of it. Wouldn't recommend being an Islanders fan, but I'm biasly saying that as a Rangers fan. So, there's that. Imagine opening day when Scherzer returns to DC. I know. I'm going to be there. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. Thomas, I forgot about Kashawn Askew. I don't have a great background on him. If he's in the Mets farm, I don't have a great background on him. I'd have to do my homework. Is Diekman a lefty? Yes, he is. And I would imagine that the Mets will be connected to him in some matter. Do you think we sign another bat? Yes, I do. Like going down to Florida for any spring training games, Wardy? No, I'm not. I did have plans to go to Wardy. Not Wardy. I did have plans to go to spring training this year, but the lockout happened. So hopefully next year. Oh, I know why the Islanders had their struggles this year. Don't get me wrong. I'm well aware of that. Yeah, no. COVID hit them like a truck. What happened with the Orange? What do you mean? Who do you think we sign next or trade for? Or are you saying Orange just as in why? That Orange was just there when my thing disconnected for whatever reason. Who do I think we sign next or trade for? I think we sign a reliever next. And I think it's going to be one of Tony Watson, Andrew Chafin, or Colin McHugh. How do I feel about the Japanese import? I love Seiya Suzuki. He's an absolute stud. Wherever he goes, I think he's going to do great things. Reds lefty Amir Garrett is reportedly in trade talks with the Mets. Gamers, can you please tell me what report you saw that from? I would really appreciate that because it's hard to believe. Do I think we get another starter? If we do, it'll be a depth starter. Saul, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Appreciate you, my friend. Really, really appreciate that. Hi with the chat for Saul with the $2 dono. Is DeGrom healthy coming this season? As we know, yes, he is. So hopefully it stays that way. And we're just about at 1.2K likes in the stream. Thank you guys all so much for that. God bless. Really, really do appreciate all your support, guys. Thank you kindly. And we are just about approaching the final hour of the live stream, folks. The hot stove has been rather quiet over the past, an hour? Last hour or two? Hour and a half at least. So we'll see if anything happens tonight again for the Mets besides Chris Bass. And if not, that's perfectly fine. We'll run it back again tomorrow, assuming that nothing happens after I get off the stream. Heard the Rangers want to trade for Patrick Kane? Hell no. The New York Rangers do not need Patrick Kane. No. I don't think that would be smart. They don't need that contract. Haven't been since the opening of City, and I'm livid. Wow, really, Jeremy? That's crazy. I don't know what time I'll be streaming tomorrow. We'll play it by ear. I would just say, assuming that no new news happens that's drastic to report on it right away, I would say the earliest you'll probably see me is around 3 tomorrow. But we'll see. We got to play by ear. Rangers need I would love JT Miller, but the Rangers aren't going to commit long-term to JT Miller. And the Rangers are in a position right now where I really think they're cup contenders. So I'm reluctant to go for JT, knowing what you're going to have to give up to get him. I love JT, don't get me wrong. I love him back on the Rangers, but they're not going to commit to him to a new contract, which I don't believe that they will. Then I think it's a little bit of a waste. Do we make a move tomorrow? Yes. I think I touched on Joe DeMayo's tweet. And if you guys don't know Joe DeMayo, please make sure to check him out at the That's So Mets podcast. Good friend of mine. a great writer for covering Mets prospects for SNY. He's on the channel all the time. You guys can check out previous live streams and content. You'll see him there. Same thing in our most recent collab. I had not just him, but also his buddy, Connor Rogers from Bleacher Report, his co-host for his podcast. And we talked about the future of, Jeff McNeil, JD Davis, Ronnie Mauricio, and Dom Smith, and David Pearson, and that. So make sure to check it out if you haven't. Kevin, have a good night, my friend. All right, folks, we have a Jonathan Villar update. A person very close to Jonathan Villar told me that Villar hasn't rejected the Blue Jays offer. In addition to the Blue Jays, Red Sox and Dodgers continue to show interest in him. So Hector Gomez just countered himself because, again, an hour ago, he said that Jonathan Villar rejected Toronto's offer. Now he said that he didn't reject Toronto's offer and that the Red Sox and Dodgers are also interested in Jonathan Villar. I don't like why. It's annoying. Reporting like that pisses me off. That's going to get you a quick ban. Don't be coming in the stream and wishing injury on player. I do not show any mercy for that bullshit. Sorry. Let's see. Love the trade over here. So do I, Steve. Yes, absolutely love it. Tim, have a great night, my friend. Thank you so much for chiming into the stream. Do a hot dog comp with Frank. Maybe one day. I'm sure I can get it happen. I'm buddies with Frank's podcast co-host Pat Ragazzo, who's on the beat for the Mets. So I'll hit up Pat. Maybe we'll do something. I did meet Frank at a Mets game this past year. As you would imagine, it was something special. You can actually check it out in the Matt Harvey Return to Queens video I did last season. I did a vlog at the Mets game versus the Orioles, and that I had Frank in there. Is there an actual Bob Nightingale report? Or are you capping? Yeah, nothing as of late on Nightingale. Gamers, it's okay. It's okay. A lot of reporting's going on. We know how that works. It's going to be like that. What would I call the ceiling and the floor? Let me answer that, Jeremy. Try to ask me it again when their Mets are done making moves. I don't like to make predictions like that too much when I know the Mets aren't done. I love you too, IQ. Keep balling out for the Knicks. Let's see. Did we lose draft picks? No. Have a good night, Brian. Thank you for chiming in, my friend. Thank you for becoming a member. Wondering why everything on the Freeman front died out. There was a lot of hype there and everything died. Charles, I don't think anything died. I think it's just been constant negotiations and not, and when negotiations are just continuing and they aren't like changing, they're not going to keep reporting about the same thing. They will, but like they reach a limit where they're like, okay, there's really no point. What moves would I make? Yeah, you like the salsa? That's a damn good comment. That's a sneaky good comment. I'm not even gonna lie. What moves would I make again besides the salsa, getting that cha-cha slide in there? I would obviously make sure that you build this bullpen, which is what they're doing, and add at least another bat or two. Sports Dog, have a good night, my friend. Pedro, what's up? Mets going crazy indeed, my man. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you chiming in. Brady, have a good night. Yeah, the Mets are more than likely going to drop 10 spots in the draft because of the luxury tax, but it's not a big deal. That's expected. My opinion on why the Mets and A's didn't do Chapman trade yet. I don't think it's going to happen, but opinion is one, the Mets aren't going to land Chapman unless they trade McNeil more than likely. And that's really it. That's actually all I really need to say. There really isn't a fit unless they trade McNeil and put Escobar to second. So it's still possible, but they have to trade McNeil if they're going to do it. Why don't we trade those picks? You can't trade draft picks because the MLB is still an incompetent sport in the sense, not sport, company, organization, that they still don't allow you to be able to trade draft picks, which is absurd. Absolutely absurd. We have a draft lottery now, which is awesome, but we still can't trade draft picks. Why? Because it's the MLB and Rob Manfred. That's why. Are the Mets done adding bats? No, they're not done. They're not done. We just don't know to what degree will they continue to add still. Chafin soon? I hope so. Mets are very much in on him. Have a good night, Mike. Appreciate you. I saw Hector Gomez's report about VR. We just talked about that a couple minutes ago. Is Alejandro Diaza one of the worst Mets ever? I really liked Diaza when he was a Met. I don't know why you're giving him so much hate there. Angel, thank you so much for the membership. Hyping the shot for Angel. Really, really appreciate that. Chafin sucks. Sounds like you're a casual, my friend. With all due respect. Appreciate the dono a lot, my friend. Thank you so much. By dono, I mean membership. Does that free up Kimbrel with Joe Kelly? I'd say a little bit, but I don't want the Mets to land Kimbrel. Wardy, I don't know. Then don't speak. Do you truly believe that the Lindor and McNeil beef is over? No. In the sense that there's still an attitude issue with McNeil, and it's beyond Lindor. It goes with multiple players in the clubhouse that are still with the Mets. Been listening. Appreciate that, Angel. Do I remember you? I can tell I remember you just by your PFP. What's the starting infield and outfield as of right now? Starting infield as of now is Escobar a third, short Lindor, second McNeil, first Alonso, left field Nimbo, center Marte, and third and a right field Cano, and backstop is of course McCann Nito. My battery's on 5%. Oh no, Ryan, what will you do? Do I think we stole Bassett? I don't think we stole him, but I think we definitely won the trade. And I think the A's have potential to make this a win-win trade as long as JT Ginn develops properly. But yeah, I would definitely would say the Mets won the trade. Very, very happy with the trade. You guys know that by now. Philly's interested in Chapman. I know they're just not willing to give up the prospects for him. Love Bassett. If Alvarez can come up at some point, I hope Alvarez can come up. I don't expect Alvarez this year, and maybe at some point this year, just get his first game in or something. Next year is far more realistic than this year for Alvarez. Appreciate the donation a lot. I again love Bassett. Really, really do. Do I think Bassett is 1 year? Well, he's on a 1 year deal as of now, but I think the Mets will extend him. Where did you get that patch? I love it. I didn't get it anywhere. This is a Levi's and Mets collaboration from like 2015, 2016. And most you guys, I have a bunch of buttons on here too. And that's from a bunch of you guys, subscribers that have sent them my way. But then on the back, not sure if all you guys know that, but yeah, we've got the big Mets logo on the back. Assuming Bassett was the last piece we acquired, what's a realistic win-loss record you can give the Mets? Well, Bassett isn't the last piece we acquire, so that's why it's hard for me to answer that. I think the Mets definitely are going to be pushing, 90-plus wins, but they're not done making moves. I think they're done with the rotation significant-wise, but they're not done with the bullpen at all. They're going to add a lot there, and they're not done hitting-wise yet. Who would I prefer, Chafin or McHugh? Probably Chafin if you're looking for a lefty, which is what they obviously would be doing. But there's potentially more upside with McHugh. It's a little tough, but I'll go with Chafin just because I know he can eat a lot of innings too, and obviously he's that perfect Aaron Loop replacement. You graduate this year? Awesome. Like graduate high school, graduate college, graduate middle school. Which one? Do I like Buck Showalter? Yes. Very excited for Buck this year. Do we all collectively forgive? I mean, I've forgiven Cano. Look, he's not the only guy that does PEDs. I can really care less about that. Starling Marte to PEDs, like many guys in the league have done PEDs and will continue to. I just don't think he's a fit for the Mets. I really don't. So it'll be interesting to see how the Mets go about Cano in his future. Baseball content, I'm not sure. I'll have to look after the stream probably. Hold on, guys. Just give me 1 second. Hold on, folks. Just one more sec. Okay. Where do I rank our rotation? I definitely think the Mets have one of the best rotations in baseball as is right now because of Lenny Bassett. Um, it's really going to come down to health. It's going to come down to health if where I can appropriately rank them. They're definitely a top rotation for sure. Thank you, Slants. I appreciate that. How do you feel about no lefties in the rotation? I answered this plenty. I would have liked a lefty in there, but Chris Bassett is such a quality starter. It makes up the difference for going after a lefty. It really does. I think that this was a great acquisition for them. Can't emphasize that enough. Is there any way possible we can get rid of the Cano contract? I would hope so, but nothing's guaranteed, right? Nothing's guaranteed. All right, folks. So you know what I'm thinking? I think, guys, we're gonna go on for another 15 minutes. I was gonna take us to 12, but I think we'll just wrap things up at 11:30 instead. And I would be lying if I said that I wasn't doing this for just a slight sliver of hope that the Mets do a deal after the live stream because I think there's just a luck aspect to it. But yeah, so we're gonna go on for 15 more minutes and then we'll wrap things up. So I'll continue answering your questions and all that great stuff. And yeah, just go from there. So we'll see. How do you feel about landing Castillo? I would love Castillo, but it's not going to happen. Mets know how expensive he is, and they just landed they just landed their big piece of the rotation. Even if something major happens, it's not like I'm concerned or anything. And the reason why is you guys have shown such a commitment viewership wise and everything. I know that quite literally whenever I hop on live, you guys are all going to be here right away. So I'm in a grateful position. I don't have to worry about that. That like, oh, I need to be here every second because I know you guys are going to hop on it right away. So yeah, if that happens, then awesome. Don't be surprised if Cano rakes this. Look, if Cano is going to be batting DH for us and he does well, I'm supporting his ass every day of the week. I just, it's there are reasons to be worrisome. Jonathan VR just posted to his Instagram story himself in a Marlins jersey. Did he really? Is he going back to Miami? No. He did just post himself in his Marlins jersey. Hmm. I wonder if that means anything. He going back to Miami? I don't know. And then the third photo he just put on his story has him, Starling Marte, sitting next to him. I'm almost certain that's Marte sitting next to him, like on the ground. It's just a bunch of fellow like Dominican players or Puerto Rican. I think most of them are Dominican though. This is an old photo because Robinson Cano's in it. Gene Segura. I can't tell who all the players are. But yeah, I wouldn't put too much stock in that. I hope the Mets land Hader. Trust me, I really hope so. Let's see. What would we trade Jeff at this? What would we trade Jeff for at this point? That's a good question. I think it would the one that sticks out the most to me is the Brewers. Either for Hader or other pieces. Other than that, it's really hard to figure why would they, because they landed their pitcher today. If the Mets land another awesome starter, I'm not complaining. If they're really trying to go crazy, but at that point, then then you have to trade at least one of the stars that you have. Larry, I'll definitely check out my email after the live stream, my friend. I kind of want Dom to stay. Dom may stay. Again, we'll see. We'll see. Glad we got him. Let's go Mets. Indeed. Yeah, I'm very happy that the Mets got Bassett. Before we go, let's react to the meme I sent on Twitter. What meme did you send on Twitter? I can't find what meme you sent on Twitter. There's so many. I got too many notes. Oh, is this one? Oh yeah. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you guys this one. This is funny. We are the captain now. There's a team in Queens that's taken over NY. I'm not sure if you heard of them. Love that meme. That's awesome. Love that meme. I saved it in my camera roll. There you go. We are captain now, indeed. Yeah, no, I'm sure Pat's pissed. I didn't even text Pat. Yeah, I will tomorrow. Let's see. Rory, of the three players, if I had to choose one to stay between Davis, Smith, and McNeil, I would pick McNeil. I think the majority would too. Have a good night, William. Thank you so much for chiming in, my friend. Yankees are getting Cray tomorrow. We'll see. What do you think about the New York Athletics? I love them. That's what I think. Is top three comparable to Holiday, Hamels, Lee? Ooh, yeah. I mean, again, it's all up to health. If they stay healthy, yeah. I think that's actually a very interesting comp. The main difference, though, is that the Mets don't have the southpaws there. That Phillies rotation was disgustingly good. Jay, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I appreciate that. Let's step away from the free agent trade frenzy for a quick sec. Rory, give us all your time Met. Oh, let me read this. Rory, give us your all-time Met lineup and rotation. Interested to hear this. Oof. Jay, that's a really good question. I appreciate that. You got to give me a minute. And I'm sorry. I feel like I got to cheat a little bit just because I know I'm not going to have every proper player in my mind right now for this. I'm going to clearly miss out on obvious picks. So give me a minute. And I'll fully answer that in a minute. Rotation, obviously, you got to have Tom. Got to have Jake. I would make the argument for oh shoot, why am I blanking on his name? Uh-oh. The lefty. Why am I blanking on his name? Kuzman, yep. Why am I blanking on him? His son Jack. Why am I blanking? Why can't I think of the guy's last name right now? Doc, of course, but that's not who I'm thinking of. Not Santana. Shit. His son just got drafted by the Texas Rangers. Why am I blanking on his name? Al Leiter. Thank you. My goodness gracious. Oh my God. I don't know why that took me so long. First base, I got to go with Keith, but Pete, by the time his career's over, I'm sure I would pick him. Short, hard to go against Prime Reyes. Very hard to go against Prime Reyes. Third base, got to pick David. Second's an interesting spot. And who would you guys prefer at second base? I want you guys to answer that for me because there's a couple guys in my head, but I want to know who you guys would prefer at second base. Have a good night, Slants. Outfield wise, hard to not go with Straw. Edgardo, yeah. Edgardo, yeah. Hojo, yeah. Mays wasn't here long enough, though. I'm thinking about guys that, like, when they had their impact with the Mets. Beltran, you could definitely make the argument in the outfield. Beltran, Strawberry, and one more. One more in the outfield. Just say the 86 Mets. I know it's easy to do that, but no, I'm not just doing the 86 Mets here. Catcher Piazza. I don't think it took a rocket scientist. Piazza and Gary, and they're both in their own right. No, I don't want Conforto. I love Conforto, but no, I wouldn't pick him. Cespedes, nah, wasn't here long enough. Wasn't impactful long enough. Cleon Jones, okay, yeah, that's. I love Mookie, but I don't know. Tommy Aggie, yep. That's a good pick for sure. That's an old one. Yeah, that's an old one. Kevin Mitchell wasn't with the Mets long enough for me to pick him. Delgado too. Love Delgado. Cliff Floyd was a stud. Yep. I think he would just be out for me. Ethan, how's it going, my friend? Appreciate you chiming in, buddy. Grandy, nah. Love Grandy, but he doesn't make the cut for me. Bullpen, I'm not even gonna bother with bullpen. There's so many. John Franco is the obvious pick for me. Wagner was a stud, though. There's so many picks for bullpen. I'm not even gonna bother. Kirk Neuenhuis, the 3 home run game. Wasn't that against that 3 home run game was against the Brewers, right? I'm thinking the Brewers or the Reds. Something telling me it was the Brewers, though. Thank you again for the donation, Jay. I appreciate that. I really do. I was thinking about Jeff Kent, but again, he wasn't. I think Jeff would have need to be here a little bit longer. I don't know. I think Jeff Kent deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, but there's definitely good arguments for multiple players for the Mets and making their lineup, which is fun. Can't pick Pedro for the rotation. Wasn't his prime with us. You know, John was a fantastic player. Aston Reed was a stud for a short time he was here. Jonathan, appreciate you chiming in, my man. We are going to be hanging things up, though, in literally 2 minutes. I'm going to get out of here. You know, Elgato Alfonso was an absolute stud. Delgado, all of them were fantastic. Yeah, you can't put Max in yet. He hasn't even pitched a game for the Mets yet. I'm talking about guys that they've had, like, how long, well, not even necessarily like how long they were with the Mets, and two, how impactful were they when they were with the Mets. Agbayani, yep. Wilmer, nah. Love Wilmer, but nah. Rusty Staubs. Uh Ollie Perez. Ollie Perez just retired. Ari Dickey was a stud. What a stud he was. I don't know what your post was, buddy. Baseball content. Are you not Trippies? Is that you on Twitter? If so, I'll show it then. I'm assuming it's you because you just tagged me in it. Vargas, don't get me started on Jason Vargas. My goodness. Please don't. The mood swings that man gave me were unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, yeah. That was what you just tagged. That's a cool little edit you made there. I love that. You got Lindor, you got Jake, Max, Pete, Marte in the middle too. Love to see that. Love the edit. Great job, buddy. Yeah. Well, that being said, for Jason Bay, get out of here. Lee Mazzilli. Yeah, Lee. Yep. All right, folks. That's gonna wrap this up. This was a fantastic live stream. Thank you guys all so much for the support. You guys know the drill. If something happens again tonight, we'll be back live. Assuming it doesn't at this rate, we'll be back live tomorrow. I just don't know what time yet, so we'll have to wait and see. But again, thank you guys all from the bottom of my heart for the endless support and the live stream. This was so much fun. I cannot wait to get back live tomorrow for you guys. Again, more consistent content coming. 8+ hours a day. What the hell are we doing? We're crazy. But yeah, Chris Bassett's a New York Met, baby. That's all you gotta know. What a tremendous acquisition this was for the New York Mets tonight, helping to solidify that rotation. Now we'll see what they do with the bullpen still, add more hitters, and then they'll call it a wrap heading into the season. Very, very excited. You guys should be too. God bless. Thank you guys all so much for the continued support. Continue smashing that like and subscribe button. As always, everybody, thank you all so, so much. Really, really do appreciate it. And stay tuned. We'll be back sometime tomorrow. So keep those notifications on per usual. Thank you again, guys. Have a great night. Peace out. Let's go, Mets.